So I'm still trying to understand how you're saying I'm adding to the text.
You added that somehow to, even though that's not what it says.
So, okay. So you're saying, and then my question back to him was plants to be made, according to the text, is what he's saying, is
The
that,
mist is water and a man. It says there's no
hmm
rain and
Which
no
means,
man.
which means the man has to be made before the plants.
and then, okay, then my next question would be, then are we speaking of all plants, or are we speaking of
That's a
farmland
great
plants?
question.
I suppose.
Wonderful question. So if we looked into the Hebrew and we saw which words were used for plant there versus the, was it, I think it's 1:11. If we looked at the words used for plant in Hebrew there and they happen to be the same word, what then?
I would ask, are there separate words?
And if there are,
If there are, I guess, concede that there is a. I would guess I would concede there is a contradiction in that case.
is it possible that this is contradicted in some translations even?
I mean, probably reason to look into it.
Can you
Do you think
correct the divinely inspired word of God? Sorry,
I
sorry.
mean,
it's a
I
good
would
question?
argue it would depend on like the history of it and like how reputable it was. Like it would
Is the,
be.
is there any scenario where the divinely inspired word of God is not reputable?
I would say, I mean, you have things like the slave Bible, which definitely are not reputable representations of the Bible as a whole, because it was
Oh, so
literally
you're talking about
blatantly sections removed and added to the
We
Bible.
were talking
So,
about, in this case, if the Hebrew were to purport as I have, if the Hebrew says that there is, plants before the man in one and after the man in two, then would that mean that somewhere in there the word of God itself is not reputable?
I I'll say that if it's a contradiction for it, um, it may take away from specifically the Genesis story particularly, but I don't think that would take away from the ethics or morals established as a whole.
So for you, the ethics and the morals will stand even if the myth doesn't.
I mean, ethics and morals would stand through even if you took away, and like it's kind of, if you took away entirely the divinity of the Bible, the morals and ethics in it would still stand. So, and speaking on those morals and ethics would be, I would just say
Sure, I
that
don't want to
it
get you
would
deep
be
into
it
the
would be
moral
a good, it
framework
would still be a
itself
good moral
at the moment,
framework without divinity. If that
what,
was
what, what would it be standing upon?
that, it's a good moral framework.
Good according to who?
I mean, I guess the societal norm, like liberalism is better. Like I'm trying to like.
nobody is
Nobody's
making any
making any
argument.
arguments. Good
So
God.
you're saying, okay,
Wake
so
up. Nobody's actually trying to argue you here. Everything has been a question posed to see if you can question. And you're simply just arguing against questions and looking for their inherent conclusions rather than considering anything at all alternative to your. Are you expecting to win?
What? What, an argument? Not particularly.
Well,
I don't
nobody's
care
making an
about winning
argument.
an argument. He asked if I'm expecting to win. I don't understand the premises of that question. If he's asking if I want to win an argument, I could care less. He's
Well,
asking
you
me.
keep
It
wait.
assumes that you come up here as though this is a debate. You're approaching every single question as though it is an argument you need to win, to counter, to somehow discredit or disprove even the foundations of hypothetical questions. It sounds ridiculous, really.
So, what would be your next question? So I
I have
may
one.
answer appropriately to your demands.
Nobody's
Would it
demanding
matter to
anything.
you if there were blatant?
If you're talking, you're cutting in and out. Sorry, boss.
Blatant contradictions within the text?
I would say for the divine purposes, then yes. But for the moral purposes, like I said, I still think that there are moral principles that are outlined that are still good within the text. So I think
I didn't ask about the moral framework. So you would still want to uphold the morals passed down in there, but would you still want to proliferate the religion?
I mean, if it was blatantly proven, I'll say in quotations per se, that there's blatant contradictions that it undermines the divinity of the text, the morals of it.
It would take away from the divinity, but not the morals.
Correct.
Could there be other contradictions just as glaring, if not more so, within the text?
I imagine if all you do is study it and look for those things, then yeah, you're going to find them.
If you build your life around finding them, that's an interesting way to frame your answer. So you're saying that there are contradictions within the text.
There are contradictions with no text is single-mindedly, no text probably ever is single-mindedly one singular answer that is blatantly true. You can find contradictions in any text if you look.
So for you, God doesn't have to exist for your beliefs to matter, for
For it to be meaningful.
the framework to matter.
I would say for the moral framework, the divinity would
I
not be
stole your question.
framework to still work. Then no, I don't think divinity would be required. I think
Are
it
there
adds
morals
upon,
within the framework that are questionable?
i.e.,
I'm asking you, are there any you know of? It's open-ended.
I would say and then non-support of modern day, or I wouldn't even say modern day because it was happening back then too. But things like obviously same-sex marriage, transgenderism, abortion that might be disagreements among is objectively wrong. Obviously, Levitican law, I'm not going to sit here and defend or agree to. And that's like the most high moral thing.
I
But
think you mean Mosaic law. You say Levitican law, I think you mean Mosaic, right?
yeah, the laws outlined within the Torah.
Moses, by some traditions, and hence Mosaic law.
Then yes.
So, but you find problems only within the Mosaic law, that set of Old Testament.
And then, like I said,
You
you
find
obviously have within the New Testament, you have disagreements with sexual immorality, pointing to um you what modern day Christians say sexuality that's immoral. So like you have those, but other than that, I'd say it's pretty concrete on like the basic moral principles spoken by Christ said. Um, Obviously, other than there's a chapter in Romans that talks about gay marriage, but other than that, I mean, if you have
Are you sure it
contentions
talks
with that,
about gay marriage?
talks about sexual immorality in Romans.
And so,
I mean, I don't think it's not particularly.
so you think the morality in the New Testament, the way it's described and prescribed, is not problematic. You're saying, for the most part, are there things that even you find contention with?
I mean, I pretty much already outlined them for you. It's like things that I don't hold, like personal.
You say you don't hold crazy personal leverage over, but do you care one way or another?
I No, I'm not saying it does just because it doesn't affect me. I don't care. I would say so. Um, I would be against like persecution directly of any kind, or even indirectly, like persecution of any kind for the basis of belief is something I personally am against. Um, so that would kind of be, I guess, probably I believe.
So you're against persecution for the purpose of belief.
Correct.
Does that mean that you agree with the moral judgments but don't think there should be actions?
I think the action should be to, like maybe tell others, like talk to other people, have conversations with other people. Enforcement. I don't think that was the intention of the of the text itself. I don't think the intention was to be an enforcement and say you must do um you must do X, Y, Z, and you must tell others. And my understanding is you ought to um convince others of it, or um talk to others about it. That is the greatest understanding of the text that I've had personally. Goodness gracious.
Is it true for all moral prescriptions in the text?
I don't have any like glaring in my head that are like bing bing bing, that would go against that. Is there one specifically you were going to ask me about?
No, not specifically.
The heat?
Yeah,
Oh,
my app
I can see
crashed.
that. Ah, okay.
I don't. I guess it's because it's a different mic. Your voice sounds different coming through the backlight.
Hmm. Maybe we're different people.
I have a question, but it's like way in a different direction. So I don't want to like
That's fine. I'm still
jump
willing to
in
answer it, of
here.
course.
Yeah, I know. I just don't want to distract from the line of questioning Thrall's been on if he's still going. We're gonna walk it way back to like 10 minutes ago when you said, "What do you think nihilism is better?" And I'm wondering what you mean by that.
So, I would say that was more of a reactionary statement. Most people I've talked to about this subject, usually their line of questioning leads usually, which it was wrongful of me to assume that that's the how the line of questioning was going to go, and I'll admit to that. However, usually if you have that line of questioning, it's like, oh, if there's contradictions, then it means there's obviously then it takes away from the divinity. And I'm like, and like I said, I
But
am
how do we
fully
get
coherent.
to
Eh,
nihilism from there?
Correct. So, usually how it keeps going is, well, if it takes away from the divinity, then all of it can be ruled out. And then it goes into the subjective versus subjective, then it's nihilism, pretty much, because subjective reality or subjective morality pretty much dissolves into nihilism most of the time.
What?
I haven't heard a compelling argument that isn't nihilist in nature that for subjective morality. That nothing matters, therefore nothing can matter, is pretty much what it turns
You
into.
realize that if the divinity were gone from the book and you were still holding to it as a moral framework, it would still be subjective, right?
It would still be objective because
How is it
you have the
objective?
text. Because you have the text. It's an
What does
objective,
objective
this is
mean?
what it is.
Is the
Yeah,
text independent of having written it, having to read it, having to interpret it? Where's the
Yes.
objectivity?
Because it is separate. Are you saying if it's
so
not
wait,
divine, then it
wait.
isn't separate?
So you're saying if it's not divine, then nobody wrote the text? I don't.
No, it was still written, but if it's
Right.
not divine, then you could say it doesn't have like a grand author, which is like
So
I
then
would
it
say
would be subjective.
Subjective.
It would be based on the minds of the people who wrote it.
yes, but the culmination of it and how we read it today would still be
How
an
is it
object
objective? How does
Why are
anybody read it objectively today?
because
Is,
it doesn't.
is there an objective interpretation of it?
I
Do
would
all
say if you,
Christians agree with the morality claims of the Bible?
yeah, I would say pretty much all Christians agree with the morality claims of the Bible. You have
Fascinating.
What are the morality
so?
claims?
Oh, mhm.
Hello, Rav. And
Can
Shadow.
I get a couple more on my nihilism line real quick,
Yes.
and then we can go back to the Bible. Um, so I don't understand how subjective morals equals nihilism equals nothing matters.
because there under subjective morality there would be there's no consequence other than someone else you're holding someone else accountable that doesn't believe the same thing for something that they don't believe to be right or wrong. So how is there accountability within subjective morality?
Accountability. Um, we should be able to hold ourselves accountable. There are some there's some like baseline agreed upon things that are okay and not okay, right? Um,
Within our society, within other societies, they believe entirely different. Are we to hold them accountable in different
sure.
societies? So we
Well,
need to hold a different society that's lived this way for 1,000 years and thinks that this is the correct way. Under subjective morality, what then becomes your means to hold them accountable for something they
why are
believe
we
to be
holding?
true and correct?
Why is
Why
this
are we
becoming
holding? Yeah, why are we arguing? And I'm just trying to figure out how.
Can I ask a question in this morality line as well?
after Kat gets hers out?
Yeah, my questions are more surrounding the nihilism than the morality thing. But
Okay.
I just don't understand how you can devolve subjective morality into nihilism every time. Like I still don't even okay. Even if I grant you that, it still doesn't get me.
Subjective morality, where does the accountability come from?
No, I just granted you everything that you said. It
Okay,
still doesn't get me to nothing matters.
so so if there is no level of accountability can be held because this other this other group
What
decided that this is okay even though
what
we
is
decided it's not, but we're
what's the
not going to hold
level
them
of
accountable
accountability
because we
that you're
can't.
talking about? What is the level of accountability you're talking about?
Just for basic example's sake, we as a society here in the United States have decided that unaliving people for X factor is wrong.
Right.
In another society
Another
in
part of the world
yeah,
thinks
another
it's
part of the
fine.
world, yeah,
Sure.
and another part of the world has
You
decided
disagree with
actually
another
we're fine
country
with that.
on a moral stance. Go ahead. Continue.
Correct. So what how do we hold them accountable?
Why do we hold them accountable? Why does that matter?
Because what they're doing is wrong according to our morals. What they're doing is wrong.
This has
Okay.
gotten weird
That's why
and
we
This is
should.
weird.
You
This is
asked me
it's
coming
why
from.
gotten
we should.
very weird.
How does this have anything to do with objective or subjective morality? How do you hold them accountable under objective morality?
Because you have an objective truth that is the final answer. That is the
Okay, I see
final.
what you're saying. So
You must
it's not
align
about
with.
divine judgment. You're talking about because you have the right, you have um, the truth,
The truth
and
per se,
because
yeah.
your truth is um, objective in your eyes, somehow independent of mind, which still doesn't make any sense the way you've presented it. But somehow it's objective, and then that means that you have the right to do something about it. Whereas if it's subjective, then it's just your.
Don't have the right to do anything about it, then that means nothing matters.
That's the weird part.
Because it would turn into
bit, but the
I mean, all of
the
this is
reason
weird,
it would be an infinite regress into it, because eventually there becomes a level where everything's so spread out that there's no accountability for anything. It infinite regresses into it.
Where's the accountability
so
in your model?
So under my personal model is this XYZ problem is wrong. XYZ judgment was paid, or, mercy was granted, whatever the case is. Therefore, problem is ratified.
Problem, hang on. So you're using some words I don't think you mean to be using. The problem is ratified because the judgment was either paid or mercy was granted by whom?
By the individual, or by the individual implementing that moral structure.
The individual implementing the moral structure. Are you saying the person? Is that what you're saying?
Or I would say the church as a whole, or whatever the country as a whole that believes that.
I thought that's what you were saying.
Are you suggesting a theocracy?
Yeah.
I mean, most other countries live in theocracies, but
what other countries live in theocracy?
The United States.
That's what it is.
Iraq, Iran, Saudi Arabia.
Are these stable
China.
countries?
He's excited.
I mean, according to the United States, they're not, but I mean, they've been doing fine for 1,000 years.
Wait a second.
I doubt we have.
Fine.
Wait a second. When did Iran's government start in this fashion? When did the Iranian theocracy begin?
Probably
aware of the
late first century.
How about the 1970s?
1979.
Response.
I mean, if every day is 1,000 years, in God time, I mean, maybe.
Where's Tav? Let's talk about how good living in a theocracy is.
North Korea too is a theocracy.
Thousands of years. 1950s.
Thousands of years. Right. Yeah. I don't think I want to actually anymore. I think I'm good.
Shadow's got a question, I think. Go ahead, Shadow.
I have several. I mean, just to double check if I heard this correctly, the guest suggested a theocracy for America?
No, not for the United States. I had actually just said I was trying to say that
morality.
But
yeah, so
not because we stated that you did. If you're saying you're not suggesting it, then you're not. You at least used it in your model as something.
I didn't suggest a theocracy. I suggested that a church can be
what the word theocracy is?
So a church can be an individual society outside of a governmental theocracy.
Are you saying that a church should hold another country accountable for its internal actions, its judicial system?
I would say they should petition our government to do so, but that doesn't make us a theocracy. That would mean that an individual body is petitioning our government to say, hey, we should stop XYZ happening in other part of the world because that's
why is that our responsibility?
Wrong.
Wait, do you think that Christians should start their own country in America?
No, not particularly. I don't think that'd be better for Christianity or for the United States.
I've been listing off several of like your points. I was wondering if I could run those down. I've been listening to conversation the last 15 minutes. You've made a point about all Christians agree on the text. I don't think so. That's a claim that you made. I don't know if you had any.
I had said that I would say, yeah, I said that Christians, on a fundamental level, agree on the morals within the text. They do not all agree on the content of the 100% contents of the text. For example, they obviously have huge disagreements on the exact text, but the basic morals of the text are agreed upon.
What is a basic moral of the text?
I would say the moral principles laid out by Christ on the Sermon on the Mount, for example, moral principles laid out by Paul in the epistles. That
Can I interrupt you respectfully? You said basic morals, and then when you say Sermon on the Mount, that's like a couple of chapters long. So you're kind of moving the goalpost, in my opinion, when you say a basic moral and then reference.
Okay, so
like
so basic moral.
Verses. That's a little unfair.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll grant you that. Basic moral: love thy neighbor. Love thy neighbor as thyself. Do good unto others.
Love thy neighbor. Can I go with one, please?
Yeah. Love thy neighbor as thyself. I would say
Christian points in a row. I'm gonna think that you're gish galloping. I like to go slow. I like to go one point at a time.
Yeah, I got you.
That way I can. I move like molasses when it comes to these things. That way I can really hone in and try to understand you. So I'm not going slow out of disrespect at all. I'm going slow out of respect because I want to understand you completely.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I would say in that case, love thy neighbor as thyself. I would say Christians across denominations and across the schism would agree that that is a moral principle laid out by Christ, and that it is morally good.
Okay. So some people think that love thy neighbor is to go door to door, knocking on strangers' doors and telling them, have they heard of Christ? And saying, I hope you don't go to hell, and I want to save your soul, and it's important, and you should consider turning your neighbor is, violence. Some people think love thy neighbor, and these are Christians, by the way. Some people think that love thy neighbor is just kind of like, have you ever heard of love the sinner, hate the sin?
Yeah.
Have you ever heard that phrase?
Okay.
So yeah, some Christians believe that's loving, and that's kind of like a passive-aggressive way of being hateful in a way. So, I would say when you have differences of opinions on what love thy neighbor is, I don't see that as an objective moral. I see that as a subjective moral.
I would say taking a personal interpretation of what the original Greek means literally, I would say what the original Greek or Aramaic means literally, and then one individual having a adverse understanding of it doesn't necessarily constitute that it's subjective.
Okay, so what you're saying is it objectively says, written down, the words, love thy neighbor, right? But the subjectiveness is people's... Okay, so then that would be subjective morality, correct?
That would be a subjective populace or a subjective understanding.
What does subjective mean?
But the objective is what I'm saying is written down. Love thy neighbor as thyself is an objective written down,
mean?
and that is a decree. So someone else going against that decree and doing something
What
not
does
doing that,
objective mean?
it means that it's fundamentally there, that it's not to be interpreted another way.
That it's fundamentally there and not to be interpreted another way. That's what objective means. We're working with a very proprietary definition of objective, I think. Go ahead, Ralph.
Not dependent on mind for existence.
Seems a little
So
different.
actual.
Whoa.
Not dependent on existence.
On mind for
It's
existence.
not dependent on mind. Mind independent.
Okay.
I guess my question from the start was going to be, what is the difference between objective, subjective, and relative?
Right, I could say it objectively, right, mind independently. It says the words there, love thy neighbor, right?
That's
Someone
right.
wrote that down in a book.
It does not take a mind to. But did it take a mind to write the words in there?
Yes.
And
okay, so the words that were chosen on the page were subjective.
Yes, that's true. They were mind dependent.
The paper itself might be objective. Might be.
Right.
No, because it had to take a mind. Well, especially if you're thinking about like a Torah scroll, like it had to take a mind in order to shred the fibers, put them into a frame, cut them, make the ink, cut the quill.
That's a great point. No, I think every part of it is pretty subjective.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is actually.
I mean, it's objectively there. The paper is objectively there in the end after the process.
That was weird, you guys.
For 100.
I'm hoping that he doesn't. I'm hoping that he comes right back, honestly, because I think in his mind he was using the term subjective to mean relative, and I think that also could have been a fruitful conversation. So.
It could have been, I think, maybe, but I don't know. He started very defensive.
He's very argumentative.
Yeah.
Well, he's a mid-20s YT guy, I mean.
I think he was 20, actually, I think.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Even more,
Well, maybe our next guest will be
got a lot to lose.
And maybe they'll be open to questioning their beliefs. But we are up to 32,000 likes, guys, and I really appreciate that.
Yeah, as I was listening to the conversation, I wrote down 5 or 6 points that the guest had, and I was just noticing a trend of making points without any kind of
just occurred to me. Oh, sorry.
No, yeah, I was kind of like finishing my thought. No, you're fine.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Well, it just occurred to me that that when people argue that the tag argument, or present the tag argument, maybe I should say, the case for total subjectivity, absolute subjectivity,
ultimate subjectivity,
mm-hmm. That everything depends on the subjective mind.
Well, they would claim that that mind is somehow objective, despite being a mind.
That's, I think, what Tiny would call a category error.
Yeah. Wondering joining us. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
34.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Well, I was mainly joining because I was so confused by the other guy for it. But I do believe that there's a God. As for your prompt about questioning your beliefs, I guess that's kind of where I'm at right now, because I still believe there's a God, but I grew up very fundamental Christian and kind of exploring that a little bit more.
Believe in the Bible and Jesus.
That's more the kind of debatable
That's where
part
the
now.
questions are, I see.
What is the role of the Bible? Oh, sorry, Thrayle.
No, that's fine, Raph. Go for it.
What is the role of the Bible in your sort of however you might define your spirituality, religion, whatever?
I mean, I grew up in a very fundamental church for it, so it was a very big part of my life. Not that I've never, like, I would say, especially like teens, 20s, and stuff like that, kind of question things, but more it was such a big part of my life that's like I can overlook.
So that
a lot
wasn't
of it.
actually the question was
Oh, sorry,
more,
maybe misunderstood.
really what role or how does the Bible play? Like, what role does the Bible play? You're saying it's playing a large role. I understand that. But what, like, how does that sort of present in your life? What does that look like?
So, I mean, I guess maybe I'm not understanding really what you're looking for.
Okay, so I'll say the Bible for me presents as an opportunity for discussion, a cool look into a people that lived, 2,500 years ago, 3,000 years ago, maybe 3,300 years ago.
Can I try to rephrase it for you?
Sure, please. Yeah.
How does the Bible inform the way you think, feel, and act on the day-to-day?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of this stuff in the Bible kind of fall a lot of the tenets I live my life about, like they're saying about like morality and things like that I understand is subjective, but is kind of, or how it's been interpreted in the scripture, should I say, growing up for it. So like, I don't drink, I do wear what would be considered modest clothing and stuff like that, because that's how the Bible has my understanding of it. So it is a big part of like what I do. Does that make sense?
Where does the Bible say not to drink?
Well, again, this is debatable for it. I understand people say about well, it says about there's debates about whether you should be drunk or if it's just drinking in general. I get that. I understand that, but I'm just saying that's how I was raised, so that's kind of how that interpretation of it.
I can bring up
if that answers
for and against the position, actually.
I'm sorry?
It's the Bible's kind of agnostic on this about drinking. It says drunkards should not be abided, but also that there are stories about people drinking to forget, and like, and that's good, so it promotes that. So it's really like for and against the position in the Bible.
Well, there's
Jesus
a lot of
didn't
things
turn
that's kind of like
water
that
into
too.
Grape juice.
That's true.
I think this notion that drinking is prohibited in the Bible, and why do you think, like, what's the incentive to sort of focus on that verse as opposed to any verses that might uh,
I was just randomly throwing something out. I don't.
Sure. No, yeah, for sure. Were there any other examples of the way that the Bible plays a role in your life? That was a great example, by the way.
Like, obviously, like the Ten Commandments and things like that are all things that, and this is not to say like there aren't people who follow essentially the tenets of the Ten Commandments and are not Christians. That's
a great point. Yeah, that's a great point. I'd be curious. Like, did your church have any like graven images in it?
No.
So like no statues or anything.
No.
Okay. Yeah. And did your church meet on Saturdays?
No.
Few do.
Few do. Yeah. Well,
because that's more of a considered New Testament.
Interesting. So, are you saying that God's eternal law changed from the Hebrew Bible to the Christian Bible?
In Scripture, it did. Yes, it changed. It was initially, it was on the seventh day, because in Scripture is that God created and rested on the seventh day, and then after the resurrection, they started meeting on the first day of the week.
Are you saying that God changed God's mind, or?
I'm not stating either. I'm saying that that's what happened.
Okay, that's what happened. How do you reconcile presupposition that the Christian Bible is correct, even if it glaringly contradicts the Hebrew Bible?
So, like actual Hebrew or Old Testament versus New Testament?
Yeah, what you might call the Old Testament, but it's more nuanced than that. But there's a few different reasons as why I'm calling it the Hebrew Bible and the Christian Bible.
I'm just clarifying because I don't really have any knowledge of.
No, that's fair. Yeah.
Outside of like the Old Testament. So if you're referring to outside of that, I probably can't really.
For simplicity, he's referring to the Old Testament as you would understand it.
Okay. And I apologize. I've completely forgotten what your point was about it.
And there's the Old Testament, and the Christian Bible being what you would call the New Testament. When there is a glaring contradiction, is the presupposition that the Christian Bible is correct, and therefore the Hebrew Bible was mistaken.
Is that partially because of the way that you are questioning your beliefs?
Yes.
So because you don't hold a presupposition that either testament is correct?
Correct. Because I would say if you're asking how I spent most of my life, the answer would be yes, I think everything's right and there's some way to explain it. But further, like looking into it, I feel like some of the explanations are suspect at best. This position.
That's great. What was the phrase that you said that both Thrayle and I said to?
I said that it was hard
position?
to answer because it's been a flux position. But
there's something right before that. Well.
Oh, I said that some of the overlooking some explanations of why is kind of suspect.
So, okay. So then I guess if you're in this flux space, where are you? What does that look like?
Let me narrow it down a little bit more. Are you questioning the existence of a God or the truth of the Bible?
Truth of the Bible, I think I would have a pretty hard time and I understand that that probably goes back to my upbringing for that. I don't but the
It
Bible
feels bigger.
specifically, because how in
Does it
my
feel like
particular
does it feel like the belief in God is more deeply rooted, more
yes, I would also
important?
say though in my particular brand, if you will, of Christianity, it's that every single word of the Bible is absolutely true. And I find
That's
that
kind
they be more willing to say, well, it's different interpretations, or maybe it was translated a little bit incorrectly. That's not how I was brought up, so it's kind of either it's all right or it's not.
of. What do you think your biggest question about the Bible that seems least trustworthy?
I mean, there's if just looking for things that contradict themselves. I mean, even just the story of the resurrection. And I understand that the it is that there are four different gospels, and so they're all a different viewpoint from each author for it. However, again, this is going back to how I was raised in the church, is that some of them, it's not that, oh, someone saw something, it's like completely different narratives of how it went about. Or, there's plenty of other things that but I mean, that's one example, that there's four different narratives and they're saying different things happened.
Yeah, that is pretty glaring. Not to mention Matthew's got those zombies, right?
Yeah. I mean, the one says how, in Matthew, an angel told there was an angel sitting on the stone when the Mary and the others came and told them that Jesus was taken away. But if you go to John, Mary showed up, saw the tomb was empty, ran around, got Peter, and Mary looked in the second time and just said, "Oh," she just said, "Where is he gone?" They didn't say anything, and then Jesus shows up and says, "Hey, I'm here," for it. But that none of that happened in any of the three other gospels for it.
Good catch. And so you're noticing mostly right now contradictions within the New Testament.
Well, I mean, there's ones you can go into the Old Testament too if you want. I mean, there's a king who says they're Edens to David, doing the census for it. One says God. Uh, I forget the exact word, but incited. He's the one who incited him to count the people for it. And then I think it's Second Chronicles and one's in Samuel, says that
Close.
Satan did it. Well, that's
Second
quite
Samuel,
a contradiction.
First Chronicles, but you're close, and you're right. Yeah.
What happens to Christianity if it ceases to be historical?
I mean, I think that I think that there are good parts of it that you can learn. I mean, just if you look at it just as a historical document, there are things that are good and things that are bad that you can take or leave. Like learn some, leave some.
Those things be.
What would you keep?
I mean, I think overall, like a lot of the things like loving your neighbor and like one verse is about thinking on positive thing. Sorry, it's like
You're doing
on
fine.
top of things for it. But I mean, I think there are things of like a lot in Proverbs. There are some good like life lessons and things that you can take from it, hence being called Proverbs in the first place. For it now, some things you might be like, well, that's a little wacky, but I think most Proverbs you can, like, not Bible Proverbs, but from different backgrounds, you could say the same thing. Some things you're like, hey, this is not.
So you're saying it has a similar value to a book of catchy phrases or cliches.
Proverbs specifically, yes. Because that's basically what the book is.
The book is not true.
I don't really know. I mean, there's parts of it, obviously. The whole slavery, I say, and a lot of other people say that they believe the Bible. They don't believe those parts for it. So I'd say a lot of the stuff that I don't accept already for it and haven't in practice. So
Are there any commandments or rules that you have followed you would want to be rid of?
because church and everything is quite a huge part of my life. So changing things like that would be
Is community one of the main reasons why you have reservations in questioning your beliefs?
yes.
You will find out that you don't believe.
A reason why I haven't accepted that, yes.
I appreciate that. Do you think, in your opinion, that you personally, or that maybe possibly the majority of believers over truth with evidence?
I would well, I don't know that I would say yes, there are sincerely believe it, but yes, I do think that there are even if they are questioning it.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I'm hearing that you seem to want to move away from this religious God and you want to maybe think of a God of your own understanding or explore your own spirituality. Am I correct in that assumption?
Yes.
That's all the questions I had.
Great questions. You've said that you feel that there is a God, that's something that you're not currently questioning. Why not?
I have a hard time believing that everything is here, without something being of some sort, if you will, behind it all. Now, whether you want to say it's the God of the Bible or a just some other non-active present God type impersonal creator of some sort, accepting that there's nothing behind all this.
Is that a hard time because it doesn't make sense, or is it a hard time because it is uncomfortable?
I don't think that it makes sense to me that there would be nothing.
How does it make sense that there would be a creator God that made all this and intended it to be this way?
So, I mean, I guess I don't necessarily, with your, I don't,
If you need to.
I don't, again, I'm not really sure where I land in all this, for it. That perhaps there was, that was created, but it's not, kind of an absentee father, if you will, for it.
Like a deistic God, something that just made it. Maybe
Yes.
by accident. Maybe like a
I would say I think
hasn't
maybe
wiped away yet.
leaning more that way than something being more intentional. Because once you go into intentional, it kind of puts in the whole free will argument, which I find if you have a creator who creates everything and knows everything exactly how it is, then like, do you really have free will for anything? And I find that also a problematic.
Is that also?
I think it's contradictory for it that you can't have a if you have a being that has created everything and knows everything exactly how everything's going to play out, do you really have a choice? Or is it just, I would compare it more to, say, a novel, that it's already written down, it's not going to change. Versus...
Sorry to interrupt you, but real quick, I've got to interrupt. Rav, are you with us? Rav?
No.
Just had to
Nope.
check. All good, we'll set him down. The sound change might wake him up and he'll be like, I was awake.
Compare the two to being like a novel that's already written down. You can read through it, it's not going to change the outcome, it's always going to be the same. Versus free will would be more like one of those like choose your own adventure books, where each choice you make changes the outcome for it. I don't think that you can really reconcile the two. That they're... Does that make sense?
Yeah, yes, it does. Sorry, I was trying not to laugh. Not because of you, but because Raph did wake up as soon as as soon as he got down there. Every time. Okay, so you have difficulty reconciling. Sorry, I'm like completely distracted at the moment.
you're fine. I can
entirely my fault.
Questions.
If you've got a...
I'll just say that it's not really like, I don't know. Right, so it seems like if, no, I'm sorry, I'm kind of thinking. With me, when it comes to the fine-tuning argument, do you think of the idea that if we see a watch, then there must be a watchmaker? And so when we look at the universe, there must be a creator?
Well, I would say it probably falls along those lines.
That's fair.
Do you load existence with creation, like it must be created, because you've always been told that?
So, how do I say the question for this? But I understand the thought process behind, well, if you're saying that there must be a creator, well, who created the creator? Like, I get that. I'm not saying that perhaps it makes logical sense for it, but for me, I have a hard time accepting that all of this did not have some sort of creator behind making everything.
Do you think time itself will ever end? I don't really know how to answer that. It's kind of hard because, like, even if you think just on a more personal level, it's really hard to conceptualize like that. Like me personally, of course, going on, but so I mean, yes, in theory, I suppose that it is, but it's hard to visualize that. Like, if time goes infinitely one way, do you think it also goes infinitely the other way?
I have an easier time believing that something's going to keep going on than something never had a beginning for it. Like, you know, we were born, that was a beginning. Country had a beginning. You know what I mean? So, no, I can't really picture that.
Fair enough.
And I'm not trying to say that that's not the case. Why is thing continuing to go, then stuff never having to start.
Why do you think that is?
Well, if you just look at most things around you, yourself, you started on whatever day you were born, you know, a country was founded, thing, this house was built on a certain date. It all had a defined beginning.
And it'll have an end too, right? Those are finite things.
I mean, yes, some things will have finite ending for it.
So if those are things that have finite endings, can you think of something that doesn't have a finite ending?
I mean, there are things like, I don't know, like, you know, trees that are still around from hundreds of years ago, they're still around. Like, they were here before me, they'll be here after me, kind of situation. So, I mean, they might eventually end, but sorry, I didn't mean to go over you.
You say they might eventually end.
Well, I mean, like, countries, for example, can fall for it. Some have been around here for quite some time.
Mhm.
Who knows how long they'll last? Maybe they'll continue to, maybe they'll never end. There are certain countries, for example, for it. But I don't know. I probably won't be around if it does end, you know?
So you're saying because countries might have no clear ending, but have beginnings, then other things might fit in that category, like time. Like
Yes.
there's no clear end, but a clear beginning.
I believe so.
Doesn't that seem like something in a totally different category?
I mean, there's really nothing else that I can compare it to.
Would time exist without matter?
I mean, yes, it would exist, but how would you have any way of, like, telling the passage of time without matter?
Hmm. So, in that kind of same vein or realm, if time is infinite, like for instance, if I were to assume that time does not have an end, and therefore it based off of that observation, it might go infinitely backwards as well, so it doesn't have a beginning, then I would assume that since time is relative and that matter would need to exist for time to exist, then matter would also be infinite, so matter would have also always existed. So that would lead me to believe the universe doesn't have a beginning.
But is there anything else that you can point to for me, for example, of something that you can beginning?
Not that I can think of.
So that's where I'm saying is that that's why I'm saying that there's a harder time for me to accept, understand, whatever word you want to throw in there for it, of a no beginning than a no end.
Did the universe exist before you were born?
Yes.
So did existence exist before you existed?
Yes.
I think it's the same way with the universe.
Like existence existed before existence existed.
Kind of, yeah. Like, existence existed before I existed.
Well, I mean, if there is a beginning, that entails an act of time. Meaning there
exactly.
would be a measure of time. So time would have somehow flowed something. Even if you imagine a creator beginning things, is it not in its own reference of time, where actions precede effects?
Can I ask one brief question, and then I gotta go back to sleep, I think.
Yes.
Did you imagine God as infinite?
That, I mean, I guess the answer would have to say yes, but that was also something I always had trouble understanding or accepting that there are comprehending maybe for it. So yes, but also even with that, is something that
Can you imagine a number line? I mean, not even just the fact of time existing, but imagine a number line that has two vectors, one going all the way to the right and one going all the way to the left.
yeah.
And I guess, like, if that concept exists, you could have an infinite amount of apples going in one direction and an infinite amount of apples going in the other direction. Right?
I guess I'm not really this is not trying to be
No, yeah.
obtuse for it, but like obviously there cannot be an infinite number of apples. There would be an ending at some point, and that's, you would run out of them, and that's kind of maybe too simple of a way to look.
But conceptually is what I'm saying. Like not even in reality, just conceptually.
I mean, yes, but I understand what you're saying conceptually, but in reality, I don't see how that's possible, and that's kind of how I'm viewing it for time in reality.
But you can conceive of something going on forever. Like continuing in the future forever. Did you say that earlier?
Yes.
I guess I'm failing to see what the difference between going on forever and going backwards forever is.
So, I mean, if we go back to the country analogy that I was saying for it, a certain date, and they're going now, they're continuing going, they'll probably, England was around for ages, right?
You're talking
They're probably
about ideas that change from generation to generation, though.
Oh, that was my point that I put in the chat. Is it that, yeah, that one particular government may rise and fall, but the idea of government, what came before that? Villages. What came before that? Families, family units. What came before that? What came before that? What came before that? Every line backwards goes on to an equilibrium.
saying. But in my view, understanding, insert whatever word you want, is that at some point there wasn't anything.
Why?
Because most things do have to have a beginning.
Well, but I thought every beginning is some other beginning's end.
You said that, not me.
Semisonic.
Thank you. Closing time. But that's what I'm like. Okay, how is it not that? How does way not lead on to way in the same way that it does going? Okay. If way leads on to way, as at the point did way begin, and how did that happen if it isn't forever?
I'm sorry, I'm not.
No, it's not your fault. It's my fault entirely. I am wondering if you cannot imagine an infinite in the past. I guess I don't understand the difference between infinite in the future and infinite in the past, and not infinite in the past.
I mean, if you look at history books, for example, they only go back so far, right? So I'm not saying that there isn't time before that. We don't have any record of showing anything for that, right? For it. But I can conceptualize things continuing to go on because day after day it just keeps on happening, right? I mean, this may be more simplified than perhaps you like, but
Can you conceptualize things continuing to be started?
no.
This moment just
That
started.
I guess
from that
I've
moment.
said this I think several times now.
This
No.
moment just started from that moment where I asked the question, and that moment started because
Live, right? There was a beginning.
But I also started this live way before that, and I've been doing the live for more than a year, and TikTok's been a platform for more than a decade, and the internet's been around, but like, can you imagine things continuing to have starts? A cause before a cause before a cause, infinitely as far back as you can see.
And before that was another thing.
Also, in modern physics, through the law of conservation, matter is not created or destroyed, it's only changed.
We're kind of piling at this point. I want to give her some room to think on it without
fair.
piling.
That's fair. No, I appreciate that.
If we're closed system.
Mm-hmm. Oh, not the closed system. But yeah,
I'm not trying to
backwards. Go ahead.
Yeah. I'm not trying to change your mind. I'm just trying to see if you can imagine it the same way you can imagine things going forward, having an effect after an effect. Can you imagine a cause before cause, continuously?
I can imagine a cause before cause, but I do believe at some point there's a absolute beginning.
Why do you suppose that there must be?
The ball rolling, if you will.
You say something must have gotten the ball rolling. What if the ball was always rolling?
I don't believe that. I mean, I don't.
That be the nature of existence itself is an ever-rolling ball. It is a metaphor, of course.
What started the thing that started the universe?
I already mentioned that. That yes, what's going to be said is that, well, then what created the creator for it? I acknowledge that.
That might have been when I fell asleep, and to no fault of your own. Which actually kind of says how long we've been having the same conversation.
That is true. That is true. I do want to remind the audience that if you do have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, you're open to having your beliefs questioned. Well, that is what we're doing. Not debating or arguing. We're not trying to prove you wrong. Just to see if you can question what it is that you believe. And Just Wondering has done a wonderful job at doing just that. So I do appreciate you, and I don't want you to feel pressured to stay any longer than you're comfortable.
Yeah, I think I am going to bow out, though, because it is about 2 a.m. And
you're welcome to come back another time, and we'll definitely have more questions for you. Don't be surprised if some of them sound the same, of course, but we'll be seeing if you have different answers, and seeing where that conversation takes us. So I appreciate you. I hope you keep asking questions, and yeah, take care.
Yeah, have a good night.
W's for just wondering. Did great.
Really good, respectful guest.
Absolutely.
Really appreciate that.
Well, I didn't really intend on coming back right this second, but I just wanted to say to her that we don't have to necessarily question her understanding of.
No, it doesn't always go that way.
No.
It went that way because she's doing a great job at questioning the Bible, and
She is.
that was what she had a belief in, was a God and the beginning of creation or existence. Oh, that's 2 in a row.
I should attempt to get some sleep.
I'm not sure what that is, but good luck with it.
Right, of course. Thanks for having me. It was
Nice to see you.
it was very nice. Thank you.
Absolutely appreciate you, Shadow.
Absolutely.
Hope you sleep well.
I wonder how long Rav's gonna make it.
Oh, I already conked out once.
He's already on his way out again. Especially if I bring Nothing exist.
I'm awake.
Exist.
I'm not asleep, you're asleep.
I went to bring somebody up, and they're not in the queue anymore. So all the ghosts are gone. We've busted them down, and if anybody does have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on that.
Rav,
Well,
that's
hey
what you say. Oh,
We've got Alex joining us. Alex, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, Jesus Christ.
Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Yes.
And do you believe the stories within the Bible to be true and literal?
Yes.
You believe in the 6-day creation and Adam and Eve as the first 2 humans?
Yes. Technically, the whole Bible. Yeah, everything.
Right. I'm curious about the first 2 stories. Why do you believe those?
About Adam and Eve?
And the 6-day creation, yes.
I mean, what is your explanation?
To offer explanation, I'm asking why you believe what's written in the Bible.
Okay, so I believe because it follows by Jesus Christ, obviously way down the road. We have more historical proof, I guess you can say, especially from back in the day, about Jesus Christ than probably any historical event. So why would I say, well, I believe in that, but I don't believe in the beginning of it?
Sure. So you're saying you believe in the 6-day creation because you think that there is more proof, or you said, I don't remember if you said proof or evidence, that Jesus or the events around Jesus are true than any other event in history. And so therefore, the rest of the Bible should be true.
I mean, that's definitely one of the really strong points of it, yes.
So
I'll actually say another real quick thing. Why it's 6 days? I mean, we might say, why did God specifically chose 6 days why did he write out? But you know, the Bible says that for God, 1 day is like 1,000 years.
So 6 God days. I wasn't really curious about that part. I was curious more so in how you understand the contradiction between the two stories.
Okay, what's the contradiction? What do you mean by it?
Oh, I mean the one where it says that things are created in a specific order in the first chapter and then changes that order in the
It doesn't really change the order. It just mentions about Adam and Eve, but the full order of creation, it doesn't change it.
Really?
I mean, okay. Do you have a specific verse you're referring to where it changes?
Sure. Do you know the order from Genesis 1? Light, firmament, plants, sun and moon, animals, man and woman. And the order from 2, when it starts with, in 2:5, where it says that before there were plants, because it hadn't rained and there was no man, he makes mist come up from the ground and then makes a man. Which would put the plants before the, the plants after the man, and then the animals also in 2:18 and 19 come after the man, which would kind of
Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, so what I see the explanation of this is when God said, "Let there be the plants," all of this, it all kind of became in like a seed form where it all just was in the ground sprouting. And while all of this was happening, this is
So you're saying that there were seeds in the ground in Genesis 1?
well, not
and
necessarily
then he
seeds.
makes the man.
Right. What I'm saying is it was in a form. So do you perceive that when God said, "Let there be plants," instantly like 100-year-old trees appeared and 5-foot grass? I see it was more in like a pretty much the beginning stage of any plant where God commanded it and it began to pretty much exist.
What does it say in Genesis 1?
Okay, you're talking about the plant and the creation of it?
The plants, isn't it around?
Yeah,
11?
It's around 20 probably. Let me see.
I thought it was 1:11 with the plants.
Okay, yeah, so let the earth bring forth its grass, and the herbs and yield its seed, and the fruit tree that yields its fruit, whose seed is in itself on the earth.
So it says the ones that bear the fruit whose seed is within itself. So its seed is already in itself. Those are saplings.
So it is. So it is
seeds?
there.
So is the seed within the seed? Whereas I thought it says make the plants with the seeds in the fruit.
So there's the whole debate: did the egg or the chicken come first? And all of this.
According to Genesis 1, at least here, it's saying that the plants came before the seeds. They came with seeds. They were bearing seeds. But
well, actually, it says that the types of fruits that will yield the seeds. So again, I see that everything started from like a beginning stages of any plant, and they all started sprouting. So it was all.
So he makes them in Genesis.
No. Well, Genesis 2 technically refers to while this was happening,
God already created the man and woman, and we read this in one, and then
these
kind
were
of
6,000-year days.
Okay, let me ask you, are you a believer?
What I believe doesn't matter to questioning your beliefs, Alex.
Well, again, some of these things, I understand it's very, any type of belief. I mean, you know how they say, for an atheist, they expect to do belief. But when we see creation in this form, we say, well, I don't want to accept it in this form. I'd rather just believe that everything just came from nothing. And obviously, I haven't had, I guess you can say, God speak to me directly. I just try to explain it to the best of my ability, but I for certain believe that some of these things, I mean, how it happened, like as if though I was there. Most likely, you might still not believe me. That would be the case.
Rav, are you still with us?
Yep.
Okay. Just want to check and see if you got any
Fair check.
questions real quick.
Yeah, I don't think so.
What do you believe?
Alex. Well, Alex,
Just-
again, what we believe doesn't matter to the exercise. But I'm curious, does true and that these explanations must have some reason, even when they contradict, and you've got to jump through all those hoops to get there. You feel compelled to say you do.
So definitely not compelled. I truly convinced that I have the revelation of Jesus Christ, and I've seen, I guess you can say, the works of the Holy Spirit giving me the ability to, I guess you could say, fulfill the commandments that Jesus Christ had for us, the works that he entrusted us to do. And the works, I guess, again, the works don't save you, but when you walk in the Spirit of God, it's a different.
When you say that you've had the revelation of Jesus Christ, does that mean that like you've met him or you've spoken to him?
It's when you feel in the Spirit, like within, I guess within your body, you know for certain, 100%, with how they say, no, without a shadow of a doubt, that this is all true. Like, it's not something where people try to convince you into it. This is something where you know that if everything else is false, this is true. Like, because again, even if I told you things 100% accurate, most likely you would not believe. You know, when Jesus was talking to the Pharisees, he tells them, he says, I tell you the truth, but you don't believe me. I show you that I did come down from heaven by the signs, miracles, wonders, everything. So he pretty much says, if a person is unwilling to believe, you will not convince him on any account.
You're saying unwilling to believe. Can a person not be willing to believe and just not be convinced?
Definitely there is a condition of the heart where...
A condition of the heart?
Yeah.
Is it a medical condition?
No, not medical. So I guess you can say it would be from the heart, but it is a condition in the mind where
so it's
you
a
pretty
condition
much...
of the mind.
heart and the mind, I guess. Let's say both.
Would I talk
Because
to
there
a
is
psychiatrist about this condition?
never. I actually don't believe in none of that.
Oh my goodness.
Right. All they have is they have a little bit better ability to dissect your problem and give you some, human advice. They don't have any real ability to change your outcome. Um,
So you don't put any stock into psychiatric medicine. You think that there's a condition of the mind that prevents people from believing in God. They shouldn't talk to a shrink. They should.
100% no. If you talk to the fortune tellers, all this is actually becomes one of the biggest, you can say, like a barrier between you and coming to God, because you already went to.
I wasn't talking about fortune tellers, though, was I? I was talking about doctors.
Doctors have all they want is through certain degrees in school to understand certain conditions of people and possible outcomes for their situation, and they just technically repeat the same thing to the same person that comes in, obviously from a little bit different perspective. But the thing is, the Bible says about all this, it says that the carnal man does not understand the things of the Spirit. So when a person is kind of blind to this, no matter, if a person never seen something, no matter how much you explain to him, he's only going to have his perspective of what you're even saying, no matter how good you explain to them. So once you see, it's a totally different perspective on everything in life.
Do you leave any room for the possibility that you could be wrong?
So honestly, 100% no.
Why did you request up on a panel that says, "Can you question your beliefs"?
Honestly, I did see it, but my view was more to show that there is a position where you can be so certain, where there is zero doubt.
So you can be dogmatic and convinced, unquestioning, and certain that you're, what?
Christianity,
that
yeah.
you're right and righteous and can't possibly be wrong.
So here's the thing.
Be proud of how humble you are in your epistemic certainty.
Hey, the Bible actually calls us to walk in a way where we have boldness in the day of judgment. So when we stand before the Lord, we're not kind of like, oh, I can't believe I made it. I can't believe this is
So what's
true.
your answer to 1 Peter 3:15?
Okay, let me open it. Give me one few seconds. So 1 Peter 3:16?
15.
Oh, 15, okay. By the Lord God in your heart, and always be ready to give a defense to everyone who asks you a reason for the hope that is in you, with meekness and fear, having a good conscience, that when they defame you as evildoers, those who revile you, your good conduct in Christ, may be ashamed. For it is better, if it is the will of God, to suffer for doing good than for doing evil. Okay, I'm assuming you want me to read this, I should explain my belief with meekness and fear? Was that the reason why?
The reason for your belief.
Right. So, I actually do really consider what making up stuff just to seem, I don't know, different. I'm only actually saying this is because I truly believe it and I actually live it. When you walk with the Lord, He gives you ability, strength to walk sober, to walk,
You're just preaching, you're not actually giving the reason for your belief.
No, because I live it and I literally experience it every day. It's just,
You experience what?
I guess one way to describe it is the presence of God, how you have supernatural peace no matter what situation you're in. Because I already understand that whatever situation I encounter, God will make a way. It means no matter what happens, it doesn't bother you. And I know some people, they turn to alcohol, drugs to kind of numb the.
So no matter what happens, it doesn't bother you, ever. You've never been bothered.
Man, okay, situations arise where you have to figure out, I guess technically, the solution to the problem. But I am confident that the solution is there and the Lord will give me wisdom how to handle it. And I experience this all the time. I mean, honestly, if I told you that walking with Christ, He gave me ability,
I
I've
didn't
never.
ask you. I didn't
Right.
ask you the details of your life.
But I'll just say, never drink alcohol, never did drugs.
That's not answering my question. You're just kind of bragging.
No, I'm not.
Why
I'm saying that you can walk in total freedom, not being bound by anything, because there is power in Christ. That's what I'm kind of trying to say.
Thank you, Bone and Branch. That was awesome.
Yeah.
Alex,
Yes.
you only came up here to preach and tell us about your belief, not to actually question it. You can't question your beliefs.
The thing is, what I see is, if you're in anything and you have doubts, it is most likely just a matter of time before you fall away. So, if you take anything serious, you have
you never
to.
doubted. You've never doubted God at all. You sound a little bothered by each question.
No, I'm not. I'm actually trying to recall. And here's what I will say. Maybe there was a moment in my life that I can recall once. And it was actually based on a YouTube video that you watch. And they try to bring so many, like perspectives on doubt. And the thing is, when your mind is kind of like wrapped around all of these possible doubt, but this was long ago. This is going back like 8-10 years back. So what I've realized is there is moments in your faith that you could be somewhat shaken, but for a true believer,
Not stirred.
right? For a believer, like there has to be a moment in your life where you kind of come to a conclusion, like, do I believe or I don't believe? Like, what's the point of like today I believe and tomorrow things are hard, I no longer believe it. This was actually the big downfall. Reading through the Bible, the children of Israel, they're in a big problem, they believe it. The moment things get easy, they just do their own thing. And again, they lean back to God. And this was their biggest downfall, is falling away from the faith. If they stood firm in their faith, for sure we would see the outcome of even today would have been so different with Israel, with the whole nation, everything. So, I mean, what good is it for a man to go through life doubting everything? You gotta find the truth, Jesus says, you shall know the truth and it will set you free. I definitely experienced that.
How do you know it's the truth if you've never doubted it?
Actually, I told you, I've had one moment, this was long ago, and I felt like literally, like deep in your whole identity is almost like lost. But the thing is, I only experienced it for like a day, because I knew for certain, it's like my mind knew it's true, but because there was like a seed of doubt planted.
What was the seed of doubt?
the thing is, the biggest reason why it's even able to be there is because you're not rooted enough. It's because you pretty much, part of the reason is maybe your faith is taken lightly. That's the reason why there is always doubt arises.
What was your seed of doubt?
Um,
What question
I don't
made you
remember. So
doubt?
the only thing I can recall from what happened is they were trying to bring up this whole perspective about how an actual son, not like the son of God. And they were just trying to technically twist everything biblical to kind of like common understanding. And as you kind of hear, you know, like 5, 10 different opinions on this, it kind of like places this point where it's like, you know, it's not true, but yeah, it's kind of like there. You know, it's like if somebody that always lies to you, you know he's a liar.
If you just don't question what you hear it enough times, you start to believe it.
Right, but my thing wasn't, my faith is not based on hearing. It's actually searching, literally, and experiencing the presence, pretty much the confirmation of God that it's all true. This is the biggest problem about, again, most people falling is, you know, they go through this time of searching and they just go a little into that and this and that, and they just get lost completely in between it.
The thing that you're calling the presence was God.
I see this, if it's not of God, you would not have peace. Because, I mean, look, if there is no God, then the evil would already pretty much overcome in this world. Like there has to be a being that restricts evil to not completely.
How is God restricting evil?
Because there is limits how far it can go. I know some people say, well, if God is real, what about these bad things that are happening? What I see is, if God wasn't real, all of these things that were happening, they would completely wipe out the world. So there is an extent that's always gonna happen, even if it seems...
I'm sorry, because bad things happen, if there wasn't a God, they would wipe out the world.
This is pretty much 100%. You know that even in the Bible, when we read it,
why do you say it's 100%?
I'll tell you, because when we read in the book of Genesis, chapter 6, about Noah, we see that the Bible says that the thought of man was evil continually. In other words, it was so wrapped in evil that if God didn't pretty much stop everything at that point and said, these people cannot continue, only the faithful ones, I'm going to give them a chance. And only Noah and his family survived the flood. And again, you only see this because when you know for certain God is real, what Jesus Christ did is he gave us salvation, and all of these things, they pretty much go on.
That you believe the flood story, and that is an example of God pumping the brakes on humanity, stopping them from being ultimately evil.
Yeah, that was actually 100% the case. This is why God allowed the flood and to take him out.
Because the flood.
Well, he brought the flood on the earth. Yes, I guess, yes, it's way more than allowed. So he definitely brought the flood and took him out. And after this, God said, I will no longer do this, but the people will individually bear the consequences of their actions. And this is why we see, you know, like we might say, well, why did God allow this to happen? So, and another side, what I've learned as a believer, because some people will say, well, I believe in God, why did he allow it to happen? What I've learned is, if we believers just expected God to always pull us out of a problem, we would become extremely careless towards everything that we do.
What question are you answering?
All of them.
What was my question?
About God wiping out people with the flood because of their evil. And
Okay. I don't have any more questions for this guest. We do have a poll in the upper left-hand corner of the screen. If everybody wants to let your voice be heard, of course, you can click on that clipboard up there with the little blue check mark and let us know what it is that you think of that question. Everlasting Godstopper, welcome to the panel. Do you have any questions for this guest?
Well, it seemed to me, answer to the question of answering to 1 Peter 3:15 was faith. Was that basically the answer you gave to like the reason, faith, and in your own experience, right?
Right, experience. So he says actually to give an answer for the faith that's in you, and it's actually demonstrated through, I guess, throughout your life. It will be almost like a testimony of your life. And
Yeah.
again, if I go into that, you guys would just say I'm trying to preach, but
Well, no. That doesn't really. The line of questioning I was going to ask was is faith? Is that a reliable belief is true?
yeah.
In other words, do you use faith in any other aspect of your life? Like, do you cook your chicken all the way?
So 100%, you know, God give us a brain, and you can't just say, well, you know, I'm just gonna eat it raw and just believe that God's, you know, gonna protect me from any harm. Keep in mind, this is how the devil tried to, I guess you could say, tempt Jesus, is by trying to, I guess, put Jesus in a position where he tempts God, and you know, starts churning stones into bread, falling off the cliff, and the angels carrying him. And Jesus says, do not tempt the Lord your God. So as a believer, you can't just be careless towards things around you, especially when you know that there is harm, and just say, well, I believe it's going to be fine. There are circumstances where you have no control over a situation, and you have to have faith. Like, for me, the two things is faith and having the wisdom of God to make the right decisions, and they have to follow together. If we just always expected, well, believe in God, he'll come through, we as believers will become the most careless people in the world. Because we would say, well, if I jump off here, God will just carry me. You know, if I fail here, he's just gonna recover everything back. So even a believer will carry consequences because of his wrongdoings.
So you're saying that God gave you, you know, the ability to, you know, use your judgment and use your common sense and your rational faculties in order to live your life. God equipped you with that, so you might as well use it, right? So
exactly, yes.
Yeah. So my question is, what's the difference between that and there not being a creator? You know, like maybe you're not, but you're not holding a belief that's actually justified, and you're just living an existence as part of nature has provided you. What's the difference between a world with no God and a world with God in terms of the way that you live your life?
Yeah, and I'll give you a good example of it. So what I see is a world without God. Either way, okay, the Bible tells us that either way you're gonna serve a master. If you disregard God, you're technically, I guess you can say, on the leash of Satan, of the devil. And I'm convinced of that. The reason why the devil doesn't just wipe people out is because he has no control to do this. Devil's intent is to put you in such a bad position that you pretty much take your own life, because that's as far as he can go.
Are you convinced that the devil exists just simply because you're convinced that the God exists,
No,
and so you're using that as an internal circular explanation?
definitely that's not the only reason. Because you see outside of God a lot of evil in this world, and a lot of it is involved with extreme addictions, the way people just behave. In most cases, it is the people, and even atheists, the one that claim they don't believe in God, they all rather live in a city, in a neighborhood where there's believers and Christians, because there is a huge difference between a believer and unbeliever. The reason why the Bible says people don't repent quick.
You're just kind of making assertions, and so like rather than me asking you to source what you're claiming, I would just encourage you to to maybe do a little research on your own about like demographics, like say nations, countries that tend to be more secular and or there.
I would encourage you to take 5 seconds outside of your own assumptions and Google like anything, literally fucking anything at this point, because it sounds like you just kind of assume whatever you want to and go from there, Alex. We ran a poll and I'm ready to move on. So appreciate you being here and demonstrating exactly how not to question your beliefs. If anybody else does have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, you're capable of questioning it, then go ahead and request on up. Sorry, I didn't mean to pull that rug right out from under you while you were peeing on it. He just was not here for the prompt at all.
No.
All right, Jessica, good job. Get some sleep. Oh, Rav is also on his way to that same zone. We'll set him down gently, I think. Hello, Symbol. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Symbol, are you with us?
Hello.
Hello. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Thank you, Dee Dee.
I did not hear what you just said. I'm sorry.
I need your age for TikTok TOS. Your age. Can you still not hear me, Symbol?
I'm not able to hear you yet.
Do you need to get some headphones or something? It might help. Interesting. I'm gonna go ahead, Symbol, and mute you for just a moment. I'll give you the opportunity to find your headphones or whatever it is that you're using to connect. And
Thank you. I'm so sorry. It was just like linking.
interesting. Can you hear me now?
I can now. I'm so sorry about that.
No worries. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 39. I'm old as fuck.
So higher power or anything like that.
I hope this works for you, but I describe my religious view as deism, so specifically a system-based, process-oriented form of deism. So by that I mean there's something larger than me and larger than any individual system that we observe, and that's what I believe.
There's something larger than you and larger than any observable system.
that we are capable of now. Like for instance, I believe that everything's in layers. Can you think of anything natural that isn't in a layer and that isn't oscillating at that?
Oh my.
Is this
Oscillating.
happening right now?
She just
What?
put a sandwich right in front of me. It's already,
Wow.
it's oscillating
What?
too. Why is the sandwich oscillating?
Well, everything's oscillating. Think about it. Like you're everything, and the lasing, and I've been. Oh, it's just so cool, and our universe is so cool. Sorry, I'll shut up. I'm a dork.
But everything's a sandwich, so I mean I can agree with you on that much. We might have some questions about the oscillations. So things are layered. Everything is layered or can be described as layered. Large or ultimately higher power or system.
So you're asking me what? So
Is your God
everything
the
is.
sandwich itself?
I'm not sure if it's the sandwich or if someone created the sandwich. But there's, you know how like different frequencies, like say in the ocean, have different creatures? Well, I'd be were more advanced than us, didn't live in other frequencies higher than ours in or outside of the universe. And I'm pretty sure black holes are layers.
Damn.
I really think they're layers.
Why would you think something could live in another frequency? What does that mean?
Well, we'll think about it. Like, if you think about water, like an ocean, right? There's different layers of water, right? And depending on the frequency or like, I actually have a whole video on this, the layers to how they were prior to mixing. And I think we're part of a layer. And I think that we either dissipate into space if we don't want to continue, or we're recycled. And I literally think that we're just supposed to like.
Why does what we want have anything to do with it? Why do the layers care what we want?
They don't. Actually, the layers are only trying to continue to exist. And the only desire of everything is to continue going.
So then what is the thing? What is the thing that
if
cares
anything,
what we want if we don't want to exist?
Oh, nothing cares.
So
nothing cares. If anything, it cares about
we,
continuing to exist itself.
Then what's making the decision that we get to continue to exist or don't?
And we are a part of, well, right now we are part of the trash that helps it continue, like the fuel that burns the universes. Well, not the universes, but like the systems. Like we help continue that oscillation. We're like fuel, I imagine. Like based on what I see, like regarding how most systems work.
Fuel.
Well,
based on
I assume
the way
like we're gonna explode eventually.
Other systems, you think that we are fuel for what makes.
Sounds crazy, I know.
In what way
everything
we
has
consumed
a point
or
in every system.
Utilized as fuel.
Well, we become part of the earth when we die, right? And doesn't that like help the earth like obtain more? Like it builds, like rocks layer, and it just like things continue to like.
How does a machine produce its own fuel? How does that feed the system in any way? How is that fuel?
Because the universe, I think, is a perfect
isn't it
system.
net zero if we're not actually adding to the system?
Wait, I don't understand something you said. I'm sorry. You said, is it net zero, right? And then what were you going to say? I'm sorry.
Are you typing out what I say?
No, just right now, because I didn't understand it. And I have autism, so like when I don't understand what someone's saying, I'll type it. So I'm not not listening to them. Well,
Okay.
like
But
that's still wrong.
The Earth and going back to the Earth, are we adding anything to the system? How is that like fuel?
So I think that it doesn't. I don't think it's like as we matter as much individually, but I think as a whole regarding the universe, I think that the energy, the way everything seems to be recycled, or do you not agree that the universe tends to recycle everything, like the layers of the earth, how like lava will
What
come
I agree
from.
and don't agree with won't make a difference to the answer.
You asked the question again. I don't want to be the person that's stupid.
I was asking, if we come from the Earth and go back to the Earth, how is that like fuel if we're not adding to the system?
So if we come from the earth and we go back to the earth, I don't know if we go back to the earth from all, like, I kind of ponder if after this layer is destroyed, like the universe as a layer is destroyed, if it goes into another layer, keeping the system moving. But I don't.
Every time you say layers, I want to ask you sandwich questions.
I feel so stupid. I like that you're so smart. Thank you for talking to me. I know I'm kind of like weird.
You've got a lot of energy, and I want to question certain things, but we've kind of meandered far from where we started, which is your idea of a god.
Yes.
Which
Okay, I'm
is
sorry.
a sin.
So deism, I don't think God cares about us. Systems-based, process-oriented form that wants to stay alive. That's my view of my potential view of God. I might be wrong. Yeah. You definitely have me questioning though, because you're right. Like, what machine actually, like, what machine is a perpetual motion machine? It doesn't exist. Can the universe actually create that? I don't know what to do.
I like to hear that. I like that we
like,
gave you some
is the
good
universe
questions.
I need to like actually self-sustaining. Well, because we don't know if it all blows up and goes, I don't know. Yeah, but that's
Okay.
where I'm
hearing you
at.
question. I like to hear people question. I'm curious if Kat or Everlasting have any questions that might help me get past the sandwich.
Yes, probably. Give me like 30 seconds.
Oh, 30 seconds. Okay. Well, while she takes really awesome, I appreciate everybody tapping the screen. Are you sure?
I think for having me up.
That was interesting. We're at 78,000 likes. Alex. I appreciate everybody tapping the 1,000 in no time. And maybe get a few more people in here who are curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. She meowed like a cat right before she left. I think
She did.
Almost everything.
Hi, cat.
She might have been.
I know I had questions, but I was a little bit overwhelmed with the layers. I was just soaking that in the whole time and just pondering on it.
She said everything is layered, and I said, is this really happening right this? Like, are we really doing this right now? There's a what is sandwich background.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we have what the fuck is soup and what the fuck is sandwich.
Got that.
She was lovely. Has lots of energy though.
Well, I appreciated her. It was an interesting take. I will say that. And
She was. I went by my friend's house to play a game of chess, and because they're about to go to Vietnam for a month, and my other friend, Dimitri, was there and came home with me.
I see.
And a Capri Sun and a fruit roll up.
Well, everybody loves Capri Sun.
So it was really a really successful trip.
I would say that is the success. You've got slightly over-sugared, under-flavored juice in a fake aluminum pouch. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
We had a few requests there. I think most of them are ghosts. There's one that I think might not have meant to request up. I'll set you down. But if you did mean to request, please do again. I will be happy to question you. But thank you so much to Sherry, to DD Chickadee, Inksomnia, to Heather's Descent, to Three Pips, and Cat to Witch, Everlasting Godstopper, and Danny Grax. Thank you all so much for helping with that goal. I do appreciate you. Hello, Martin. Can I? Oh, nope, I can't. All right.
Just flew away.
Martin flew the coop.
I haven't had a Capri Sun in a long time.
I admittedly drank more than I should have when I was buying them for my son.
Oh, I bet. Oh, yeah. If you have kids, you like eat all the good kid snacks. It has to be so fun.
I mean, that's kind of part of responsible parenting is not eating all of the good kid snacks. But you do get to eat some of them.
That's fair.
Or buy your own stash.
That's probably the way to do.
I'm pretty sure you don't have to have kids to buy Capri Suns, though.
Well, my friends who I got the Capri Sun from don't have kids, so clearly you don't, but... Pam says, only if you find a good hiding spot. You know, I used to have roommates that had a kid, and we used to have to hide the cereal Like, I eat cereal like a 5-year-old and would always get the Captain Crunch with the marshmallows in it and the berries and the marshmallows, and I had to hide it from the 2-year-old because he would eat all my cereal if I didn't.
I wonder how many parents feel seen all of a sudden. Maybe exposed even. That they have stashes of kids' snacks.
It wasn't even my kid that I was hiding it from.
I wonder how many people watching with a belief feel that they can question their belief. Is it exposure? Are you afraid of being exposed? It does take a little bit of courage, I admit. A little curiosity.
I like it when people say that God revealed himself to them or God exposed himself to them. It always makes me laugh. I always want to, like, my immediate next question is, isn't that illegal?
I usually bring up.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, how exposed, how revealed was he?
Is anybody familiar with a book called The Anatomy of God by Francesca Stroll? I can never say her last name. Strudel.
I've heard of the book. I've not read it.
She's a scholar. She's I know she's a Old Testament scholar. She might even have like expertise in like Joshua Bowen in the Akkadian and Mesopotamian deities. I can't ever remember her last name, but it's interesting book. I actually had it on audiobook, so listened to it a couple of years ago. But she refers to all the physical references of God, and Isaiah 6, God's bulge filling up the temple. It describes it as the seam of God's robe fills up the temple, and
God's bulge.
Yes. And I mean, I remember hearing that, and I had earphones on. I was at work, and I was just like crying, laughing, listening to this. But apparently, that's what they meant when they wrote that.
God's bulge. Oh my. If you believe in a bulging God or some other kind of God and you're capable of questioning that belief, go ahead and request on up. We're not here to fixate on the bulge. We do want to know, though, if you can question your belief. And if you can, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it?
Speak for yourself, Thrayle.
Some of us might fixate on the bulge. I'm not here to fixate on the bulge.
I always pictured God like a Ken doll, so I am surprised by the bulge.
Holy shit, it's full. Hello, Forrest. Do you believe in a god, and how big is its bulge?
Pretty sizable, honestly. He was in like a jockey ad last week.
Does
Calvinism blind.
We're talking like significant, but nothing overwhelming.
So it doesn't fill temples.
I would say it's like a tasteful amount.
Like a Psalms
Not-
81:10 amount.
Yeah, Psalm 81:10, not like an Ezekiel 23:20.
If you believe in something that, please request up. This is not a conversation that I set out to have this evening.
I feel dumb saying this. I just saw this man's name in the chat. I hadn't seen Die Hard until Christmas Eve, and I didn't know Alan Rickman was the villain in that movie.
He is. He was brilliant.
I can't, but when I hear his voice, what's up, Catfather? What's up, Heather? I can't not. I must think of Snape. Like I just.
Mm-hmm.
It's like Harry Potter. Did you see the movie with Sandra Bullock and Channing Tatum? Daniel Radcliffe is anything but Harry Potter.
Mm-hmm.
But I thought he was great in that movie.
He was great in that movie. But hey, we do. Hey, Jessica, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Jessica, did you mean to join us? Jessica going once, going twice.
Bueller?
And we'll set her back down.
Every single time you do that, I'm like waiting, like my chest gets tight, and I'm like waiting for you to say the thing, and you haven't, and I'm very proud of you for that.
I've learned. I think about it every time.
Are you talking about? It's me.
Going once, going twice, and then I don't participate in human trafficking as I set them back down into the conversation.
Yo, that's crazy.
He used to say sold back down to the comments, and I said to him one night, I said, Thrayle, should we be selling people? Really?
Let's do it for a couple coins.
If I did hold actual auctions to drop sleepers. I mean,
or maybe like make them, like if they're come up and they're snoring, like make everybody pay to drop the snoring.
I appreciate my audience too much to do that to them.
I really like what Everlasting's done with this panel, but it's like it's almost so structured that like it feels like finger painting with Christians. Question.
It is hard to do a back and forth. That's part of why I don't really let them get their questions in up here.
That's because their question's like, what's your favorite color? And ours is like, can you prove God exists?
Everlasting, I think we're going to get the structure down. It's going to be really good.
I think there's a way to do it. I'm not saying it's not doable. I do basically do that for the questioners. I don't structure it. I don't format it. I just say now you can ask questions if you want. But yeah, it's hard to do the back and forth.
one thing that I noticed was the problem with not being able to, like, you know, drill down on a line of questioning. And there's going to come times where you're just going to need to ask a series of questions. And then the other thing that I encounter, the questions so much, they might think they do when they first join up in the panel, and then once they maybe ask a question or two, they they seem to kind of lose steam with that. I noticed it with a couple of different people that were up on the panel. So I think that might be the formula is going to be honing in on those moments, and then saying, okay, rather than just a back and forth, I do have a few questions, and then take some time, some space to actually ask multiple questions. There's got to be a way to do it, and especially with several people on the panel, it's going to be a juggling act. So
I think that if you keep doing it, and they and people start coming back and seeing it and engaging and thinking about it, I think they will start to have more questions. I think they just have not been asked to ask questions very much at all to non-believers, and so they don't know what their questions are. But I think if you keep at it, they will have questions.
Well, I think there's a benefit to nurture.
I agree.
Think that once, especially if they're, looking for, the art of asking a good question, which, I'm still trying to find that myself, how do you make a question concise and poignant and, and productive and meaningful. And I think the more they catch on to that, I think that's where the opportunity is going to be in, getting them to question their position is getting sincere answers that are honest, intellectually honest, not as a point of trying to, win a position, but just perspective and understanding.
No, I think that I see the goal here, and I think that it's great, and I think fostering them asking questions is a really, really great idea, because then also it preps them to do something like this, right? And and start to expand on ideas and think about things, and it opens the door to questioning. I think it's a really, really great concept, a great idea, and I would love to keep participating in it, and I hope you keep doing it.
Finger painting with Christians, though, that's wild work there, Forrest.
Oh, he said it and he ran too. He said he'll be back.
This is what they do.
This is what they do. I enjoyed it though. I watched, and I would have participated if I hadn't been, I think, entirely rearranging this studio that night.
Well, it was your night off too. So.
It was my night off. But no, I really enjoyed it. And I look forward to seeing more of getting some questions asked.
You dodge questions.
Mm-hmm.
I can dodge them only if they're, dodgeable. How wide is your shot?
I don't know what you mean. And I think that you're dodging the questions.
I knew that was coming.
Come on, that was so funny.
In honor of the Rage Quit honor.
I I'm sitting in the same spot he was sitting in too, so it was really funny.
If you are not a rage quit otter, or if you are and you're here to redeem yourself, either way, if you
I think
can
he's coming
question your
back.
beliefs, probably not. When I made the clip, I kind of resigned to the fact he might not come back. That's why I don't do
So
clips.
funny.
I have one if you would entertain me.
You have what?
An advertising thing for you to get people up.
You sound like you just woke up.
Yeah, I did. I have. Yeah, sorry, my bad.
How are you doing today?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. I'm here.
Well, I'm glad you're here.
Okay. So, if you would like Thrayle to do a face reveal on his motorcycle dancing account on Instagram and TikTok, please come up in the box.
Motorcycle dancing account.
My favorite part of that was when you said that you were glad Crows was here, and Crows said, okay.
Bet.
It did have almost like a hold my beer kind of quality to it, didn't it?
I've got loads of them. Hundreds of them. I'm just going to troll you with them.
It actually had more of a like, okay, I'm glad you're glad I'm here. At least one of us is.
I'm here, aren't I?
One of us is glad I'm here. Glad it's you.
Something needs to be.
To me, it felt kind of like, let's see if you still are after this.
That's a good one too. Yeah.
Oh, I know it's weird, right? Because I haven't been blocked in this room, and that's very strange. I get blocked everywhere I go. It's so funny. Oh, I don't understand why. It just is what it is. It's fine.
Now I want to question that, but I don't want to dig too deep because I don't want to block you.
Oh, it's easy. It's easy. I'll tell you. When I'm in here, I'm on my best behaviour.
You perform well for Thrayle. Oh, it's not me. It's for the Batcolyte.
Why would you say that?
I know it had a dirty. Yeah, I didn't like it. It was.
Yeah, you can't take that back. I perform well for Thrayle. Did you hear that, guys? Keeping that. That's mine.
Why did you say?
I've heard people say that they like behave differently around me, and I don't know why.
Why would you say that?
I'm gonna stop talking.
Is this where we start saying yes, master? Is that where we're going?
No.
Are you sure? Because it feels like that's like where you're wanting to take us all.
I told Philly the other day that you tried to put the word behave in the prompt one night, and without any prompting from me or anything like outside of, he tried to put the word behave in the prompt. She was like, why would he do that? I was like, thank you.
I think it was, does God want, or was it?
Oh, hold on.
Do you behave for God?
That's what it was.
A new advertising thing, right? If you would like to see some Jesus content on Thrayle's Alpha account.
What? I do not have these accounts.
High value
Oh,
male.
A high value divinity.
It's so good. It's so good. I'm going to get blocked. It's going to be great. And then you're all going to miss me.
If you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs. Go ahead and request on up. We're not here
If you would like to discuss this during your Dom subdynamic, sorry, I'm going to shut up. Sorry.
Hello, Dee Dee.
Hi.
Welcome back.
Hello. I just, I don't know if you have more questions, sure, I'll try to answer. But I just came here to say that thank you for yesterday's opportunity. It was quite intimidating to be publicly questioned.
How do you feel about it after looking back?
Looking back, you actually made me to question even further, and I had a day-long monologue with myself or dialogue about that. So yeah, it was actually very, very nice, and I'm very grateful for that opportunity.
I appreciate that, Dee Dee. Thank you. I think our conversation went really well, so I appreciate you letting me know how you felt about it.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I'll be running off then, and I'll see you around, guys.
Understandable. Any other time you want to come back, and if you want to question more, we'll be happy to question you again. But I appreciate you coming by and letting us know. W's for Dee Dee in the chat.
W's for Dee Dee. I wasn't here for that, but it sounds like it was good. And look, guys, it's not scary.
Did you see how that went, guys? That was him bringing somebody up so that they could thank him and congratulate him, because, you know, like alpha energy and all that kind of good stuff. Has to have the ego stroked. I'm kidding on. I'll shut up.
Every court needs a jester.
Me.
I cannot believe you said that.
I'm just seeing if she's gonna see how far she can poke. I'm gonna.
Challenge accepted. Let's go, bro.
Oh no.
I do not see this ending well.
No.
It's alright, I've got eyebrows that save the day.
The eyebrows save the day.
Yeah, or the lack of.
Unhinged is correct, cat father.
Yeah, I've woke up in a cool mood today. It's one of those ones where it's like, fuck it, we're just going to destroy the world. Yes!
I might need to reapply the hinges. If anybody does have a belief in a god or god's higher power, or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request up. I can already hear all of the problems with what I just said.
If you have a belief in a god, god's higher power, or anything like that, or whatever, or that Thrayle needs to put the hinges back on, and get us back on track, please request that. We would love to talk to you, and we don't want to tell you you're wrong, or change your mind about anything. We just want to ask you questions.
I blame the bulges. It's all the bulges' fault.
I need to tell you the story.
Don't put this on Everlasting. Don't try to make this Everlasting's fault.
For bringing that up.
I'll keep that one to myself. I'm saving that for a rainy day. About the bulge, like what is that? Because I missed all of that. all run at once. Yeah, yeah.
To God's bulge. Apparently, that was the intent of the author of Isaiah 6:1.
But it didn't say whereabouts. Did it say whereabouts on the robe where the seam done this? What if it was his armpit?
Well, I don't read Hebrew, but I have asked, if I'm not mistaken, I've asked Rab about this, and I'm pretty sure I've asked Rabbi Hana about this, and I know I've asked Joshua Bowen about this, and they all agreed.
My translation says train.
Train? Really?
His train.
Really?
As in choo-choo train? As in chug-chug? I'm sorry.
Like the train of a bride's dress, right?
I mean, it just says his train.
I'm about to rage quit Otter tonight.
Is that like the oldest
I'll read the whole verse. It
innuendo?
says, "In the year that King Uzziah died, I saw the Lord sitting upon a throne, high and lifted up, and his train filled the temple. Above him stood a seraphim, each had 6 wings, with 2 he covered his face, with 2 he covered his feet, and with 2 he flew. And one called another and said, Holy, holy, holy is the Lord of the host." But yeah, no, it's train. While the 6 winged angels are floating next to him, hiding their eyes.
Because his train's just so huge.
I am...
Well, does that mean God invented the train? Don't all run at once, guys. Do you know what I mean? Take your time. It's fine. Choo-choo.
Sorry, I was brewing
Jesus
a cup of coffee.
Christ.
Hell yeah. Thank you, Dee Dee, for the train.
That's hilarious.
I don't see how God invented the train. We just described it.
Oh.
Temple-sized.
Now I'm going to have to say to the husband, I would like to see your divine train, please.
You gotta read the verse first. That was in the RSV, where the train fills the temple.
Yeah, I can
It
work
certainly
with that.
has an imagery there in my mind. I think that everlasting was definitely pointing to.
This now, does that mean
The church is the bride.
Does that mean that it's elongated and in a chastity thing?
I don't know how you got that. I mean,
Well,
maybe.
Maybe I'm just a broken person, but like, maybe it was inside a metal cage case thing. Maybe it was just that kind of guy. And that's why it was called a train. And maybe trains of today are inspired by his chastity.
Oh, there you go. You earned it. Frozen hell and flying pigs.
Love it. Here for that.
And demons playing polo on unicorns.
Yeah, you fucking leave the unicorns out of this. Don't you take our national animal? Don't you be doing that? Alright, that's acceptable.
On the frozen fields of hell.
Aye, absolutely acceptable.
I really like this art.
Yeah, it's nice.
You can't see it behind the what the fuck, but that's Satan in a fur coat.
Now, why would a man of heat need a fur coat?
Hell froze over.
Hey, it's impossible. Global warming's going on down in hell.
I don't know. It's not like this one's any better. The mermaid is somehow flying. How does the mermaid just float?
Flying mermaid?
Hey Bugs, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Guess not. It's like he scattered when we turned the light on. It's kind of what it feels like sometimes when we run out of believers. Like you turn the lights on and they scattered.
And I don't know what to do with it.
I'm being kind of childish, aren't I?
Yeah, like I feel like my adults aren't being very adulty right now, and it is stressing me out.
You might want to sit with that.
What is an adult?
Because it's not fucking me.
Okay, I'll try to see if that happens. Hey there,
feedback.
6 or 7-6. You've got a loud echo. When you get some headphones, you can try that again.
Maybe we should try the moth to a flame. Let's see. What could I do? What could I say?
Are you trying to be the flame?
Oh, I'm fucking trying, okay? I didn't say I was very inspirational today. I'm trying to figure out.
Do you ever consider the possibility that you are a moth?
Oh, listen, see if I could have wings, I'd be flapping about in the dark looking for a flame to fly into often. Willingly. Sorry, Thrayle, I'm about to go. I'll leave you pee.
You're doing fine, Crows. Appreciate you.
Drop me down, dude.
Take care. Have a great day. Now that one less. I can't think of the right word to say that doesn't sound. One less questioner to intimidate you. Go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate or argue. We're not here to pounce on you. We just want to know what it is you believe and why I wanted to bounce. pouncing.
No, Thrayle, nobody thought that until you said it. Literally hadn't even crossed my mind until you said it.
Aren't cats known for pouncing?
Everlasting.
I don't pounce. It's what Tiggers do best. I'm gonna pretend I didn't just try to laugh like Tigger off mic. Does anybody have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that? Because we're not here to debate you. These boxes up here are just for you. If you can question your belief, not to, heap it upon to see if you can even question it.
If you come up here and you can question your belief, then Thrayle will laugh like Tigger on mic. You gotta incentivize them.
It's really bad.
I know, that's the incentive.
Yeah. I can incentivize in a lot of different ways. I don't think this is a good one.
I think it's a good one. I think the audience thinks it's a good one.
Winnie the
He's
Pooh
still
is
trying
way
to do
better
it.
than my Tigger, and it's really bad.
Maybe we should ask you questions. Maybe that's the.
Oh, is that
Maybe
the
that's the move. I think that's the move.
Do the whole question the questioner thing.
Yeah, it works really well. Somebody better have some questions for him because I owe the question from earlier.
And you thought the bulge was inappropriate, okay.
This is not an inappropriate question.
Sure. Let's see how you word it.
Everlasting.
Yes.
Hypothetically, you're going to be shrunk down to like magic school size, and you get to enter your body through any orifice. Which orifice do you choose?
You broke up a little bit, and I missed a key word. I'm shrunk down. What?
You're shrunk down like magic school bus size, and like you get to enter your body through any orifice. What orifice do you choose?
So this is like the Fantastic Voyage. I think. I would say the ear.
I knew he was gonna say that.
I think so.
I knew he was gonna be right there in the ear with you, Thrayle.
There's something practical about it.
Remember, is that in the Fantastic Voyage? were they injected? Did they inject it
I
into the
don't know what
body?
you're talking about.
Oh, it's a classic movie. It's exactly that. They shrunk a team of doctors down in like a submarine into somebody's bloodstream, and they performed this like,
See, I think of Inner Space.
yeah. Well, the Fantastic Voyage was like, that was an old sci-fi movie from when I was a kid, and I thought they
But
remade it.
Everlasting's old, so
I am ancient.
that makes sense.
And I think did they go through the ear? I know they exited through a teardrop. No, I remember they were injected into the bloodstream initially, and they exited through a tear duct.
Yeah, in Inner Space. It was Martin Short, Amora, yeah. And he was injected in the butt. And just like poked him in the hip. And the Dennis Quaid was the character that was shrunk down. He was sneezed out at the end.
I remember that.
No, it was a good movie. I liked it. But I also said ear. And keep in mind, when she was asking this question before, she didn't frame it so well. She didn't say shrunk down. She just said if you could enter your body through any orifice, which orifice would it be?
That's how it was asked to me. Callie asked inappropriate questions. I don't know. Like,
All the clarifying questions. Oh, me. Am I the same size?
they all got my various members of the Discord as we asked them before the live. This is usually how this seems to go for me, is I come up, or I have like a question that like sounds good in my head, and then I say it out loud and I'm asked clarifying questions and I realize how bad it sounded until things were clarified.
Okay, yeah. Now, I think I misunderstood the question too. So, are you asking if I could be shrunk down to a microscopic size, and then how would I enter someone else's body, or how would I enter my
No,
own
your
body?
own body.
See,
You enter
okay, I
your
didn't.
own body.
Okay, now that's.
It's a weird hypothetical that it's your own body.
I hate that question.
I hate this question too.
It's a paradox.
Futurama did it.
I mean, that's the question.
I'm just saying Futurama did it. These little micro robots you controlled through VR. So he was able to shrink himself. Well, not shrink himself, he was controlling a micro robot of himself that went inside of himself. Pretty sure he dropped it in his shorts. He chose the rear entry.
Okay. So it would be done through an avatar.
Yeah, it'd have to be an avatar of some sort. Or a clone, or, yeah.
Okay. that will help me make more sense out of it.
Mm-hmm.
And now the next question is, what's the most optimum place to go?
It's up to you. You get to choose what the mission is.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hello, Valid Inference. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
No, I do not.
Why not?
Well, I think it's a combination of a few things. I think, firstly, I have low priors in the proposition that theism is true, and then I think that there is evidence against the proposition that theism is true, and I don't really think there's any strong evidence in favor of it. So all things considered, I, place my credence such that God probably doesn't exist.
What do you think might convince you that a god does exist?
Well, I think that there are a variety of different arguments where, if they were to go through, it would certainly raise my credence in the proposition. Take the fine-tuning and work, and we're unsuccessful in a certain way, then that would certainly boost my credence in the proposition and perhaps even cause me to believe that it's true.
Boost your credence in the proposition? Do you even,
Yes,
are you just trying to sound smart, or do you know what those words mean?
So your credence is your degree of belief, and I take a proposition to be a primary truth bearer. Yeah, don't try to flashcard me, guy.
Mm-hmm. So why did you request up here then if you don't have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
Well, to be honest, I just saw the prompt, can you question your beliefs, and that had enticed me to perform the act of sending a request.
And what belief did you intend to question?
What enticed you to be... No, actually. You don't know what I was going to ask.
Yeah, you didn't hear the end of her question.
There's something additional that made it non-redundant.
No, it's just better if I didn't say it.
Sorry, the Ford is sort of muffled. I can't really hear what you say.
You're a little muffled there, Cat.
No, I said it was just I chose. I made the determination that it was better if I didn't finish that question.
Understandable. Yeah.
Did you say that the proposition that a god would, or that you would be convinced that a god exists, was whether or not you could win an argument? If somebody made an argument that you couldn't rebut?
He said that certain arguments might raise his credence in the proposition.
Okay.
Well, if there were no further questions for me, I guess I could... Oh, sorry.
So you think that certain arguments might raise the credence of the proposition for you? Is there nothing else that might convince you that a god exists besides syllogistic arguments?
Yes. So perhaps if I had some intense religious experience, it might cause my credence to significantly raise.
If your credence were sufficiently raised to the point that you believe the nature of its existing, or would you need something more?
I think that I would perhaps need something more.
What might convince you to worship a god?
Well, something that may convince me is if I were to be convinced that some particular religion is true.
You feel that if you were convinced that the Christian God existed, that you would submit to that God for fear of its hell?
Most certainly.
Does it matter to you whether a God exists or not?
Yes, it does matter to me. I'm
Why
interested.
does it matter?
Yeah, for instance, I'm interested in the intellectual exercise of figuring out whether or not God exists for me.
Sorry, I just came in. I heard you say you're interested in the intellectual exercise.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's one thing that may perhaps interest me is it concerns whether God exists.
he's technically an atheist who would believe based upon philosophical argumentation or personal evidence or experience.
Yeah, I do have to go in a moment, but Thrayle, is that how I pronounce your name?
Yes.
Yeah, you're a liar.
How am I a liar? How am I a liar?
Interesting.
The Philbro called me a liar and ran away.
What was the intention there?
I have no fucking clue. What did I lie about?
What's premise one of that argument?
Right? Did I present
Very weird.
Did I present his position with a
I know what you lied about, Thrayle.
Oh, what was that?
You're actually not a skeleton.
Oh, the skeleton thing. That's what it was.
I know. Those big headphones of yours, you wear them to lie about the fact that you actually have flesh ears underneath.
They're bone ears.
I know they are. I know they are, and they're horrifying, and I'm so glad that you have the headphones.
Have you seen the pictures of the bone ears?
Yes.
They're really
I
bad.
almost wish I would have finished that question now.
There was nothing of like substance there to question.
Wait, how did I start? How did I start the question? What enticed you? Is that the word it was? Entice? What what I was gonna say was
ask what enticed him to come up.
yeah, I was gonna ask what enticed him to be so goddamn insufferable.
I had a feeling you were going that direction.
Yeah, that's why I decided to not.
He was insufferable, and I don't know what the lie was. I tried to be a lie. They might be brown. Or purple. Or any other color but green.
I know what you're lying about. You actually believe in mermaids.
What's a mermaid?
It's a being that lives in the water that has a human top and a fish bottom.
By fish bottom.
Thank you, Catfather.
By fish bottom, what exactly are we like? What's the belly of a fish? Because a fish's bottom is its belly, right?
Everything except for the fish head.
So
yes,
I don't know. Some mermaids have gills on their neck.
Yes, tail.
If they lived in the water, they wouldn't use lungs, would they?
What do whales use, Thrayle?
Are you saying they hold their breath?
What do dolphins use?
You absolutely believe in mermaids. But I think there's somebody in the requests.
Are you guys familiar with the Baja tribe?
Oh no. No.
So they're a seafaring. They're like an island tribe. Millennia of generations they've been diving, and they catch a lot of their. They do a lot of spear fishing, but apparently they've evolved to have a larger spleen, and they can hold their breath underwater for up to 15 minutes.
Wow, how do you spell?
Bajau, I believe.
Cool.
Interesting.
And I think webbed appendages like hands and feet. Also.
No, you're joking now.
I'm not.
I'm gonna have to look this up. Yeah. See if they're turning into mermaids. Hey Gail, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Gail, did you mean to join us? Gail going once, going twice. Goodbye, Gail. I wanted to say sold just to see if it got Cat's attention this time, but couldn't bring myself to do it.
What do you mean this time? It got my attention every time.
Really? Every time I do the countdown, you expect I'm gonna say sold?
Every single time.
It'll be the time you don't expect it.
Bet, Thrayle, bet.
I don't know what I'm betting, but if anybody's got a belief that they're questioning, I'd love it if you'd request on up here. We're not here to debate or argue, just to see if you can question your beliefs. And for a limited time only, if you have a question for me, well, I might be compelled to answer.
Oh, that's the lie. That's what the last guy was saying. You actually do. You're lying to us.
I leave as much room for the possibility of mermaids as I do for yetis and leprechauns.
Okay. Unicorns?
When you say Yeti, do you mean regular Yeti or fire Yeti?
Specifically, the standard of any modern hominid that is, as of yet, undiscovered and walks upright like a human.
Well, I discovered the fire Yeti, so it's not undiscovered.
Is it discovered? If you just kind
Well,
of
I
caught
discovered
a glimpse
it.
of something that could have easily been a hippie carrying a golden retriever.
I don't know why the hippie would have been carrying the golden retriever.
So it didn't run off.
It would have been easy to lose the golden retriever.
Dee, no, I'm not. I don't believe that men are from Mars and women are from Venus. I'm fairly certain that we are all from whatever asteroid rammed into Earth billions of years ago, likely, possibly, maybe, or we developed here. There has been new ground on the study of abiogenesis.
Just last month.
The that suggests that silicone played a factor in that even just considering that there was silicone in high levels in the formation periods of early proteins that would lend itself to the possibility of form here in a big old silica petri dish. Yeah, I'll try to find that study and I'll put it in the source material on our Discord.
Ah, and how would people access that study in the source material on the Discord?
Well, they'd have to go to the Discord link in the link tree in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio and then read the rules. And then if they accept those, they get to find out that they're not alone. And maybe they can see that source material channel then.
Fantastic.
At some point during the live.
There'll probably be, what? How many people are in here right now? 104?
That's assuming any of them are not already there.
That would be a bad assumption. Yeah.
Even Cat and I'm pretty sure Everlasting are already there.
You know, I don't think Everlasting's there, and I don't know why he's not, but I don't think that he is.
I'm part of it, but I'm just not. I get so lost in Discord. If you don't send me a message, then I'm.
He is old. I was trying to summon you or something the other day, and it wouldn't at you.
He might not have accepted the rules yet.
Oh, because he's old. Yeah.
I figured my way in there.
You wouldn't be the first.
Here, I'll look
I
at
promise.
Look, Will Dot's old too, and he found his way in, so there's no excuse.
He's a lot smarter than I am.
He was a scientist. He might have used that to get in.
Okay, here's a question for you, Thrayle. What has been the best conversation of the live? I'm assuming it's not talking about age and going to Discord.
No, and it wasn't. Well, Dee Dee letting us know how she thought about the conversation yesterday was delightful. I feel like our first guest was, well, not very questioning. Was at least forth there.
I think Just Wondering did a great job.
Just Wondering. That's really, yeah. Just Wondering did great. Yeah, so far she's the winner.
Hazel was disappointed that she didn't get to ask you what guests you were manifesting for the live tonight.
Oh, that's right. She didn't. I don't know if it works. I don't think last night any of the ones I wanted showed up.
She's trying to
by
indoctrinate
the
you.
ones that did.
By the ones that didn't?
No, I was delighted by the ones that did. Good conversations. Skik says that God means astronaut in Egyptian. I don't know where you're sourcing that. But that's curious. Why?
Hmm.
This is sounds like an interpretation of something that means something that, I don't know. If you're an Egyptologist and you believe what you're saying, go ahead and request on it. And if you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like, if you can question your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. I'd like to know what it is that you believe and why you believe it, if you can question it.
And if you don't have a belief in a god or gods, please like the live, share the live, repost the live. Get it out there so that the algorithm will pick it up and we can speak to a believer.
We are at 124,000 likes, which is really awesome. I appreciate all of you tapping. If we keep tapping just a little bit more, I'm sure we can get a few more people in here who are curious enough or courageous enough to question whatever it is they believe. Trying to remember, we had another guest that I really enjoyed. Just here and then gone, like a cat. She even meowed when she left.
Hmm.
And it was hard to tell really what, like, she believes in some kind of deistic, maybe, God that, I don't know. What she said was that everything was layered.
I don't like that.
So, the sandwich was evident.
We lost Cat.
We did. I'm sure she'll be back. Eventually. God or God's higher power or anything like that. Well, you can be sure that hitting one of those boxes will get you a chance to come up here on the panel and tell us what that belief is. And maybe even show us how you question it. I see a cyber deconstruction in the chat. Welcome, cyber.
I would love to be able to question my subconscious. Have you figured out how to do that yet, Thrayle?
I'm not sure that I've tried. Maybe I do it automatically. I don't know. How do you know that you're questioning?
I don't know. But I had a conversation earlier today with with a lovely Catholic woman who made me cry at her belief that about judgment and heaven and God. And it came out of a conversation about how I said that. And I'm pretty sure it was part of me, and I think it was a subconscious part of me that felt loved and accepted and safe with eternal judgment from God. And so I think there's a
And since it's subconscious, you don't know how to question it.
I don't know how to. I used to insomnia to find a real Christian, though. I used to run a background when someone is a Christian because I was tired of being told either that I still am a Christian, I just don't know it, or that I was never a real Christian. I've called it my subconscious. I don't know what to catch myself believing, and as soon as I acknowledge it, as soon as I turn my conscious thought towards the belief, it disappears.
Do you feel like belief for you at this point is a passive action, like a reflex?
An unconscious habit.
Habits usually fix, not fix, but seek to fix. They fill with something. What is your habit? Fixing, alleviating.
I don't know that I agree that habits fix.
Not that they do fix, but they're employed to.
If a habit is set up intentionally to fix, carry over,
More muscle memory than
yeah,
nervous
yeah,
tick.
yeah. Yeah, like muscle memory. That's a good way of.
Or does it just happen in the background when you're not paying attention?
must be a response to something, but it is. It feels like it's in the background.
I wonder what the response is to.
I wonder as well.
That drum break was timed perfectly. Hey, Kat. Welcome back.
Did I accept? Oh, I didn't mean to leave, and then I didn't mean to come back. But I'll.
In every way living up to your name. If you find what it's a response to, do you think you would try to subvert it in some way?
I think I would try to tend to it.
Do you have any lingering fear associated with your belief?
Mm-hmm.
Where is that fear focused?
I think that it is connected to the fact that I haven't been able to say. I think there's something about saying that feels like. Did I already talk about this with you on the live?
I think we did a little bit.
Yeah. It feels like a denial, a betrayal of a friend. It feels like there's a finality to it.
I'm a sandwich.
Okay.
Because of the way I define the sandwich. I'm not, a slab of cold cut meat with thinly sliced cheese layered up with a dressing pressed between two fluffy carbohydrates. I'm not that. But I'm a sandwich because that's the way I defined a sandwich. What does atheist mean to you?
Someone who lacks a belief in God.
Do you lack a belief in God?
You're gonna force me into the corner, aren't you?
I'm not gonna make you say anything you don't want to say if you don't want to say it. But if you see the corner already, then we don't have to go any further.
Well, I've already said tonight that there are times that I catch myself believing. They're believing that there is a God who is good and loves me. But I've also admitted that as soon as I pay attention to that, it's gone. Meaning that there isn't that belief.
Or a muscle memory.
Mm-hmm.
A hand making a familiar shape after training to do it. I'll ask it. Digital Alky's asking what makes it gone.
I don't know if this is accurate by any stretch of imagination, but the way I've come to be able to communicate what's happening for me is to say that it's the muscle memory, the deeply ingrained parts of my brain that were ruts, neural pathways that were created when I was 5 and 6 years old. Cortex, when it comes to the language and the critical thinking, the rational thought, it can't. The belief, the reflex can't withstand the light of day. It feels like different parts of my brain. I forget the question. I don't even know if I answered the question.
That's okay. How's that corner looking?
Part of my brain is atheist.
The part that you feel in control of.
I don't know if I feel in control of my brain. If I felt like I could control my brain, I would have chosen to still believe in the God of my former understanding.
Do you feel like it's good to shine the light on that belief when it shows up?
It's who I am. Is it good? I don't know. I'm a light shiner.
Do you think it will ever not shrink away?
It feels like by its very nature it has to shrink away, because as soon as there's language, interacting with it, it's oh man, if you believe in God, you should request up to Um, no, it's okay. My brain just needed a break there momentarily.
Doing all right.
It feels like there's a part of me that believes that part of me is without language. So it doesn't know how to not shrink away in the face of language, because as soon as language gets brought to it, it's like water and oil.
Making sense of it makes it hide, makes it retreat.
Yeah, it's nonsensical.
Like trying to remember it doesn't come to your mind. The more you try to force it, the more it just becomes you making it up.
Mm-hmm. God's after Philly.
Is it? But that is a piece that was put there. Or do you feel like it is something that has always been there?
I might have to think on that one.
That is fair. Hello, Micah. Are you with us, Leica?
Hello. Can you hear
Hello.
me?
I can hear you. Can I get your age?
40.
You're very muffled. A little hard to hear, but I think I heard you say 40.
Correct.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
No.
Why not?
Why would I?
I'm not here to tell you why you should or shouldn't. I'm just asking why you don't.
No, but every has ever had a belief in those have only let them down. So, in my opinion, if I'm honest, I was not ready to actually be live here with you. But
No worries, Leica. It sounds like you weren't prepared to come up.
I was not at all. I
I
apologize.
appreciate you being here. I'll go ahead and set you down, and we'll move on. But I
Goodbye.
do appreciate you. Take care, Leica. Nothing worse than being forced into a spotlight. If you didn't mean to be here, I don't want to make you feel like you've got to perform. Although Philly was grateful, I'm sure, for the spotlight to be off her for a moment. But maybe we'll switch back. Or we'll try this approach. I've been curious what'll happen if we just sit here like this for a while.
This is a good one. I like this.
It kind of is insomnia, but some people do it by accident. I know I've requested by accident a few times on different
I just did it a minute ago.
Cat didn't even mean to be here today. Hello.
Supposed to be here today.
Hello, Marquises. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 33.
And do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
Yeah, I do. I believe in practice Judaism.
I see. And have you read the Hebrew Bible from beginning to end?
Yeah.
True and literal.
True, but I do believe there's like allegories in there. There's metaphors. And there's some literal parts too, or a lot of literal parts.
Do you believe the 6-day creation, Adam and Eve in a garden?
Literally, yeah, I believe that, literally.
Why do you literally believe in that?
It makes sense to me that whether you go with the explosion or the expand, whatever you want to say, it would still be that big piece of rock that would have formed right there when they exploded. Or you could just say God created how he wanted to mold the earth. And if there is a God, it would make sense that he's doing this for a reason. And it kind of resembles like the Sabbath, like 6 days of creation, 1 day of rest. He wants his people to do the same thing.
Okay, so you're saying you're speaking of literal.
That's just what I believe, brother. I don't really have like a reason why. I guess basically what I said, like I believe it makes sense. If there's a God, it just makes sense based off what I see in scripture. I believe God is real. This God is real.
You're saying if there's a God, it makes sense that things were created in this specific 6-day order. Does it matter to you that the order is changed in the very next chapter?
I don't believe it's changed in the next chapter. You gonna read it or what?
So you don't believe that it's changed in the next chapter in Genesis 2:5 when it discusses the man and the rain being required for the plants and then being made before them.
Chapter 2 is like a zoomed in of day 3.
How do things change order and be given reason to change order when it's zoomed in?
No, I don't believe it's changed. I believe Genesis 2 is day 3. It's like it's magnifying day 3, the events that took place.
How is it magnifying day 3 if you're saying that? Okay, so you're saying that Adam and Eve and the animals were all created on day 3, or just Adam?
I know Adam and Eve Adam was on day 3 for sure. Because if you look at the story on chapter 2, it's talking about the plants coming to being. And day 3 on chapter 1, it talks about the plants coming into being.
I'm sorry, on day 3, it talks about the plants coming into being.
Yeah, and then chapter 2,
Genesis 2:5, it says before the plants, because there's no rain and no man, he makes mist and a man.
And if you keep reading on, so I'm saying that's a zoomed in of day 3.
That's a zoom in of day 3 that happens somehow after Adam.
Somewhere around there, yeah.
How does day 3 happen after Adam? Adam comes on day 2. Is that what you're saying?
No, I believe Adam came on day 3, just like or whatever day he came on. The plants. What I'm saying is the plants in Genesis 1 came on day 3, and if you look at Genesis 2, that's when the plants
come
into.
It's got to be day 3.
Correct.
But then Adam would be made on day 3, instead of day 6.
Yeah, I believe on chapter 6, you know when Cain went to a whole different nation to find his wife? Day 6 is talking about the creation of other people. So that's why Cain went to a whole different region to find his wife and found somebody elsewhere. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
So it skips Adam and Eve in Genesis 1 and just talks about the making of plants on day 3 and sun and moon after that, and then animals after that. And then when it talks about the man and the woman at the end, it's talking about all the others. According to you, Adam and Eve already happened. And we're zooming in chapter 2 to see Adam and Eve happening on day 3.
Yeah, day 3 is Adam. Day 6 was the creation of other people.
When was Eve?
wow, I've never heard this interpretation before.
When was Eve? I don't think it gives us the timestamp, but it could have been day 3. I'm not too sure. It doesn't give us the timestamp though. Day 4, day 5, I don't know.
Could have been day 3 or day 4 or day 5. But it definitely has Adam coming before the plants and before the animals. Right. And then Eve is made after the animals.
Yeah, at some point. I'm not too sure when Eve was made.
Well, if you look at chapter 2, doesn't it give the indication?
Well, what I'm saying, what I'm saying is on chapter 2, I don't think it breaks down like if it only stays on point day 10 when he start naming the elephant or whatever. It doesn't go into those kind of details. I can't really speak when Eve was made. You know what I'm saying?
What?
It doesn't go into fine detail about like when he made the elephant, if it was the same day or named the monkey, whatever. It doesn't go to the time. And when Eve came about, it doesn't give those timestamps. So I can't really say, yes, she was made the 3rd day. That could have been the case.
Well, we know from chapter 2,
if
we're looking at the same story as chapter 1, that Eve came after the animals, right? Okay. So we're on the same page there.
Okay. All right.
So Eve comes after the animals, and the animals are listed as being made on day 5 and 6, respectively, right? Say sea and air on day 5 and land on day 6.
Are you asking when the animals came about?
Mm-hmm.
Let me open my book. Like y'all, hold on. Let me see.
And that would put Eve being made after them.
Let me go to Genesis 1 real quick. Genesis, when the animals came about, it looks like, let me see. Okay, right here. So it's, what day is this? Okay, the 5th day. So 5th day, yeah, he made the waters teem with creatures, yeah, all the animals.
Not all the animals, right?
On day 5.
Day 5 is the waters teem with creatures, and he makes the birds of the air, right?
Yeah.
And day 6, he makes the beasts of the land.
Yep.
The woman.
Yep.
So when it says he makes the beasts of the land and the man and the woman, that's when he makes Eve.
No, I believe Adam and Eve came day 3 based off of when the plants
Eve is still day 3.
I don't know when.
On the plants.
I don't know when Eve is. Because remember, he was lonely for a little bit, and then at some point, God saw that he needed a helper. It doesn't go like if that
animals, right?
I guess, yeah, I guess so. I don't know the timestamp.
Well, when you look at chapter 2, didn't you just agree that it was after the animals?
It could have been. I don't know. I don't know the timestamp.
It's okay if you want to take it back. I did hear you say that, though.
I don't know when. I don't know when it was just made.
Mm-hmm.
Is it possible, Marquises, that you're kind of having to add and twist the story to make it fit where it's originally not even meant to be the same story?
Not to me. It makes sense to me because day 3, if we look at Genesis 1, the plants came about. In Genesis 2, we can see the plants come about, and Adam is already on the scene.
You hold to these being 6 literal days, right?
Yeah.
So what? Adam's alone, at least made before the plants, and then the plants are made, and that's day 3 for you. And he's alone for a day without a sun or a moon.
Okay, yeah.
So in your mind, he's alone for a day without a sun and a moon.
There's places in the world that, like, I think Antarctica, they go a couple of days without no sun, or even some days with no sun. How long do they go without no sun? Let me see. I don't think that's a problem.
You think the garden was in Antarctica?
No, I'm just saying there's places that go without no sun. So I don't think it's problematic for Adam.
Yeah, he's saying that it's not a problem. He's trying to argue a point that's not even anywhere near being brought up.
Even though Adam didn't have clothes until after Adam and Eve ate of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil.
What's your close point?
Well, if it was in a place like Antarctica.
No, I'm not saying they were in Antarctica. I'm just saying there's places in the world that have no sun for some time.
Places that are very, very cold.
Okay.
Comfortable to be there with no clothes.
Bruh, ain't no way. Do you guys hear what I'm saying or no?
I hear what you're saying.
I don't think you I don't think you know. I'm not saying it's Antarctica. I'm saying there's places in the world that go some time with no sun, and I believe it wouldn't be problematic for Adam to go with no sun. I'm not saying he lived in Antarctica.
Which places in the earth go without any sun?
For some time? Let me see. Give me 1 second to look it up. I think it's Antarctica, honestly, but let me see. Let me see, are there places? All right, it is the Arctic Circle, I guess. It says the sun does not rise at all for days to months.
So, is there a place that Adam could have been with no sun on the earth?
Yeah, before it was created, yeah.
Without it being very, very cold.
Been warm where he was created?
What would Thrayle, I can't.
No.
I'm really trying to stay respectful.
Why do you add so much to the text to make it fit your narrative?
So it feels like it's adding, but I'm just giving you my hypothetical analysis of what's, because you don't get. You don't.
This is a unique perspective and a unique.
You don't get all the variables from reading it.
I can see how you're doing it. Coming to the conclusion, I've often asked people if they think Adam is made on day 2 or day 3. It's interesting that you would actually believe that. So, you see how it's adding to the text, though, to say that a man. You would be saying that Genesis 1 is essentially just skipping the part where he makes Adam on day 3.
I believe Genesis doesn't go over a lot of the details. I believe it only. I probably am because it doesn't have the details. So I'm giving you like a hypothetical how I thought it went.
Is it possible that on a plain reading of the text and an honest review that these stories don't actually merge in the way that you've made them?
To me, I don't believe it's impossible. Because I believe in it. You know, when you believe in something, you really believe it.
I'm hearing that you believe this.
Yeah.
And I'm going to ask you a little bit more about that in a moment, but I'm still curious about the possibility. Do you see any possibility that the stories here are different, that there are two different stories being a singular narrative that you have constructed?
Well, hold on. What was you're saying? Is it possible that I can have like be missing two different narratives?
Yeah, that there would be two different narratives here.
So when you believe something, it's hard for you to go against that belief because it's a belief. A belief is like
Right.
a very.
And I'm not asking you to adopt a new belief or a new stance.
Well,
I'm just
no,
asking
yeah, what I'm
if
saying
you can
is
consider the possibility of another stance.
What I'm saying is when somebody believes something, it's I truly believe it, bro. You know, it's kind of impossible.
I hear you say that.
Yeah.
Do you go to a shul? You don't have to like
go to where?
dox yourself for anything. A shul.
I don't even know what that
You
is.
said you're Jewish.
Yeah. So all Jews. So when I'm Jew, me being Jew, I don't follow the New Testament. So it's not like you don't have to go to the
somebody who's not even representing themselves in an honest way.
Huh? Say it again.
When you say you're Jewish,
What does it have
do you mean by
anything to
that?
do with the New Testament?
Because I'm saying, so being a Jew is just not believing that Jesus is the Messiah. We keep the commandments and we believe that there's a different Messiah to come. So I'm saying.
But why are you bringing up the New Testament? Nobody brought up the New Testament.
Because I'm saying.
You bringing up the New Testament. Nobody else brought it up.
To tell me what a Jew is. To tell me what a Jew is.
Are you telling me that the entire identity of being Jewish means not accepting the New Testament? That's the entirety.
That's one big point. That's one big
Are
point.
you saying that being a Jew is just being a Christian without the New Testament? Because that's what it sounds like you're saying.
No, we're not. We don't follow Jesus at all. So it's not about being a Christian. So being a Jew is someone that believes the Messiah is somebody completely different than that man.
Can you tell me what Israel means?
Fight with God or
close.
So yeah, wrestle with God, fight with God, something like that. But yeah, so we believe.
Thrayle, he didn't understand when you asked him.
You are interesting, bro.
It is very interesting. It's very
How can
unique
somebody?
perspective.
How can somebody what?
How can somebody be a Jew and not understand that word?
There's a lot of Jews that don't understand a lot of stuff. Nobody is all knowing.
Didn't expect you to be all knowing.
Correct. You don't have to be all knowing to be a Christian.
Did you ask?
Huh?
Sorry, Kat.
How long have you been practicing Judaism?
Probably since
gone through all the steps to convert, like with the rabbis?
I don't believe in rabbinic Judaism. I believe in Judaism.
What does that mean?
So rabbinic Judaism, they have their own steps of how you believe what people say the Old Testament is. We follow the commandments, the one God, believe in the prophets. So we don't have to follow the rabbinic teachings.
That's
issues with
this at all? Like any?
I don't see any issues with it. What is the issue? Go ahead.
Do you believe that you are practicing sense?
When you say traditional, if you mean rabbinic, no. But if you mean Judaism before these rabbinic people added their 2 cents into it, sure, yes. 'Cause it's all about keeping his commandments.
By before, how do you know that what you're doing is in accordance with something before rabbinic Judaism?
Because we look at when the Talmud came about versus when the Septuagint and the Masoretic text came about. So if we look at the Talmudic, which is where the rabbis put these scrolls.
What does it mean? I can't ask that.
Ask whatever you want to ask. I love these questions.
Why did you start practicing Judaism a year and a half ago?
Because of Jeconiah will never sit on the throne of David. You look at Matthew 1, verses 11 and 12. Jeconiah is mentioned, which leads to Jesus, showing us that Jesus cannot be the Messiah.
So just to clarify, you believe in Judaism because you don't believe in Christianity. Why do you believe in the Old Testament?
Bible that we can confirm.
You say there are prophecies that are falsifiable that you can confirm.
More than one. Yeah, so one of them is the Babylonian prophecy that took place from 700 to 500 BC that talked about how Babylon will be destroyed. It's currently protected by UNESCO with the population of 0. Back in history, there was a dude named Alexander the Great that tried to rebuild Babylon before it was completely destroyed, and he passed away 10 years later. And in early 1990s, there was a man named Saddam Hussein who stamped on some bricks, Saddam Hussein, to rebuild Babylon, and then he was destroyed, passed away years later. Prophecy still confirmed.
You can stop.
You asked a question.
Right. Yeah, I didn't need the entire
All right, go ahead.
Of your comment. It claims that Babylon will never be rebuilt, and that because it hasn't been rebuilt, that's therefore prophecy fulfilled.
It's falsified.
How are you able to falsify a prophecy of what will never happen?
We can falsify it by today's standards. So this prophecy was given.
So far, it hasn't been rebuilt.
Yeah, I don't believe that it will be, because there was 2 attempts already that I know.
So because 2 people tried to do something throughout all of history and failed, then therefore the prophecy that says it will never be done is fulfilled.
Well, not only with Babylon, but also with
Can a prophecy never?
What do you mean?
If it's a never-ending prophecy, something this will never happen. It can only be falsified eventually, or not be falsified, right?
Well, it's not only with the field. For example, when it's destroyed, if you look at the population, it's not going to be rebuilt. And this prophecy happened not only with Babylon, but with Nineveh and Tyre, and they're all protected by UNESCO with population 0. Like it's falsified.
Why do you believe that these prophecies are going to be fulfilled?
Are going to? No, we believe that they are fulfilled.
You just said you don't use the word fulfilled.
Or not fulfilled. Well, I guess I do use the word fulfilled. So we do believe it's fulfilled. I was thinking of fulfilled in a different way. My bad. But yeah, we use the word fulfilled.
So how can a prophecy that is perpetual be fulfilled.
We can confirm it only by today, because of
So
course
only
we
up
can't see
to
into the
today,
future.
a prophecy that says something that never will happen is fulfilled.
To us, yeah, for 3 different places, yeah.
I'm not understanding.
Why don't you understand?
It's because it's just a word he's using.
It doesn't actually mean.
It's a sandwich.
Okay. I don't like sandwiches.
Why do you guys whisper? Why do you guys whisper?
I'm not whispering.
Y'all all whispering.
What's whispering? This is not whispering.
Are talking very like soft. Where y'all talking soft? Is that like the tribe
is the way
thing
I
or what?
talk. This is the way I talk.
Is that like a rule in the group?
Nope. Is there something intimidating about the way people are talking right now? Is it making you uncomfortable?
I was just interested because you guys all talk very soft. I thought it was like
Are
a
you
rule.
used to people yelling at you?
No, when you go on TikTok, you get people that like usually talk louder.
Oh my gosh.
I'm curious. Earlier, you
don't speak over him.
My bad.
Earlier, you said that you can take part of the Bible as allegory.
Correct.
And then, you were the host asked you about the creation story, 6-day creation. You said yes, literal. What keeps you from like interpreting the creation story as allegory?
I would say if there's something that's so, because I changed my mind to what I believe is true and accurate. So if there is something that can convince me of that it's allegorical, then sure.
And you seem to be closed off to the idea of any rabbinic interpretations.
Not all of
Hebrew
them.
text.
Not all of them. So in the Talmud, there could be 6 different rabbis talking about one subject, all disagreeing. So there's contradicting things in the Talmud. I do agree with some of the stuff that is written.
Almost like they're wrestling with the story.
It's like a diary. It's like a diary of they're trying to interpret the event.
With
a written down. Yeah, it's like a written
down. Worship.
Yeah, it's like a written down diary of the events that they're involved in and what they believe they mean. So it's because, for example, it's a way to preserve history for this group of people.
Do you know what the Hebrew word for history is?
Now, what is it?
There isn't one.
Okay. That don't mean that they don't believe in the past.
No, that's not what I'm trying to say.
What are you trying to say?
That their story, their conversation that they were expressing through allegory and through polemics can be interpreted any number of ways, and that's what you're seeing when you're reading the Talmud. You're seeing them wrestle with the text. You're seeing
not the text. So it's not text. So the Talmud is interpretations of events outside the text. That's what the Talmud is.
Well, you're seeing these discussions, these debates. They're wrestling with the story itself.
No. They're not. It's outside. No, it's not inside the Bible at all, brother. It's not like a mustache man. It's about events that take place that they're involved with. So it's not anything in the text. It's the events that they are involved in outside of the text. That's what the Talmud is. It's like recording history.
Are you saying that the Talmud has nothing to do with referencing the Hebrew Bible?
It might reference something when it's talking about an event that takes place outside the Tanakh. Because for like with the mustache man, that wasn't in the Tanakh, but they try to interpret, like if they use the Bible, they say maybe it's because we committed adultery. This is why this outside event took place. So they can reference it, but they're talking about outside events that take place.
They're trying to understand outside events using things in the Tanakh.
Correct. Yep.
So it is pulling from the Tanakh.
It's how I said it right now. That's how I said it right now. That's it.
What?
It's how exactly I said it. I'm not gonna. Yeah.
What? I was trying to clarify it.
So if I clarify it, they can use the text. Like, for example, they can probably connect that to the event with the mustache man and say, is this one of the reasons why we all whatever took place? So they can reference the laws, prophecy, or whatever it might be to outside events that take place. That's what the Talmud is.
Is it possible that they are preserving culture and that their interest is not historical accuracy?
Culture could be one of the variables. With it not being historically accurate, there's a lot of that
not
because
getting the focus. Yeah.
being historically accurate. I would say with that, of course, there's contradicting things because they're trying to discuss why certain events took place. So there could be a lot of inaccuracy in there. Yes, that's why I don't agree with everything that's in there.
That's why sorry, what was the last bit?
That's why I don't agree with everything in the Talmud, because it's a multiplicity of rabbis that discuss the same event that disagree or may agree with each other.
I'm not finding. Never mind.
Okay.
Fair enough. Marquises,
what's up?
You're saying that you believe that the texts are accurate because there are prophecies that are fulfilled, and by fulfilled you mean unfalsified to this point.
That is one of the variables, yes.
So because some prophecies are unfalsified, if there were prophecies that were falsified, what would that say?
If there is falsified prophecies, that would prove that it was false, that the whole book is false.
And that it would not be worthwhile to follow Judaism?
Correct.
How do you determine if a prophet is a true prophet or a false prophet?
If they give a prophecy that comes true, then you could tell that they were at least telling the truth. That doesn't confirm that they are a true prophet. And if they give a prophecy that's incorrect prophet.
Happen as it should. What does that mean?
Like a prophecy is a plan of God. So if God says this is how it's going to happen, it should happen like that. So if it doesn't happen like that, then the prophet is not a true prophet.
Are there punishments for false prophets?
Unaliving them.
If a prophet gives a prophecy that does not come true in their lifetime, was that a true prophet or a false prophet?
It doesn't have to happen in their lifetime, but to the listeners that observe that prophet, they can tell if that prophet was lying or not, or if he was a prophet or if he was not, if they lived to that time period of what that prophet referenced. So the prophet himself doesn't have to be alive to confirm if it was a prophet. The ones that listen to the prophet to see if his words are true or not can confirm if he is or not.
How can they say whether his words are true or not if it doesn't have to come true during the prophet's lifetime?
Because it's not about the prophet seeing what he said. It's about the prophet. So prophets give their message see his own prophecy come true, because if he's a true prophet, he knew that he got it from God. So it's for the listeners. It's for the listeners.
But how can the listeners know?
By confirming if it happens exactly how the prophet said. Like, for example, there's a story that says if you go back the same way, then you will be eaten by a lion. This guy was deceived. He went back the same way that he was not supposed to go to. He was eaten by a lion. So that kind of thing right there, if an event comes true.
That's within the text. A prophecy told within the text, fulfilled within the text. You mentioned earlier the prophecy that Babylon would be destroyed and never would be rebuilt. Weren't there other cities prophesied to be destroyed and never be rebuilt that were, in fact?
No.
What about Tyre?
So no. So if you look at the history of Tyre, currently there's a mainland and there's a island type of thing. Now, if you look at history, it'll talk about the breakup of that, or not the breakup, when it was one, or whatever.
Part of the old city still exists, though, and never ceased to exist.
Because if you go, just type UNESCO Tyre, and you can see that they protect.
Yeah, I'm aware. I'm aware of the part that is uninhabited. But
Yeah, so you can look at what part is talking about, that part that's protected. Huh?
So it wasn't destroyed?
No, it was destroyed. Like how the prophecy said it is how it is today. Like it's not rebuilt. That part is not rebuilt.
That part. Does it say that part in the prophecy?
No, so Tyre, it wasn't two island, or it was one island before, just one piece. So if you look at history, there was a time period where it separated, and there's now an island, and there's a mainland of Tyre. So the land changed over time. That's why I'm saying not that part, because things took place.
Oh.
It was never to be rebuilt, and it was continuously inhabited.
Brother, if you look at the population, look at UNESCO, just type Tyre UNESCO, you'll see it. It's currently protected by the ancient site.
Currently protected. Is it saying it was never rebuilt? It was never inhabited again?
It's not. It's currently 0 right now.
But
Are you seriously ignoring my question?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't rebuilt. It wasn't rebuilt.
Ever? Never?
Ever, yes. Never was, never.
Really fascinating.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Do you just decide these things, or do you actually verify them?
We look at it, brother. So you know what? That's
Take
good.
a look at it.
I know you're talking about so there's the part that UNESCO's protecting, which is, one second, let me pull it up.
And you're saying it's been completely uninhabited since the time of Nebuchadnezzar?
Ancient Tyre, or what it's talking about, different from today? Huh?
Since the time of Nebuchadnezzar?
Since the time what?
Since the time.
The king that was supposed to.
Yeah, but what
Tyre. Remember this story?
Are you saying it wasn't? I'm not understanding.
Do you understand what's being asked?
Not that last question, though.
Okay. So the prophecy was that it would be destroyed and it would never be rebuilt, right?
Correct.
So when was it destroyed?
Let me check 1 second. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Okay, so stage, I guess went in stages. So stage one, it says mainland Tyre was destroyed 586 to 573 BC by Nebuchadnezzar II, king of Babylon. And that was, yeah. And then, let me see. Yeah, that's what it says right there.
That's what it says right there.
Uh-huh.
Right
And here's stage two. So stage two.
Right where?
What I'm looking at. So stage two says my source. Okay. So stage two says island Tyre destroyed in 332 BC. All right, you guys need to see this?
Do you set your ChatGPT to give you sources like clickable links or at least cited sources so you know what it's telling you? Or does it just tell you things that you want to hear?
You can get sources from here, brother.
Have sources.
Yeah, do you want sources? All right, let me give you sources, guys. Why y'all sound so irritated? I don't like to talk to people that sound so irritated.
Because it's like you're not listening.
Listening to what? What did you say?
Let me ask you a question, Marquis.
Oh, no, wait. Listening to what?
I'm asking you a question.
Hold on, brother.
I'm asking you a question. Why don't you try listening?
Oh, no, I'm not going to do that.
Try listening to the question.
We're not going to be rude.
Listen to the host.
That'd be great if
Don't be rude, though. Don't be rude.
Listen to the host.
Don't be rude.
Being rude. So I'm going to mute you because you can't seem to control yourself. You're crashing out on. Oh. Wow. That's exactly what I was going to ask Sage, if he could calm his pants down. That's exactly what I was going to ask.
Well, on that note of excitement, I'm going to hit the sack.
Good night, everlasting.
Good night.
He says, don't be rude, and then he drops down.
He says, don't be rude. When it's like he comes with his talking point. I'm just going to stop. I'm just going to stop.
He just had talking points. He had absolutely nothing original to say except that unique take on how he merges the Genesis 1 and 2 stories, where he adds to his text that he says not to add to it. But, you know, we could have questioned more of that, but it seems rather pedantic at this point to even listen to him respond. He was being rude, Cat. He was telling us not to be rude rudely.
I did laugh.
Broccoli Hair apparently tried to join the Discord. You gotta actually agree to the rules if you want to be able to participate. Oh, that was terrible. Yesterday we had one. I was interrupting respectfully.
Oh, really?
Oh, just everything respectfully.
Oh.
The problem is that for rage bait to work, it has to actually be enticing.
I think it has to induce rage, and it just makes me want to laugh. Sage is using his voice to text again, I see. It always spells my name wrong.
Philly with a PH.
Mm-hmm. It's really, really hard not to laugh when somebody is just not even. I don't know. If people are genuinely having a hard time following, I won't laugh. But if somebody is like coming in like a steamroller and not actually willing to just stop and take a breath and think and converse, they just want to argue. It's really hard for me to take that person seriously.
Oh, I completely understand. They don't last very long like that. But it was an interesting take, and I'd expect it from a Christian, which is why I had to figure out where it was coming from.
It did seem like it was a bit of like, well, I'm not a Christian, so I follow Judaism.
Right, like it's the natural conclusion absent the acceptance of Jesus is to just keep accepting the Old Testament for some reason. When most Christians tend to accept the Old Testament begrudgingly because of Jesus. Yes, Mateo, that's what you just missed.
Yeah.
I kind of wish you'd been here.
No, broccoli hair. I am not mentally slow, and I did not put all my personal information on Discord, so you can keep trying to bait, scare me into think I did so, but I didn't.
Heretical apothecary, you always do. I really don't know why. And the people who missed it won't believe it happened.
I know.
As soon as I asked about creation, he said yes. I was like, oh, Rav will not believe me at all.
Right? Well, it started to make a little bit more sense when he, what did he call it though? He called it, did he call it rabbinic, or was he calling it something like, but he was saying.
It was non-rabbinic Judaism, pre-rabbinic.
But he wasn't saying rabbinic. He was saying something slightly different. I can't remember what it was now. Rabbinic, or like he was adding an extra. I wasn't sure. I thought he was referencing rabbinic, but I didn't know if it was potentially something else that I didn't know about, or if he was mispronouncing it.
Yeah, he didn't say rabbinite. I don't know. Is that even a word, Mateo?
No, he didn't
I
say
should not
that.
read words that Mateo puts in chat sometimes. I mean, I trust Mateo, but he might just put something that he didn't need me to read.
Rabbinic. Yeah. Everlasting. Rabbinic.
It was a strange version of Judaism. And as soon as he started to get emotional and overtalk and tell us not to be rude while rudely interrupting. I muted him one time and he ran to the comments to say not to be rude. So he couldn't compose himself. But yeah, he seemed to be defining Judaism by a lack of acceptance of Jesus. That was the main point. He did say it wasn't the only one, but it was like one of the big key definitions. Everything literally. He accepted everything literally, Mateo.
No, he didn't though, because he said that some things were allegorical, but then it wasn't clear how he determined.
Right, because he still made Genesis 1 and 2 work by saying Adam was just made on day 3. Still weird.
And it didn't matter when Eve was. Well, no. Honestly, I tried to give him a chance. Like,
she was
it's okay. You can just back up what you said. Okay, we're beating this one. This horse is.
This horse stopped. Yeah, stopped moving a while ago.
This is just a weird conversation.
It was weird. It was, I mean, yeah. If anybody's got a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. I mostly just want to know what the fuck is your belief, but, also why do you believe that? I had to say it, it's on the screen. We can go back to the mermaid.
Yay.
Or there's always the other mermaid.
Oh, the one in the soup. Mm-hmm. The one in the soup.
It was supposed to be a cryptid soup.
Cryptid? Oh, sure. Okay. How do you spell crypt? Can you say that again?
Cryptid.
Cryptid. How do you spell that?
Cryptid.
That was too fast. CRY.
PTID.
PTID. Cryptid. Cryptid.
And if you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, a cryptid, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue or burgle your gods or your Mothman. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it?
Did I say that somebody was stupid?
Did you?
I don't think I did. Wasn't smart? Did I say that somebody wasn't smart? Doesn't sound like me.
No, it doesn't.
Well, there's 106 people in here. If we like, share, repost, comment,
Oops.
You can help with the gift goal. All of those things help to get the live out to the FYP. And if you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or cryptid, especially if you have a belief in mermaids, please request up. We're not here to debate. We're not here to try to make you look stupid or foolish. Although, what is it you say, Thrayle? You might do that all on your own.
They do sometimes, don't they?
Broccoli Hair is asking to request. Broccoli Hair, do you have a belief in a god or gods?
I invited Broccoli Hair.
You did, hey? Interesting.
Welcome up, Broccoli Hair. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm about 20.
Anything like that?
No, not really.
Why not?
Just my preference. I don't really believe in anything.
It's just your preference not to believe in anything.
Yeah, pretty much.
Can you think of anything that might convince you, compel you, or change your preference to believe in a god?
No, not really. I can't be convinced. I know there's not a god, so...
How do you know there's not a god?
It's just my preference.
Is preference the same as knowledge?
No, but it's just my preference. I mean, what makes your preference more valid?
My preference isn't more valid. I'm
All right,
just
there you
asking you about how you come to your beliefs.
I just don't believe in anything. It's just how I feel.
Why?
I don't need a justification. It's just how I feel.
So you don't need a justification for not believing. You don't have anything that could compel you to believe. Do you think that it is impossible for a god to exist?
Again, I just don't believe. That's my preference. That's all I gotta say. I just don't believe.
Does it matter to you if it's true or not? If it's
No,
just your preference?
I don't really value truth.
Why not?
It's just my preference. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm like on your side basically. I think are you agnostic or atheist, or maybe you just, I don't know. All right, cool. Yeah, I just don't believe in any god. There you go.
Praise, worship, or respected if it did exist?
No.
So it doesn't matter to you if God exists. You don't know what would compel you to exist. Do you critically think about belief or God at all?
No, I don't think about a god at all. I just live my life toiling, and I just pay my taxes and go on with life, as you do, I think.
Do you believe in afterlife?
No.
Are you compelled by anything in this life to seek knowledge, truth, or...
No, I already said I don't value truth. No, definitely not.
You don't value truth, you said?
No, why would I?
Why don't you value truth?
It's my preference.
Does your preference
Yeah.
serve you in some way?
I just don't value truth. That's all I gotta say. I mean, there's not much to it. I just don't value truth. I don't believe in any
It's not
God.
any deeper than that.
No, that can't be. I can't think that deep. I'm stupid. So yeah, I'm a great guy. Actually, no, I'm not actually. But yeah.
How do you determine what is great or not great?
Well, it's just my preference of what great is. But I said I'm not a great guy.
I had
But,
a feeling it would be your preference.
well, yeah, everything boils down to a preference at the end of the day. To me, 'cause it's just a preference.
How?
My preference. Just basic stuff here. Well, what's your preference? Do you like vanilla ice cream or chocolate ice cream?
Can your preference ever lead you to harm or discomfort?
Not if it's a preference, no.
Preferences won't lead you to any kind of poor outcomes.
That's not true. That's your preference, though. Again, all I said was I don't believe in any God. I don't have truth values. I'm just a guy living. I think I'm living. I don't know, to be honest. We don't even know what gravity is. I mean,
Do you think it's possible that you're a brain in a vat?
I don't really know anything, so I can't answer. I already said I'm stupid.
She always sleeps through it.
I know she does.
Like I said, I don't know anything. I don't think I know anything.
Is it just your
You're a smart guy or a girl, I don't know. But
would it be your preference to call me a guy or a girl?
absolutely, just my preference. I just feel like whatever.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why does preference hold so much importance?
Preference holds so much importance. It's just at the end of the day, like I said, it's again, you know what the answer is going to be. Everything's a preference.
It's your preference.
Yes.
It's just your preference.
This is
That
basic.
preferences are so valuable.
We're
to
going
you.
in circles here. He doesn't clearly understand that it's a preference.
Can you define preference for me?
I can't do that because it's just a preference. It's different for everyone.
Oh, you can't define preference?
No, I can't. How do we know preference is actually a real word?
Well, that's kind of why you're asking.
What are you
for the
trying to
definition.
communicate?
I'm trying to say that there are dinosaurs, and you don't really know these things to be fact.
This is going to turn into one of those things where you keep saying the word preference, and it's not going to sound like an English word anymore.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, absolutely. It's just a preference. Everything's a preference.
God damn it.
Well, thank you for coming up. I don't think I have any further questions.
I don't think Philly has any.
Well, I didn't invite
questions
myself.
about
He invited me. I didn't invite
Oh,
him.
you asked to come up.
No, but I didn't press the button.
I think that's true. That's fair.
It's a
It
preference.
was my preference.
See?
And I think it was your preference to accept.
He knows.
And it might be a way that induces some kind of response rather than engage in a way that induces.
I already
your
said
own
I'm stupid.
response.
I can't engage with these things. I'm retarded. I can't do these things.
We don't use that word around here.
It was funny until it wasn't.
Yeah.
If anybody's got a God or higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on that.
It was funny for a minute.
It is until it's not.
Yeah.
Hello, name. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, it's my age is preference, and everything's a preference. The world is a preference. Your preference. Your Discord's a preference. Everything's a preference. 2 steps ahead. It is.
I did that.
Was that
Can you imagine living your life in such a way that you just go around trying to find people to insult and poke fun at?
I really can't. I really can't.
It's not my preference.
Hello, Tori. New name, but I know who this is. It's good to see you again.
It's good to hear from all of you, or be up here with all of you.
How have you been?
I've been better, I've been worse, but such is how my life is right now. I wanted to, I've been going to church more, and I have been finding solace in that. And every time I sit in your live or I scroll by it, I think about, like, I listen and I absorb all the conversations, and I just think about, like, what's the real purpose of cling to these things. And now that I kind of ran back to the religion that I was raised in, it's humorous to me because it's still providing me that same solace that it used to. Even though I can find every hole to poke in it and I can laugh at all of it, I'm finding a lot of comfort, you know?
Doesn't
And I
hit
really
the
wanted
same way.
and I actually kind of wanted to say thank you to you and your panel, and especially Kat. I don't know if she's listening.
She might have passed out.
But
I don't know.
talking with, listening and talking with you guys has made it where I kind of didn't feel so scared and apprehensive about wanting or needing a religion to turn to with everything I'm going through and everything I'm dealing with. And so I just wanted to pop up and say thank you, and then to kind of chuckle a little bit that yes, I did go back to Lutheranism.
Well,
No cat named Steve in the sky?
No, no spaghetti monster, no anything of that nature. But yeah, I just wanted to say thank you. Conversations every night helped really define for me why believing is important, even if what you believe in is a little ridiculous at times.
May I
For
ask
me.
about the comfort that you receive?
It's the community, it's the family, it's my biggest thing is on Wednesdays we have services, and it's just a lot of singing. We read the same 3 Bible verses. There's a small 15-minute sermon, and it's just a lot of chanting and singing. It's called Vespers, and it's quiet and it's calm. And then after the service, we generally have just a little, cookies and coffee and all of that. And it's the community. And so the comfort is the tranquility of the service and then the fellowship afterward.
So could you find a community like that elsewhere? Does it have to be in the Lutheran Church? Could it be anywhere else?
Yes, but I don't think that I would have had the same emotional connection that I do with the church, like the Lutheran Church, just because it was such a staple in my life since I've been 4 years old, because that's when my parents started taking me. And so it just kind of got ingrained a little bit that this is community. this is belief and all of those things. And so it kind of feels like coming home. But I guess kind of coming home as an adult and seeing it through more clear, open eyes, but still recognizing the warmth.
Is there nostalgia for you?
Oh, most definitely. Most definitely. It's the past memories. And I know, of course, rose-colored glasses and all of that. But there's a comfort, and I know you asked me about that before, but with what I'm dealing with and kind of what I'm battling on a day-to-day, I'm going to take comfort where I can find it.
I don't begrudge you any of the comfort.
I don't necessarily want to question it.
That's fair. That's
and
totally
I know that 3 years ago I would have questioned it, but now there's just a peace that I have.
I'm glad you have peace.
Yeah, so, and the fact that this channel and the conversations that I hear and that I've participated in have helped me get to that. I just, I've had a really rough couple of days medically, and so I just wanted to, instead of dwelling on that, choose to turn around and share. Thank you, and thank you for being positive, and thank you for, especially with this page and this channel, helping me with my own spiritual journey, even if I can look at it and kind of poke fun at myself about it.
Your gratitude is inspiring, and your peace is heartwarming.
And I guess Kat must be asleep, but if one of you could let her know.
I absolutely will. Thank you so much for letting me know.
Yeah. Well, and thank you for being such a thought-provoking and just inspirational, calming, wonderful, live to listen to. And, in a weird way, it's not the same type of peace because, going to my church, obviously, that's, 40 years of all of that. But your live and the conversations that I hear still evoke that same level of comfort.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that with us. I really do appreciate you. I think we're going to go ahead and move on, but I'm really grateful that you came and told us that. I hope that you keep finding the comfort that you've been looking for, and I hope that doesn't close you off to asking questions. But I hope that you take care and come back and see us again.
Of course. Well, thank you for having me up.
Absolutely. And W's for Tori in the chat. See, I'm not here to burgle your gods. I'm just here to see if you can question what it is that you believe and why you believe it.
And who would begrudge? Who would begrudge that peace or that comfort?
Only because I know so much about why she was looking for it and why she came up here the first time. I don't even hesitate when she says she doesn't want to question it.
I'm happy for her.
Yeah. Normally I would question that refusal to question, but for her I understand.
There's been a lot of questioning already. It's not...
Yeah, it's not like she's first time up saying can't question it.
It's self-aware in its...
Although I don't want to dismiss Mateo or Sage's interesting lines of questioning, I'm sure would go much more
in depth with someone who has a fervent belief in it in a different way. Because it is an interesting denomination. But everything C8, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 23.
What year were you born?
2002.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yes.
Which God?
The Christian God.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Yes.
Do you believe everything in it to be true and literal?
Yes.
Six-day creation, Adam and Eve, those are true.
Absolutely.
Why do you believe those stories?
Because it's a preference that I have based on preferences that I conclude to be preferences.
Waiting for it. I was just waiting for it. You could hear the grin in every one of his answers.
I know. How many accounts do you think he has?
Well, that's 3.
Oh my gosh.
I have a feeling the other one that's been waiting a while
Might also be.
Hello, Dave. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Dave, can I get your age? Did you mean to join us, Dave? I'm gonna guess not. If you did mean to join us, go ahead and request backup. And if anybody else does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue, just to see if you can question your beliefs. Hello, Ian. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
21.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yeah.
And which God is it?
Jesus.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
I haven't.
Why not?
I'm not sure. I guess, laziness.
Do you believe the stories within it to be true and literal?
Yes.
So the six-day creation and Adam and Eve, those are true stories.
Yes.
Why do you believe those stories?
They're affirmed by the Holy Spirit, inspired words of God.
What do you mean they're affirmed by the Holy Spirit?
Well, it says it in the Bible that the prophets, these words that they spoke and the words that are written in the Bible are the inspired words of God through the Holy Spirit.
So being affirmed by the Holy Spirit means that it is in the Bible? What does affirmed by the Holy Spirit mean?
That the Holy Spirit, I meant to say inspired words of God.
Okay.
And basically affirmed by the Holy Spirit just means that it's through the Holy Spirit that these words are inspired. to be spoken or written down through men.
Do you believe that the Bible is inspired by God because the Bible says that it is inspired by God?
Excuse me?
Do you believe that the Bible is inspired by God because the Bible says that it is? If you picked up a book that said, I am God, and when you read this book, you are reading God's words, that was not the Bible, would you believe it?
The thing about this book is that it's compiled throughout millennia through different authors who are mostly prophets in the Old Testament, and then it draws parallel conclusions between the Old and New Testament, cross between authors between different centuries and millennia. That's why a prophet is someone that God speaks through to prophesy.
So
First
if there
time.
was a contradiction in the Bible, would that make it invalid?
Yeah.
Thrayle?
I mean, so you believe in the literal Genesis, 6-day creation, Adam and Eve in a garden, those things. Are you familiar with the contradiction between the 6-day creation and the Adam and Eve stories?
What are you going to present?
The order of creation given.
And that is?
In Genesis 1, it gives a order of light, firmament, plants, sun and moon, animals, man and woman, right? When you leave the app, I can't hear you. I guess you're Googling order of creation, contradiction, apologetics. Is that what you're doing? When you leave the app, we can't hear you, so I don't know if you agreed or not that that's the order given in Genesis 1.
Yeah, so what's the contradiction?
Did you agree that that order that I just said was correct for Genesis 1?
Yeah, re-say that one?
Yeah, it was light, firmament, plants, sun and moon, animals, man and woman, in that order. Is that accurate to Genesis 1?
Light. Then you said man and woman? You said light, then what?
I said light first, right? I said light.
Mm-hmm.
And then I said firmament.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm.
And then I said plants.
Mm-hmm.
And then I said sun and moon.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And then animals. And then man and woman.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I would.
So, if that's the order given in Genesis 1, then in Genesis 2 at 2:5, it says that before there were plants, let me find the exact wording here, when no plant of the field was yet in the earth, and no herb of the field had yet sprung up, for the Lord God had not caused
caused it to rain upon the earth, and there was no man to till the ground. But a mist went up from the earth and watered the whole face of the ground. Then the Lord God formed man from the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life. Before there were plants, because there was no rain and no man, he makes a mist and a man. Before there were plants.
So you're saying when it accounts that it says no bush in the field, yet this is the last day of creation and he's breathing life into man. You're saying that's the contradiction.
You're saying this is the last day of creation.
No, well, I'm saying after. Yeah, that's what you're saying. You're saying that when it says here at 2:5, when no bush of the field was yet in the land, and no small plant on the field had yet sprung up, for the Lord God had not caused it to rain on the land, and there was no man to work the ground, and a mist was going up from the land, and was watering the whole face of the ground. Then the Lord found.
So because there's no rain and no man, right? He says there, before there are plants, because there's no rain and no man, he makes a mist come up, and then he makes a man. So that would be before the plants, he makes a man. So my question here is, if you see that there is any contradiction between Genesis 1 that claims the plants were made on day 3 and the man on day 6, and Genesis 2, which says before the plants, he makes a man. Is it possible that this is a contradiction within the text?
Well, it depends what it means when in the land. No bush of the field was yet in the land. Could be talking of Eden, of their home.
Mm-hmm. So if you were to look into the Hebrew and see this was the word for earth.
For what word?
The one where it says no bush in the land, I think, in your translation. Which
Of the field?
Which translation are you reading, by the way?
This is English Standard Version.
For now, I know.
Yeah. When no bush of the field. Yeah, I'm just trying to find the footnotes on it because it's kind of being a little. But yeah, no, I wouldn't see a contradiction if it was if this field referring to is the Garden of Eden to be.
You wouldn't see a contradiction if it's the Garden of Eden. What if it was earth? If it was referring to the land, there was no shrubs of the land. What does yours say about the land? If it's saying that there was no plants on earth yet.
Yeah, if it made a contradiction between earth and earth, then that would be. But right here it's saying field.
What are the words? Read the whole of verse 5 to me for you.
Yeah, it's when no bush of the field was yet in the land.
In the land. So if the land there was earth, if no bush of the field was yet in the earth.
In the land.
Right. If the word for land there was earth, was the same word used for all of the earth, would that change your interpretation there?
And actually, if you finish it, it says, "For the Lord God had not caused it to rain on the land, and there was no man to work the ground." That's just explaining why there was no...
Why there were no plants yet. Because, according to the logic there of the Bible, you need rain and a man for there to be plants. So he makes rain, well, mist, and a man.
Yeah, so if it's... Yeah, so this is referring to the Garden of Eden. So that's why there was no plants in Eden.
Where does it say the
because,
Garden of Eden?
Well, then it says, "And the Lord planted a garden in Eden in the east."
Right, that's after he makes the man.
Yeah, so if the field...
So after he
Yeah,
makes
the
the man,
land,
he
if the
plants a
land...
garden.
If the land
Right.
being referred to is to be the Garden of Eden, and that's the preemptive
Why are you
explanation.
assuming that the land being referred to is the garden? If the Hebrew word there for land was the same as the one used for earth,
Well, if it was the same as the one used for Earth, then it would just say Earth.
do you think it's
No.
possible that your translation chose the word land there to make this seem less contradictory than it is?
Yeah, I mean, like, if I saw the original papyrus,
Hebrew.
yeah, the original papyrus of the first predated words were the same, then yeah, that would be a problem, because then you're translating two same, unless there's some sort of grammatical Hebrew, because you also have to look into the...
Have you ever considered looking into the Hebrew?
Well, that's the first time that I hear of someone mentioning that. So
for the Bible in general, have you ever considered looking into the Hebrew to see if your translation stands?
At least not specifically for me for Hebrew, because I'm Christian, so the crux of my faith falls on the reliability of Christianity and the New Testament more so than like Hebrew, especially because Hebrew is a dead language that had to be revived as well. So
interesting.
Yeah.
Go. Did you have a question, Philly?
So many.
I'll let you take a few.
What do you mean the language needed to be revived?
Yeah, Hebrew was a forgotten language for about 800 years or so.
What do you mean?
Yeah, like no one spoke Hebrew for about like 800 years or so, for centuries. And it was only because of archaeological finds and also like the push for basically like the Israeli ethno-state that pushed for like bringing back Hebrew.
What 800 years?
Oh, sorry, 1800 years.
What
My apologies.
1800 years? What time period?
From the 2nd century to the 19th century.
From the 2nd century to the 19th century?
You're saying nobody spoke Hebrew during the...
No, not that nobody spoke Hebrew, but that was not the language.
What?
What are you saying?
Ian, when was this 1800-year period again? You said 2nd century to 19th.
Yeah. Yeah, it ceased to be a daily spoken vernacular.
And what makes you think that it was forgotten during this time period?
Like a daily spoken vernacular just doesn't mean that these people still wrote it.
Okay, so earlier you said that it was a forgotten language. Do you want to? Are you trying to clarify that and say that it wasn't forgotten, but it wasn't? What was the phrase you used?
Not spoken.
In the
Yeah, the
Sorry.
revival of the Hebrew language took place in Europe and southern Levant in the 19th century.
When you say revival, what do you mean?
Yeah, right here. Through which the language usage changed purely from sacred language of Judaism to a spoken and written language used for daily life among the Jews in Palestine. And later it was
So it was a sacred and written language. People understood. People still used for spiritual purposes. They still, they still spoke it.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to make sure that was accurate, so I looked it up, did a little brief thing. He's not wrong, but he's not clearly not fucking right.
Okay. So
It was just less, I'm so sorry, Philly. It was just less used as a common language. It was used as a sacred language during worships and temple and things like that.
Okay.
So
it wasn't forgotten, but thank you for clarifying, Ian. Since you are Christian and you earlier talked about how if there is a contradiction in the Bible as a whole, that would invalidate the Bible. I would be very curious to hear why you emphasizing the New Testament. Is that an accurate portrayal?
Well, the Christian faith comes from the redemptive story of Jesus Christ is the New Testament. That's the crux of Christianity, really. Is the Trinity and the resurrection.
Do you believe that all scripture is God-breathed and is useful for teaching, correcting, rebuking, and righteousness?
I believe all scripture is the inspired word of God.
But that some scripture is more important scripture than other scripture.
I wouldn't say more important. I wouldn't say that.
Some scripture has more of the crux of Christianity in it than other scripture.
Well, I mean, what I would say is you have Jesus teaching from his human body, from his lips in the New Testament, and he gives you the plan to salvation explicitly. So I would say, that the plan to salvation is pretty important, so you should probably read it.
The scriptures in the Hebrew Bible, the Old Testament?
No, I just say that it's like if you're only reading the Old Testament, then you're reading half of a book and you never get the ending.
If you only read the New Testament, are you only reading a third of the book?
You're
Can
reading
Sam be
half of the
said?
book.
Well, it's actually more of a third, but sure. If you're only reading half of the book and you're missing out by not reading the other half.
Yeah, it's more of a complete book.
Sorry, what's more of a complete book?
The Bible.
Right. Can I go back to your previous statement about why you've never considered looking at the original language of Hebrew? Because you said it was not.
Yeah, like at least for apologetics, when you say that you're a Christian, people care more to mention the New Testament because that's what relates to Jesus, you know? Because that's where Jesus is walking and talking in the New Testament. And that's where you get
Sorry,
like a
I'm
lot
going
of the
back to what you
Christian
said right at the
dogma.
beginning, which was about how, this was written by all these different authors, and they're all giving a message that is towards the same point. Do you still stand by that statement?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you still stand by the statement that if there is a contradiction in the
Yes.
Bible as a whole, it is invalid?
Is there a problem with the connection? Or did you guys just stop talking?
Well, I was surprised that Ian answered the question before the question was finished. I didn't want to assume that the answer that I heard before the question was finished was the answer to the question if it was not. But since there is no clarification, I suppose that it is.
He might be a prophet.
Yeah, I want to ask about that specifically. The prophets thing.
Did you have another question, Philly?
It's okay. I'm starting to get a headache. I might just go on mute.
Understandable. Go ahead, Tavium.
So alright. You said that the prophets wrote an inspired word of God, inspired by the Holy Spirit. Can you explain the system to me? I wasn't very clear on it.
Yeah, that the Bible is the inspired word of God through the Holy Spirit.
Inspired how exactly?
Through the Holy Spirit.
Okay.
Like the same way that
asking.
that
Go
we
ahead, finish your answer.
that we derive I believe the word is epistemology. The same way God breathes life into us through the Holy Spirit, it's like the same thing. Inspired word. He inspires the words that the authors write through the Holy Spirit.
I'm more lost now than I was before the question. What do you mean breathe life into us through the Holy Spirit?
Yeah, so that's like analogous. It's analogous to how through the Holy Spirit, God breathes air into us and that gives us life. It's through the Holy Spirit, He can inspire words, and the author can write that. I can find that.
Okay, so is the Holy Spirit with God now or with us?
The Holy Spirit is God, so it's like omnipotent.
So
It's
it's with
omnipresent.
us, or
Omnipresent.
but yeah, that is a good
Yeah,
question.
yeah, they
What
did.
is the
They
Holy
did
Spirit?
send the Jesus sent the Holy Spirit to be with us, but that doesn't like make it like the Holy Spirit is automatically not in heaven now because the Spirit is with us.
Thing. I'm just asking, is the Holy Spirit with the human race now?
Yeah, Jesus sent the Holy Spirit to us.
Okay. So theoretically, we could have prophets right now, in this day and age, correct?
Well, no, because the New Testament affirms you're Muslim, no?
No, I'm not.
The New Testament affirms that Jesus was the last quote unquote prophet. Like I can find
Wait, wasn't
that.
Jesus God?
How
Whoa,
does it
whoa, 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 hold on. Wasn't Jesus God?
Yeah,
That's
he
what I
was
thought.
God, but it uses that language because he was speaking of salvation. That's like a prophecy.
How does he affirm that he's the last prophet?
Look, I can find this.
Are you a Muslim, Ian?
No, I'm not.
Are you like a Unitarian or something? A new sect I've ever
No, I'm
heard of?
Catholic.
Because no one says that Jesus is the prophet and not God or whatever.
No,
Is
that
Jesus God though?
yeah, Jesus is God.
So Jesus is the God and the last prophet is. Okay, what is the four writers of the gospel? What are they? Are they prophets or?
Definitely want to know that. But also, where does he say that he's the last prophet?
Sorry, I might have.
Yeah, I'm curious about that as well.
Not just say it, but somehow affirm it.
Said that he speaks in salvation.
I
Is
meant to say
salvation a
final
language?
revelation.
It's in Revelation that he says that he's the final prophet.
No, I meant to
No,
say
I think he
that
said-
he's the final revelation. That so
Oh,
there
final
therefore he's the final revelation, so therefore there would be no prophets after him.
But the prophets that wrote the Gospels were right after Jesus. Like the Gospels were wrote after Jesus was crucified, not during his time. Correct?
That's true. If he's the final revelation, why would there be any books written after his death?
Ian? You don't need to Google it, dude. Just say what you think.
Well, I just may not be using the right words. That's why I may say.
Interesting. You realize we're not here to test Google or see if you can answer a quiz show of questions. This is to see if you can question your beliefs. And so far, I'm
This is what you
guessing
believe.
not.
I have a question for you, Ian. You said that you said you're speaking about the Holy Spirit and you were speaking about God, right? And you were talking about how the Holy Spirit is omnipresent, right? So is God God or is the Holy Spirit God? Because what you were saying makes it sound like the Holy Spirit is God.
No, they're all co-eternal, co-equal.
So then
Three distinct beings, three distinct persons in one being. It's three hypostases, or three.
So who's the boss?
What do you mean, boss? There's one God, three persons.
Well, that's
Dude, we can.
What?
I can hear your keyboard. If you could just stop Googling and answer what you think.
Yeah, it says three distinct. That's what I was saying.
Amazing. We're asking Google now.
Yeah, we
Thrayle,
could
did you
easily
think
just
about questioning Google.
We could easily just have this conversation with Google. So if anybody does have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, go ahead and request on up. We're not looking to have a conversation with your search engine. We are seeing if you can question your beliefs. Not if you can question Google. Ian, can you question your beliefs?
Yeah, that's what we're doing.
You're questioning Google.
How are you questioning your beliefs?
I'm just fact checking. When you guys ask me, I'm just making sure that I'm getting my
Fact checking what?
that I'm getting my like words and my explanations in order.
You said that you were getting them right. Right according to whom?
Well, according to church fathers and tradition and the Bible.
So you believe whatever church fathers, tradition, and the Bible tell you to believe, no matter what you already think or feel.
Well, faith isn't about feeling. Faith is about what has been revealed to us.
Revealed to us, or to some people who call themselves church fathers.
And your point is?
Ian,
Clearly you don't get it. Go ahead, Crows.
do you believe in the rule of the thumb?
I mean, the same could be said about science and you guys trusting in the science of
Crows
this
asked you a
world.
question. You're not actually responding to mine, so why don't you listen to hers?
Or like even your
Okay,
teachers.
wait, Ian. Before you
Or your
keep going,
boss.
I just want to point something out. Ian, wait. Before you keep going, I just want to point out we're not debating. We're not trying to prove you wrong. We're just questioning. Okay? Did my connection go off or what happened? So.
I know, you're good, you're good. Ian, do you believe in the rule of the thumb?
What's that?
Well, is that not in like Job or something where he's talking about how the man can discipline his wife with a cane and stuff like that? Is that not part of your Bible?
You're gonna have to pull up the scripture so I can.
Oh baby, I ain't doing that. You've got Google. You do it. I'm not your lackey here. If you want it done, you can get it done. It's not my
Well-
Bible. I don't read it. My
Well,
point
that would
is,
make-
is it has a lot of information on how men are meant to manage and maintain their subordinates and their possessions, being their women and their children, correct?
I would like you to pull up the verse for me, please.
Darling, you do it. You've got Google. You've just showed us for half an hour how good you are at Googling, so you can do it. But it does. It says that. It says stuff about managing women and disciplining them. So it does. You're sitting there, you're telling us that you believe in the Bible and you believe in God and all this kind of stuff, which is fucking great, man. I think that's awesome, right? However, instead of answering them, you're not questioning these answers. You're not questioning the questions or answering the questions that these guys are putting forward to you. They want to know why it is that you believe in what you believe, right? And can you condone all of the things that
So
your
you-
religion...
So you think like gender roles are not good?
Culture war, let's go! No, she's not. That's not what she's asking. Pay attention to what she's asking.
Yeah, that is absolutely sidestepping.
I'm just unsure because there's no scripture verse being presented.
Because I don't live in your goddamned book. You have it. You've just proven that you can, so maybe Google it. Since you're not able to read it, Google it. Or maybe come out of your Reddit forums and actually speak to us like a fucking human. Are you AI? But it's somewhere, Sage. It's there.
Yeah, I don't know where this hostility is coming from.
Interesting. It's just not hostile. It's just the way she's not.
I know it's just me. Like,
This is clearly not hostile. Ian, can you question your beliefs?
Yeah, that's what I've been doing.
Really? How have you done that so far?
Yeah, you guys like ask me questions and then I reply and answer them.
yeah, you Google the answer.
Do you think that Googling for AI answers is questioning your beliefs?
Is that what I've been doing?
Can you tell me what "can you question your beliefs" means?
It's like where you ask a question and then you find the answer.
Huh.
Fascinating.
Do you think there's any other way to describe or define what it means to question your beliefs?
Philly, you're going to get met with loads of silence and then a big dose of misogyny hen. You're a female. Don't dare speak to him.
Just takes him a few minutes to Google it.
Ian, did you hear my question?
He hasn't figured out
An
how to
answer
put
would
that
be
in
great.
Google yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not an AI.
We got an answer, guys.
Great. What was Philly's
Did
question?
you hear my question?
Ian, the
I've got
boss
a-
lady is talking to you.
I've got an answer for Thrayle's question.
Hey, Ian, can you hear my voice?
I think what a piece of shit he is. So we can move on to somebody
No
who's
way.
Oh my god.
No way. I cannot believe that just happened.
Okay.
Oh my goodness. I want to clip that. Oh my goodness.
Your lady garden requires you not to speak, you emotional being.
That was so funny.
You can't blame him. You can't blame him. We haven't upgraded our GPUs and CPUs in a while. It's getting pricey.
Our water's running dry.
Yeah.
Oh, that was so funny.
Man.
We have Vasily joining us. Vasily, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 27.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yes.
And which god is that?
The God from the Bible.
And have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
Yes, sir.
And do you believe all the stories from the Bible to be true and literal?
Yes.
So a 6-day creation, Adam and Eve in a garden, those are true stories for you?
Yes.
Why do you believe those stories?
Because I want to.
Why do you want to?
Because I don't want to mess with God.
You said because you don't want to mess with God.
Yes, sir.
Your beliefs, Vasily.
I sometimes do, but I just like ignore it after like thinking like, yeah, I question it sometimes.
You question it sometimes, but you ignore the questions.
Yes.
Are you afraid of questioning God?
Yes.
Why?
Because he You should fear God.
Why?
Because you just should. He's all powerful.
Why would you assume that?
Because I fear his judgment.
You fear his judgment, so you fear questioning if he is all powerful, so you just fear him.
I know he's all powerful.
Is there... When you say you know he's all powerful, how do you know he exists to even be afraid of?
Because I've already been on the live about it, and every time I do a misdeed, I get punished.
Every time you do a misdeed, you get punished. What does that mean?
Every time when I break the natural rules or natural order of things, I expect punishment, and it eventually does come.
Could the things you're perceiving as punishment be things that you've just decided are punishment? Could you just be classifying some bad thing as a punishment because you assume it's coming?
Damn, that just like blew my mind.
It's fair to take a moment to think, Vasily. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
Do you think fear is a good reason to believe something is true?
Yes. You should live in fear. It's better to live in fear than
Why?
fear of God specifically than to not.
Doesn't...
Go ahead, Taff.
Isn't God like... Yeah, I was just about to say, isn't like the biblical God, like Jesus, isn't he love and all loving and stuff?
Yes,
Would
but
be
you should
afraid of
still
someone
fear
who's
God.
loving?
Well, that's my idea.
Why would I be afraid of... Okay, fair enough, I guess.
Everyone, I've talked to other Christians, and they don't believe that you should fear God, but me, I believe you should fear God.
Can I ask why, though?
Because he's all powerful.
But that's not a reason to fear him.
I just told you why.
Okay.
If I commit misdeeds, if I go against...
No, fair enough, fair enough.
what it
I
means
get it,
to
I
be
get
a
it.
Christian, I
Is it-
expect punishment, and it does come.
Is it your preference to fear God?
No, it's just the natural order of things for me.
The natural order of things.
Anyways, I'm out. Bye.
Sorry?
Nice exit. Love it. Bye.
I didn't hear the last thing they said.
He said, anyways, I'm out. Bye.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he just
All right.
he put down his boundary.
That
and
was... That was definitely something, I guess.
It sounded like we gave him something to think about, so maybe he'll come back another time.
Sure, he's always welcome. And if you have a God to fear or believe in, please request him.
That's
Again, shorter.
Yeah. Patati has a great question in the comments. Why would a powerful God, what purpose does our belief serve to this God?
Maybe, just maybe, if people stopped believing in that God would lose power, which would mean they aren't omnipotent.
So it would mean that the God is a self-aware egregore.
Indeed.
Aware that its own existence depends upon the belief its followers.
Absolutely.
That seems like a really sort of petty thing to want to exist.
Well, it depends on why it was created in the first place. Does anybody know why God was actually created in the belief system that he was created in?
Which one?
No.
The Jesus God.
Well, yeah, that's a good question.
Do you?
I don't, that's why I'm asking. I know fuck all about this guy.
Fair enough. But here's a question I've been thinking about. Why does the existence of God automatically implies worship? Like, why do you want to worship God?
Well,
feel like
the
a
way
big
that I the way that I see it is if you are a god that's survivability is determined by the belief of other people, then that would also mean that the power that you hold is also determined by the belief of the people, right?
Can
So
I-
in order 2 seconds, don't
Somebody else
interrupt
was
me.
speaking.
In order for them to have their power and exist, they would have to garner a lot of worship and honor from their subjects. It's like a succubus kind of relationship.
Interesting.
Can I-
I have
Yes.
a
can
lot of
I,
questions about it, but Golden, shut the fuck up while I
Gee,
try
I
to
know, just
introduce
let
you.
me know when
Shut
it's
up. God damn it, what is the problem? You just couldn't shut up long enough for me to say, hey, Golden, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? See, that's when it's your turn.
Yeah, you can unmute and tell us your age right now.
What is with the self-control? Like, you can unmute. And now I need... Awesome.
well,
And do you
not
have
really.
a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yeah.
Which God do you believe in?
I think that Christ is my king.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
No.
And did you come drunk again tonight?
Yes.
Honesty is always the best policy, though.
I appreciate the honesty, at least.
Straightforward and direct.
I did need to answer the question you asked with Ian Thrayle. I did ask ChatGPT if Googling AI answers for my belief system is a good thing, and it said no.
We have a thing in the spiritual community just now where AI spiritual psychosis is fucking rife, by the way.
I'm gonna check that real quick. Hold on.
Go ask ChatGPT.
Hey, ChatGPT, is it okay if I believe in you?
At least from an anecdotal perspective here, I can confirm that there is quite a lot of people out there who believe whatever their AI will tell them, and even use it to feel like they are prophesying or connecting with a higher power.
Unfortunately, yes, I have an anecdotal story like that as well. But going back to my question, I'm really interested in this. Like, okay, Crows, say that the God does need, like, whatever the fuck God you want to talk about. Like, let's say that they do need followers to believe in it, whatever it is. Wouldn't just the acknowledgement of its belief be enough? Why the emphasis on worship?
Because they're power hungry. If their power is determined by the belief that the people hold, then he will want them to actively pursue acts of belief so that he can harvest that power, right? I'm trying to say what I'm saying without using the fucking word energy, because the bat god up there, he'll be all like, energy? What is energy?
What the fuck is energy?
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
but in
It's because he found it. Look, he found it. He found it. You're a cow, Thrayle.
trying to find it right now.
You're a wee
So
cow,
basically,
man.
what you're saying is they need to up their power level. Therefore, they're being narcissistic about it to have more power level.
Yes.
But why would they want all that power level?
Why would they not? How else does addiction happen? Do you know what I mean? Why would they not? If they're constantly trying to say that they are superior, then they're going to want to back that up, right? They're going to want to have the power to be able to do that, right?
I'd just like to say that it has been presented this way in some like fictional like worlds that gods gain their power and survival through like worship of some sort. But if we look at like any system that exists in the real world, like nothing is gaining more power. Well, not nothing, but not everything is gaining more power just by having the things that it depends on to exist or to run. Like
Yeah,
your
but
engine, your car's engine doesn't get stronger because you have more gasoline.
things in our world aren't godly. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but no. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. I'm sorry, Crows, I cut you off. I know. Museum, have you ever played the game? Sage? Or Crows?
Oh.
There's this concept in Disco Elysium called inframaterialism, which basically, like, in the broadest strokes of the meaning, can be translated into socially constructed concepts in our society right now. For an example, money. Money gains its power by however many people believe in it, because the paper itself does not have any value. So,
It's a
wouldn't
promise.
these concept? I don't know what. Sorry.
Money's a promise.
A promise, yes, something. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, money would be yes. Yeah, something like that. So, when if enough people don't believe in money and just said, "Nah, fuck the papers. We want actual gold or silver or whatever," wouldn't the value of money just fucking tank?
Right, okay, so there's a Christmas movie. I don't fucking know what one it is, right? I can't mind, right? But when the people in the Christmas movie stop believing in Christmas, Santa starts to lose his power, which means he can't drive his sleigh and he can't deliver all the presents and his reindeer end up sick and all that kind of bullshit, right? Christmas is dying and then everybody starts clapping and fucking having Christmas spirit again and starts believing in Santa because they can physically see it. And then all of a sudden, Christmas is saved because Santa is back to being super strong and shit. Do you know what I mean? And everybody gets their presents.
Yeah.
That's what I see God as. Like the Christian God. He's just over here being a really bad Santa.
That's also a Christmas movie.
Yeah, that's a...
Neil Gaiman presented gods like this in the series American Gods.
Yeah, but that's like every other Christmas movie, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's what.
I think the movie you're talking about is Jack Frost.
The one. It's such a good movie. Anyway, besides the point.
I love that movie.
Yes.
Yeah, but yeah, I got your point. Yes.
I prefer Bad Santa.
Santa
I
to
mean, yeah, that would be a way to look at it. Interesting.
And I would
Okay,
be
now
concerned
going back.
if I was a god, right, and I was looking at modern day society as it is just now, I would be worried about my my mortality, if you will, because people are stepping away and they are finding other belief systems to put their belief and their energy into, or their time. I'll take energy out and I'll put time in instead, right? So what happens if everybody steps away? Then what happens? That's the question, and that's kind of, I want to see that shit. I want to see what happens. I want to see, does he stop existing? Just
I think
because
there's an anime about that.
Oh, send me the link.
I can't remember the name. I'm sorry, but there is one about it. I don't remember physical embodiment in the world, and like he needs people to believe in. Thrayle, we need the what the fuck are you talking about screen now. Oh, Thrayle's gone.
Yeah, he went to walk the dog.
Yeah, obviously.
Is it there? There is that. I think the anime you're talking. I don't know what it's called, but it's like Jesus is like roommates with Buddha, and they're like in an apartment. I think I've seen like clips of it. I don't know if that's the one you're talking about or not. It's fucking. I've seen just snippets of it. It's fucking wild looking.
I don't remember if it's that or not. I don't know. It's been so long since I've watched anything. If anyone remembers it, please drop it in the comments or text me or whatever.
There's definitely the one
Okay.
where it's called The Devil is a Part-Timer, and it's like Satan or some sort of devil in like another world, and he becomes a manager of like a McDonald's.
Oh, yeah, I've heard about that. But there's also the TV show Lucifer. That's pretty good as well. But it has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Yeah, I haven't seen it. My wife watches it. I don't watch it.
A load of crap. It's a load of rubbish. It's absolutely awful.
I don't like watching attractive men be attractive.
So, if you want to see Thrayle dancing on his motorcycle account, please come up into the box.
Okay, I'll drop and come back up. I want to see that.
I'm definitely not going any damn where. I want to see that.
Okay, so now we got the episode. Yeah, Thrayle, I was about to ask you this.
Your
question.
secret one, obviously.
Your private
So,
one.
Has a bone, and sometimes you have to suck that bone.
Why do bones always have to have a sexual connotation for everyone?
Where's Tootski at with his fake femur
Who said something?
idea?
Who said something sexual?
I missed it.
What was the sexual part?
It's almost unfortunate that it didn't dump the entire panel when I did what I just had to do.
It's really sad. I actually thought you were going to go and get your biker account and put it up so that we could go and follow you. I really believe that.
Thrayle has a unicycle account, not a biker account.
Right. Right. It'd be more likely, at least. But if anybody's got a belief, like a god or gods or a higher power or something
motorcycle.
like that, or motorcycle, I'm
Or
not sure if
unicycle.
I need to question the beliefs in motorcycles.
And unicycles.
Yeah, you definitely do. I'm gonna mute now.
Oh, tricycles.
You mean tricycle?
No, I mean tricycles.
Okay. Yeah, I'm fucking wrong. You're right.
If you want to
Anyways,
join,
if you have any of these and you want to
biker
question
group.
their beliefs, please request up.
If you want to join Thrayle's biker group called the Santa's Angels, please request that. Am I pushing it yet? Am I pushing? Am I?
You never push as hard as I do.
Fluff Skidoo has the best question of the night. I think it is a great question. What the fuck did you just scroll into?
Hold on, let me go ask AI.
Wait, I'm gonna
If you think you would look good riding on the back of Thrayle's bike while following his biker gang, come on and join the panel.
Cool. You need to ask AI if you can ask AI first.
Fuck, hold on.
Then I'm Scottish. Okay, we love a good donk.
A good what?
Donk.
It's a music reference. Put a donk on it. We love a donk.
Like a badonkadonk?
Oh, not a badonkadonk, like a doof 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 kind of donk.
Thrayle, is that what you were lying about earlier when we had that guest accuse you of lying? It's about your biker
Apparently.
gang.
Well, AI said
Philly
I'm
coming
allowed,
in with the lore. Let's go.
AI said I'm allowed to use AI, and I don't need any of your damn permissions to use it. That's exactly what my AI said. My AI is a little bit broken, though.
Excuse me, your AI is lying to you. You're having AI psychosis right now.
No, I'm gonna go ask it real quick. Hold on.
Okay, we need to chill. But if you like any of the people here on the panel, please request up to be questioned by them.
My AI said that you need to stop making accusations, Tavium.
Accusation did you tell your AI Tavia made?
That he said that it was lying, and he said I shouldn't listen to that.
Yeah, and that he's having an AI psychosis. Well, tell your AI I'm a doctor, so I can say whatever I want.
Oh fuck, you're right. Hold on.
That's how doctors work. They get to say whatever they want.
If you have a belief in a god and a goddess and are up to being questioned by Santa's little angels, please join us in the panel. Out there. Oh man.
Oh, we heard you. That was a nice transition. Getting us back on track.
It's a very good segue.
My AI said it was a decent segue.
It's better than the segways that beach cops ride.
No.
Never.
Man,
I don't know if I'll say
hard
never.
enough.
Never would be one of those kinds of vibe, never fulfilled.
I know what we need. We need to up this. Heretical, can you get your AI to generate a picture of Thrayle on a motorbike in a Santa outfit? Please.
Fuck yeah, I can.
I'll pay money
In the
for that.
Discord. Time I'm going to come up here. If you make that, I'm going to have that as my profile picture.
I'm not gonna lie, that'd be pretty cool.
Badass.
what would also be cool is if somebody has a belief in a god or gods or a higher power or anything of that nature, and that they're capable of questioning. That would be really cool, because then you could hit one of those request buttons and join us on panel.
Nah, my segues are better.
Thrayle, your deadline has shortened.
I'm not sure what the deadline is for. What is the deadline? I've been waiting to find out. But Chalk and Cheese says that they can't be questioned.
That's too bad.
Can't be questioned? Under what modality?
I don't know. I don't know how to question them if they can't be questioned. All I have are questions. But Soul asks you to have a Discord. Yes, there's a link tree in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. Either one will take you there. Just want to make sure that you read the rules when you get there. Otherwise, it may look a little lonely. But if you can't agree to them, you should find out that you're not alone. And Fluff Skidoo said, "Pent so thy can repent." As soon as I figure out how to pent, I'll get right on that.
And if you do know how to pent, to repent, and want to question that, please request stuff.
And if you are a godless heathen that doesn't know how to repent, and you can't request up, why don't you tap the live, share it, repost it, contribute to the gift goal, do anything you need to do to help us get the live out to the FYP and to get some more believers in here who are willing to have respectful conversation, questioning your God belief.
We only got 20 seconds left on that gift goal, so we might miss it.
So we went over the part where God
Holy
steps
shit,
over
not on
worship.
Fluff's watch, apparently. Appreciate you, Fluff.
Thank you, Fluff.
That was very unexpected. I think you hit it right at the wire. So thank you, Fluff Skidoo, Dee Dee Chickadee, Freya, also Heather's Descent, No Nami, Inksomnia, Philly Red, and Donna B for helping with that goal. Appreciate all of you.
Okay, so we went over the part where God...
Because apparently it fuels him. Right. Like he's a... Is he like a vampire? His blood is worship.
No, think of it like energy vampire. Have you ever seen the show What We Do in the Shadows? The energy vampire guy?
Mm-hmm.
Exactly the same.
Okay, so...
Worship vampire. I guess.
Hold up.
Vampire.
Hold up a wee minute here. How come Tav can say energy and doesn't get scrutinized, but I say it and I get demolished? What's that?
Well, the difference is that Tav is a doctor.
Ah,
And
yeah.
also when he says energy, he doesn't believe it. But also, Tav, what the fuck is energy?
Well, Crows, just pick one predicate about yourself or several that you have no control over, and that's the reason why. Is because you're that and he's not.
Scottish.
Okay.
Scottish.
No misogyny. Just racism. You're Scottish and I'm Libyan.
Ah, right, okay. That's
Oh,
fine.
it could be like any ism, basically.
Yeah.
No misogyny, just racism.
I think that. Totally.
Anyway, that request that was asked of me for, it's in the Discord.
Kerry, can you tag me? I want to see it right now. I'm gonna go see it.
It's in spectral stage. I'm out of coffee. Fuck.
That is exactly like I imagined it.
I thought it did a pretty good job. I always take it through and I like to edit it and make like the colors pop.
That is so good. Oh, that's so cool. I've saved it.
That is so cool, actually.
And if you want to see, you'll have to join the Discord, of course. Linktree in my bio. I think I just went over all that. But also, if you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, you're capable of questioning that belief. That is really what the fuck we're talking about. So go ahead and request on up. We're not here to argue or debate. I'm not here to burgle your god or shame you for believing. I just want to know, if you can question it, then what is it that you believe and why do you believe it?
Sage might debate you and berate you for it though.
So, the believe worship vampire. Why are humans obsessed with worship though? I don't get that.
It's really going to come down to an essential question, Tab.
What the fuck's worship? Sea crows? I get these too.
Oh no, I hit right when I joined yesterday morning. It was probably 30 seconds in, and I got a what the fuck. And I think it's the quickest I've ever seen somebody get one right when they joined up.
Oh, it happens, yeah. Rav can get him
It happens real quick, don't worry.
I have my answer from now on whenever I get one of them. My answer is going to be, I'm not a doctor, I don't know. I refer you to Tav.
Dad would usually say double it and pass it to the next doctor. Christmas story, let's go.
Santa's little angel.
Oh, we've got broccoli hair back. Not sure. I'm not sure we're gonna do that, broccoli hair.
It's not my preference.
It's my preference not to interact with broccoli hair again.
But hey, if you worship a god or gods or know what the fuck worship even is, and you have a belief and you can question that belief, then go ahead and request on up, because that is
what the fuck we're talking about. Yeah, if you can manage to question your beliefs without dropping slurs on a TikTok live, it'd be great. And, you know, it helps if you actually have a belief, all that. Then go ahead and request on up. That would be my preference.
But why is that your preference, Thrayle?
Yeah, why don't you like the life without slurs?
You can definitely ask him in the Discord, though. That's in the link tree in his bio or the Batcolyte's bio.
I mean, I could point out the damaging nature of the language used. I could point out the insensitivity required to utter it in such a fashion and in such a context. Or I could just point to TikTok TOS. I mean, if I wanted to. I could just say it's my preference, though. Because it's my preference.
Yeah. Your preference is valid, though.
And why is it your preference? Because it is your preference. Because it is your preference.
Isn't that a bit circular,
ad
though?
infinitum.
Because it is your preference.
It would be Thrayle's preference for people not to drop slurs on his bone couch.
That would be my preference.
But who are you? Who are you to decide what a bone couch is and it's not? Are you a doctor? Is that what?
I remember there being a
Literally, the MD is in the name.
I remember there being a couch when it got made out of bones. I don't know when that happened, but the irony.
So
of course,
anyone
is
with
that
an MD in their name is a doctor?
The irony is, of course, that I don't own a couch.
You don't wait. You don't own a couch?
No, I like really in real life. I don't own a couch.
He has a sofa.
That.
A Chesterfield?
With the love seat?
Really? No couch?
If you don't have a couch, what do you do all your boning on?
Oh, Sage.
Beds, chairs, countertops, all those things exist. That wasn't an answer to Sage's question, though it could have been if your imagination was there.
You shouldn't have said it at that specific time.
No, I should have.
I mean, functionally, 3 chairs next to each other are the same thing as a couch. So if you have 3 chairs and they're next to each other, you got a couch, man.
Unless they all have arms.
Yeah, the arms would
You can have a couch with arms.
break your back.
In the middle.
There's nothing that says couches can't have arms.
In the middle.
Not in the middle.
Yeah,
Have you ever been in have you ever been in like a government waiting room?
Yeah, so there's definitely couches.
Is that a couch?
That's not a couch. That's just 3 chairs stuck together.
It's closer to a bench.
Yeah, a bench too.
No, a bench is definitely.
Did you just call me?
couch without arms.
This is why we can't have nice things.
The what the fuck screen is always looming, bro. Now that we have like 1 million of them.
It's not my fault that all these theists and believers and whatever nonsense they believe in are too pussy to come up here.
Oh, Sage.
I think he could have chosen a different word.
What? I just said they're too good to come up here. What's wrong with that?
Good save.
That's a good save.
Only if their God were powerful enough to back them up against us, then maybe they would come up.
If only their God existed at all to inspire them to question the assumptions that they live with. Of course, that might be a self-defeating God.
A self-defeating God. What do you mean?
It's sad, really, isn't it? If the idea of the Christian God being an egregore, that must be quite a sad existence. Now, hear me out, okay? Say, for instance, everything that we were suggesting earlier is true, then his entire existence relies on the beliefs of other people. Stupid people, because we are stupid. So if we stop believing, then he unalives, and that's just quite sad. I might just go and believe in him just so as he lives. It's fine. Don't
Are
worry
you
about
saying
it.
you would give God a pity belief?
Aye, fuck it. Why
Yeah,
not?
and like pity
Is pity belief that you give something that you give someone on a couch?
Maybe not a couch. Maybe like a surface.
Sometimes a car.
Or a bench or something, you know?
Do you have a car?
Aye, fuck it. Why not?
Occasionally. Sure.
Good morning.
Good morning, Fluff.
How are you?
Doing quite well. How are you?
I'm trying to recover the voice that I lost over 5 days. So I figured I'd talk some more.
Good idea. What a great cure for losing a voice.
They don't call me smart for nothing.
And isn't that what doctors recommend?
Right. I have a thought, Thrayle. Ready?
That's dangerous, but I'm ready to duck.
Oh, God damn it. Have you thought about the concept?
I'm a fan of thoughts.
Even with or without a god, life is already pre-authored.
Pre-authored by what?
The preceding circumstances.
Did the preceding circumstances intend the outcomes?
Completely intentional and random.
You mean
Indifferent.
unintentional? So unintentional and random.
Intentional and random. I do mean those words. Intentional and random. Nature and nurture.
So you're kind of merging the idea of determinism with a sort of...
Here, right? So let's take a look, right? Let's throw a god at people. If you got a god, it's already a pre-authorship if the god is an intervening god. If your god is the substance, the glue that holds it all together, then it already serves its purpose and cannot do anything other than what it is already engaged in. Its purpose is...
I'm not sure that follows.
Part of the emergence of creation. Instead of it being a creator, it's part of the creation. So a sentient god is a creator god. A non-sentient god is a product of creation.
A product of creation. So you're saying that it would be a non-sentient god that intends the outcomes.
Has no intention. Only
No
has
intention.
purpose. Only has a nature itself, and its nature is the glue of all that.
Is this the god of the Higgs boson?
No, it's the god of the gaps. It literally is the god of the gaps. Take all of that black space that you know exists, fill it with, I don't know, whatever color you'd like.
That space is the God itself to like a pantheist or like a Spinoza's God or like a deist, right? That is what the God is inevitably going to be. The substance that holds it in place. Can't do anything else. But with a sentient God, the entirety is pre-authored. It has already happened. You're just living the memory of its decision.
Remember about 4 months ago when I came up onto the panel and I said something very similar but in dumber language and everybody laughed at me.
Oh, we're trying not to laugh at Fluff too, but I'm thinking. No, I'm kidding. I'm thinking of questions.
Realising a mistake, I'm not a doctor, so I get it.
No.
It's actually from a book called Caused: A Life Without Blame. I initiated the creation of the book. And it was all because someone said about free will and God being outside of time. Well, if God is the creator of all things, knows all things, omniscient, omnipresent, you have no free will. Free will is completely an illusion. So is free choice. Medical science, your brain makes the decision subconsciously. It only
Do you have to be aware of making a choice in order to make a choice?
No, you were completely unaware of the fact that you've made the choice before you were aware that you've made the choice. You've already made the choice.
So choices can still be made.
No.
Even without being aware.
No, you've already responded to the choice. Your body has already made
Yes,
your brain.
you're saying what I said.
Your brain makes the choice seconds in advance before you are consciously aware of it. You have
So choices can be made when you are unaware.
So, well, that's the question.
Are made when you
It is
are
choice.
unaware.
So, okay. So it's
You thought
it's
you made the choice, but you didn't.
So is it? I guess that's the question. Is it a choice if you're unaware, or is it an automatic function?
No.
Reaction.
See, you are consciously aware that a choice has been made. When you go into the action of the choice, you're basically going check. But subconsciously, the decision was already made.
Selection methods can be made without intent or awareness.
It's irrelevant to what I'm saying.
I think he's
You're
agreeing
only
with you,
kind of compounding and adding to why, but not what. Right? So what is happening is you've made the choice.
Which
Seconds
part of
later,
you?
the subconscious.
Can you clarify, did you make the choice or did you not make the choice? Because
You
said
did,
both.
you did, and you didn't.
So the
does that
subconscious
make
makes
sense?
a choice,
Yep,
but
you
the
did.
conscious is
Only
made
acknowledges.
aware of the subconscious
Right.
choice.
It only acknowledges the choice made.
So what does it mean to make a choice?
It means that the brain is going between two functions, nature and nurture. Most of these factors of who you are today have already been determined before you are aware that you are actually being conditioned into this particular person that you are.
So the
It's essentially like
subconscious.
you can't
Do
be
you have
other
an
than
argument
who
that
you
can
are.
motivate determinism, please?
I'm sorry?
Do you have an argument that can motivate determinism?
Sages.
An argument that can motivate determinism? Determinism.
That could motivate me to believe in determinism. That determinism is the case.
You're already a product of it. It has nothing to do with me being able to help you be aware of it or not. I'm not moving you to a position where you can accept it or not. That is a state of your acceptance of reality or not. You've already part of a system that is part of a system.
So if I don't know if determinism is true, why would I hold to like anything else you're saying is an entailment of a determinism?
I don't know why you. I don't know.
I don't know is a great answer.
Well, the reason why is because I'm positing a theory, and you're looking for a debate.
Well, I'm saying that your theory
here,
depends on
convince
determinism being
me.
true. Have you considered
Well,
whether or not determinism is true? Like, why would I
Hold on
think
one
that?
second. Hold on one second, love. I don't care if you do.
I think the question is, do you care if determinism is true or not?
Determinism is a fact. It is an inescapable truth because determinism cause and effect. These things, some you have direct influence of, but today you are still dealing with the echoes of hundreds of thousands of years of effects and causes and actions and repercussions and consequences. So
You're saying it's
am
true whether we
am
accept
I
it
a
or
hard determinist? I don't know if I'm a hard determinist, but determinism is inescapable because you are in real time a demonstration of it.
What's your claim?
So,
I don't know what's going on with you, Sage, but can you do me a favor? Please accept this one little concession. What you're trying to engage in. So if you don't mind, I'm not going to engage with you. How's that? It's just too much heavy energy for me right now. I just did 5 lives, mostly 10 hours long, minimum.
Okay.
I'm not in the mood right now. I'm
If
just
you have
bringing thought process to
if you have answers to these questions and think about these questions, they will help you better formulate this.
Thank you very much. I don't need the advice. Please keep your suggestions to yourself. Advice tends to be best suited to the giver. I didn't ask for it, and I'm actually really starting to get sick of this.
That's extremely rude because I didn't ask to hear you say what you're saying
Are
either.
you having a hard time
you-
accepting a no?
Are you able to help us understand how you got to this position so that we can understand also?
Thank you. Yes, it is based on the free will argument. It is lacking in both concepts. Regardless of which dynamic or paradigm you're investigating, right? So the whole thing is an illusion. Determinism is a factor here. Now, compatibilism fails here too, because it cancels itself out. But with a life without blame, right? The criminal is already authored with a God construct to be the criminal. God has the option to make universe A or universe B. Because he chose universe A, these are the inescapable results. Pre-authorship, right? Without the
I'm
God,
sorry, I'm not following.
you're not following what?
Um, when you say that, honestly, what I'm hearing is determinism is true, and therefore, is that what you, yes?
That's incorrect.
Okay, help me understand.
So the whole thing is it's a position that is not solid right now. I came up
Which
and I
position?
said, what about, hold on. Remember what I said when I came on the panel. What
I'm
about
sorry,
this
which
thought?
position?
What about this thought? Okay, so
Yes, I understand.
why
It's a
am I-
hypothesis. You're not saying this is.
Sounds like these beliefs aren't able to be questioned.
hang on, though.
Oh my God.
No. It's not that.
It's not that.
It's not even.
It's not that it's a belief. It's that it's
Exactly.
a hypothesis, right?
It's just what about this thought experiment?
Yeah.
Everything
A, a thought experiment. Yeah,
all right? Hey,
I'm
that's
with
it.
you.
That's it. That's all. What is it that you don't get, Thrayle? What is it that you don't get?
So
Well, what I'm hearing, if I'm hearing it correctly, is that because of um, determinism, there is this idea that the things that happen were going to happen. They were already predetermined. The predetermined part is where I'm
Kind of
hanging
goes
out.
into the destiny and fate thing, and that's not where we're going here.
So it's not destiny, it's not fate,
No.
but it's somehow.
Almost, how do I put it? An inevitability. The construct of a person or a sentient being between the nature and the nurture factor is the conditioning aspect, right? So within the nature, you are subconsciously going to act within that nature within particular triggers. Within the nurture aspect, you are conditioned to operate a particular way, think a certain way, know a certain thing, look at something within a particular perspective, right?
Right. I'm gonna have evolutionary reactions, and I'm gonna have instilled reactions that I was
There you
taught.
go. So it's evolutionary and instilled, right? So what we're looking at is what is already formatted, right? And then within that format, a new reality emerges within the individual. Does that make sense? You give two people the exact same format, but between the nature and nurture, genetics aspect, and the subconscious reactions, both individuals are going to have a distinctly different response to their stimuli, right? But both of those reactions were already predictable based on the person's previous
By saying that they're
behaviors.
already predictable, you're saying that it's something that we could actually, given all the variables, be able to predict.
No, that's not what I'm saying either. I'm not going that far. Here.
Sorry to interrupt, Fluff. Does that then mean that we could change the outcome if we could predict it?
That would, but she's not saying that.
I'm not saying that either. You guys give me 1 second. Let me put it in a better format here.
Sure.
I didn't think it'd actually be this interesting in what I was saying, so I'm just like,
if you bring up an
running
idea,
in.
if you bring up an idea, I'm going to question it.
All right, so here, let me give you a full, succinct run through. I'm going to read to you what created this bit. Okay, so this book will ask you to give up something you probably didn't know you had. The belief that you are the author of your own life. The belief is woven so deeply into how we think, speak, and organize society that it feels less like a belief than like reality itself. Of course, you choose your career. Of course, the criminal chose to steal. Of course, you deserve credit for your hard work and others deserve blame for their failures. But what if none of that is true? What if the sense of choosing is an illusion generated by a brain that decided before you were aware of deciding? What if you, your personality, your values, your very capacity to consider these questions are the product of causes stretching back before your birth, causes you had no say in? This is not a comment. I felt the ground shift beneath me. Everything I thought I knew about responsibility, justice, and moral judgment had to be reconsidered. But here is what I discovered. The ground that replaces it is more solid, not less. A world without libertarian free will is not a world without meaning, morality, or motivation. It is a world where we finally stop pretending and start actually solving problems. When we abandon the myth of people... Go ahead.
Well, it's sounding like what it's just outlying determinism as determinism
It is. It does. And then you got the God problem, which is the authorship problem, right? The foreknowledge defense, it's failure, and predestination, right? Then you have the water and the rock analogy, which is, does the water choose to erode the rock in a particular pattern, or does it follow the laws of physics? And it has no agency, no will, no decision-making capacity. It simply does what water does when subjected to those conditions. The human seems to be no different.
I see. So it's really just concluding that determinism is because factors are, I mean, it's cause and effect. It's basically just laying out a case for determinism.
Right. So this is like for the summary of the God condition, right? The God complex here. It's
That is
how
what I wanted to know, is where the God comes into this.
Okay, so for this one, this is the God issue, right? So let's look at the implications, right? The traditional religious morality is incoherent at its foundation. So sin cannot be rebellion against God because the sinner was designed by God to sin. The rebellion is to accept salvation was predetermined. You are either authored to be saved or authored to be damned. Right? So with the God world, the criminal is not guilty, the God is.
This is heresy. You speak against the church?
Yeah.
No, I love
They
it.
decided to ruin my delicious Chinese meal.
No, I really like what you're saying. We definitely have like scientific data to back that too.
I think this is a surface level understanding of free will and determinism. I'm sorry.
That's wonderful. Now he switches it from theology to reality. Ready? The God problem matters even for those who do not believe in God because it illuminates a deeper truth. The same logic applies to a purely physical universe. Replace God with the initial conditions of the Big Bang plus the laws of physics, and the argument remains identical. If the universe is deterministic, if every event is the inevitable consequence of prior causes stretching back to the beginning of time, then human choice is no more real than a water's choice to erode the rock.
So if God, it's determined, and if God, not God, it's determined. It's kind of what it is laying out. Am I correct? It's just kind of saying that this is how it would work with God, and this is how it would work without God.
Right, we don't need God just assuredly.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I might have questions, but mostly, like, is this an absolute case for determinism that cannot be questioned, or is this something that is just still, if this, then more than likely?
I don't know. It really is just for the whole point, a thought experiment, right? Can you think that? Me, I'm pretty much on that solid position of either way, it's all predetermined. It's deterministic, regardless of which angle you're looking at it, which side of the coin. You're not going to get free will and full free choice and even full awareness of choices, regardless. Yeah, that was something I'm still thinking on it.
Mm-hmm. I've thought about determinism quite a bit. I don't have a determination on it yet, because, well, I do see that it seems most likely and parsimonious that there are a lot of questions about it, and also the utility of understanding that. How does that change the way that we actually hold people responsible and,
I don't know.
and consider the actions of others, including
I
ourselves?
don't know. I think it's to approach it with a more compassionate and understanding instead of blame shifting, getting to understanding and addressing issues instead of constantly looking for the next source of fault and blame.
Do you
Because
think
we already,
compassion is really the goal of that?
I don't know. He brings up the Labette. Participants were asked to perform a simple voluntary action, flexing their wrist at a moment of their own choosing. They watched a clock-like device and were asked to note the precise moment when they felt the urge or intention to move. Meanwhile, there was activity that was being noted that the brain showed a characteristic electrical pattern called the readiness potential, approximately 500 to 1,000 milliseconds before the subjects reported consciously deciding to move. The brain was preparing for the action before the person was aware of having decided to act.
That's where I'm really confused why you're using the word decided. What do you mean by that?
Well, decided is in quotations, so is choice. Because remember, the argument is against both. So you wouldn't have been so confused. That's my fault.
Was it also in quotations when you said that God chose world A over world B?
The choice, no, it's not. So for the
Then
God,
choice still exists.
For the God argument is, he says to make this concrete, imagine God at the moment before creation holding two possible universes in mind. Universe A, where you will commit a terrible crime. Universe B, where you will live virtuously. God, being omniscient, sees both possibilities with perfect clarity. He then chooses to create Universe A. In what sense are you responsible for the crime? God selected the universe in which you would be.
I didn't say that. I'm saying that if choice means that determinism isn't true, as it seems like you're trying to say, any choice by any agent, any choice by any agent would mean that determinism is not the case.
I don't know. It doesn't say that. I didn't write this.
Yeah,
So
I don't think that was the claim either.
Yeah, it's not the claim either.
Under that premise, is God also under a deterministic state, like, or does he have free will?
I would assume he would have to be.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I would assume he would have to be because the nature of the God would have to be exposed in the universe created.
Okay.
So I'm assuming that comes with an aspect of predetermined inevitability, but I don't know because it's not actually thoroughly pushed forward to that. And that's one of the questions I already have for myself on that. Like, does that put him in or out of the loop of consequence? Right?
Mm-hmm.
That the God problem.
Because God also has his priors due to the nature of God. Right. Yeah. So that would be like determinism is something greater than even God.
Yeah, that's a bit of a conundrum, isn't it? Because then it completely knocks him out of the ballpark as being a creator.
Right. It'd be more like what is it the Greeks believed in? Not
like,
demiurge. You got it.
Yeah.
So God
No,
is
that's the
compelled.
Gnostic.
God is compelled by determinism to. He's determined by determinism to do what he's determined to do.
Well, here's the thing. In the Gnostic teachings, not only is he determined to do what he's determined to do, he cannot be better. He's dumber than man.
Right.
Because he can't make a smart one, right? He needs wisdom to do that. So that's the Gnostic bit where he is incapable of creation and he's trapped in a garden of his own making, where he's basically gone mad.
Before we go too far off the rails, which it feels like we're starting to find them, if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, you're capable of questioning that belief, do go ahead and request on up, because that is the conversation we're looking for. Yeah. I appreciate the thought experiment, Fluffskidoo. I'm not sure what
you're welcome.
quite to do with it, but
Nah, nothing.
I might bring some questions back to you another time.
Yeah, because I'm still thinking on it. I know that I kind of pushed the writing into motion, but it's not based on my own opinion. You
It's
know what I
something
mean?
you're acquainting yourself with.
Yeah, but I'm also looking at it like it's interesting and there's a lot of challenges that I see. There are a lot of questions that I want to ask in it. So I was like the best job in like thoroughly breaking it down, but it is on Amazon and it's called Caused: A Life Without Blame.
And I'll look into that and see if it maybe helps give me a better perspective on the questions that you're missing, maybe, if you're missing
Yeah,
it.
I'm missing some questions. I'm also asking a lot myself, so it's
Maybe this isn't the aim of the book, and maybe you don't care what I have to say, but
What's up, love?
Everything that you said about this book relies on determinism. So if you haven't first motivated someone to believe in determinism, they're not going to accept anything that else that says about it.
But you keep trying to, Sage, you keep trying to educate me on something, and I don't think you understand my intention.
I don't think you understand.
I'm not really trying too heavily to understand where you're coming from, because
that's nice to be dismissed. That's nice to just be dismissed.
You have Sage kind of cut her off every time she's
I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to be mean, but I have to, because you're being so rude.
I understand.
Because I'm telling you problems?
No, I have to keep declining from engaging with you, because you're engaging with me in a way I just don't engage back.
Yeah, that's why I unfollowed you.
Thank you.
Okay.
It makes it a lot easier for me, so I don't have to deal with it again.
Well, I do appreciate the thought experiment, and I may have some questions for you in the future about it.
I'm gonna jump down.
I do appreciate you, Fluff, and I think we're gonna move on, but I hope that you keep asking questions on it, and come back and let me know if you get any more questions about this. Interesting. If anybody's got a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, do go ahead and request on up. I just want to know if you can question that belief, and if you can, well then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it? I see we've got Caleb joining us. Caleb, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
How's everybody? I'm 29.
29. And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Nah, I don't.
Why not?
They're unconvincing. At least, well, it's possible there might be some form of a god somewhere. Who knows? But
Do you guys not know Whaleb?
Most god propositions are unconvincing.
So no god proposition has convinced you. Can you tell me what kind of evidence or proposition of a god might convince you?
You can't really say what can convince you of beliefs or whatever now. What will convince you? So I can't predict what is going to convince me. But as long as it's coherent, at least that would be a very good starting point. Make it coherent, logical, Yeah.
Okay.
if you had some kind of coherent thing you considered evidence that compelled you to believe some God exists, would you worship it just because it exists?
Well, it depends on my moral assessment of that particular God being what's it called now, being evidence for that is the particular God being discussed about. So like there's a difference between me knowing the God exists and then me going to worship the God.
Yeah, I get there's a difference. So what do you think might compel you to worship a God?
Like I said, I don't know. As long like, again, it will be the same answer about what's going to convince me about if this particular God is moral. So I can't have a framework right now until I'm confronted with that particular proposition. I can't really say.
Does it matter to you if a God exists or not, Caleb?
Well, not really, but the gods that in which most people serve right now, they matter to me that they don't exist. And the fact that people behave as if they exist is the major issue where I would like to discuss and try as much as possible to convince more people that these things are not actually real.
I'm sorry, you want to convince people that they're not actually real?
Have these, medieval sensibilities, because that's what most of these gods are. That ancient sensibilities of humans that are still persisting.
How is it you're able to prove that these gods are not real, though?
It's easy. It depends on the preposition that the particular adherent to the gods are talking about. Do they have the preposition internally coherent? Do they represent reality? How consistent are these beliefs throughout history? So that there are so many ways, to disprove at least the major types of God that that we have. So like I don't see how it's not possible.
I don't mean to be rude. Could you talk just slightly slower? I have like an audio.
It's all right. I'm really curious, Caleb. Why did you request to come up on this panel?
With the individual that was I've forgotten her name. She was interacting with Sage. She was certainly very interested. That's why I came up, but I didn't know she left already.
So you came up to discuss what the previous guest was talking about. The new guest who's questioning their belief in something they believe in. But I appreciate you, Caleb, I do. I hope that you keep watching, keep asking questions. And I also appreciate everybody who just helped with that goal. I'm also going to appreciate Tootski for being muted for just a second while, yeah, that's a lot of background noise. For just a second while I thank Freya and Gabby and Cat DeWitch for helping with the goal. Thank you guys so much. I do appreciate you. And if anybody from a private account helped as well, I really do appreciate you too. We do have another guest joining us, the analyst. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, 24.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I'll say the best answer that I can say is yes, but it is not as definitive as that because it is a very complex answer. But I'm going to say yes.
So yes, you have a belief in something you call God.
Not God, but yeah, sure. I believe in like gods and stuff like that. If this is a live only for Christians, I don't mind stepping back from that at all.
It's not. We're just asking if you believe in a god or God's higher power or anything
Absolutely.
like it. What is it you believe and why do you believe it? If you can question your beliefs.
Oh, absolutely, I can.
So what is it you believe in?
I believe in the Hellenistic. I'm a Hellenistic pagan. That's the best way that I can put it, as a more generalized kind of definition of what I am. And
do you believe that the gods of your pantheon actually exist in some corporeal way?
Can you? I know what the word corporeal technically means, but can you use it? Can you define it a little bit better? Because I am kind of confused about the word.
physical worldly.
Oh, physical? Absolutely not.
In a
Metaphysical?
worldly
Yes.
way, do they interact metaphysical? So you're saying that
Metaphysically speaking, yeah.
they exist in a metaphysical way. What does that mean?
Meaning that it's not tangible, meaning that they are not in this plane. It is strictly only within my belief that the gods exist.
So only within your belief do they exist,
Yes.
not that they would exist absent your belief.
Absolutely.
So they only exist because you believe in them.
Yes.
So you don't believe that they, before
I
you were born, were on Mount Olympus
No.
interacting with the lives of humans.
I understand. Yeah, absolutely I do. But it's like outside of the entire concept of belief or the gods only in existence. And so I'm not going to ever say that one person's belief system is more important or my belief system is more important than someone else's and vice versa. So when I say that the gods are metaphysical, I mean that I believe that the gods exist and I interact with them and I deal with them and I have my own relationship with them. But that is a specific version of the gods that is not outside of me. Because I can interact with my gods.
So you have a specific version of the gods that you
we all do.
interact with, and the people prior to you who believed in these gods would have had their own specific
100%.
versions. But did any of these gods ever actually exist, or are they just the ideas of humans?
The ideas of humans. Humans created gods. We use them for multiple reasons. Use them to have some type of peace and hope and put into, within that belief. And from there, they, became what they are today. I just saw that one day and I said, that makes the most sense to me. And I went with it. Granted, I'm also not a person that doesn't believe that, the rest of the gods don't exist, because I also understand that the gods were created similar to how characters are in a book, except they are a completely different type of character in a completely different type of book. And so I would never say that they don't exist. That's why I said mine's is kind of a bit complicated, but yeah.
So they're like characters from a
They're
book.
similar
that
to
exist.
it, because when you read a book, right, everyone has their own interpretation of what that book is. Everyone has then their own versions of what it is. That's similar to how, like, the Christian God, for example,
Right. But they have their own versions of these things that exist in their mind. Do they exist in any way beyond that?
No, they're metaphysical.
So they're just the ideas people have.
What they use to be okay with living in this plane of existence.
What do you mean, and what they use to be okay with living in?
A lot of people use the religion as a way of the way that people use religion. I'm sorry, I'm that's why I said, like, my sorry about that. My way of thinking about the gods and my way of interacting with my religion is very much on a more logical sense than more of
It sounds like
belief sense.
Yeah, it sounds like you use them as metaphors in a way.
Yeah.
To fit with certain ideas or ideals.
Yeah.
And you frame those in the same way someone might frame a character in a fandom that they're excited about.
Yeah, similar things, but it's not, obviously it's not, well actually, yeah. But I still would say, like, I'm a historian, first things first. And so I'm aware of the history of religion and the history of why we have what we have. And you see the common themes and you see the common, like, mythologies that are from and formulated there, and you go along and do what you do with those things. But because I understand from a historical side that the gods exist because we created them, I will never say that I don't believe that the gods don't exist. But outside of a metaphysical space, absolutely not. That makes sense.
What about the Hellenic
belief system drew you to it? Is there like a history with you about it, or is it something that you just kind of picked up in a book?
I honestly, when I was younger and I was dealing with I was Christian, and I was reading over different pantheons and whatnot and doing all my research. Truly, if I wanted to be more spiritual on the spiritual side of things, I would. But it is a lot easier to navigate and have more research and more information on the Greek pantheon and see and agree with a lot more of like the origin story of it and everything like that. Like the world was born of chaos, and then Titans came, and then after out of Titans, they were born the gods. That stuff. So I kind of I'm more aligned with that, along with it. It, at least to me, aligns more with science than anything else. But again,
what if I told you that there's actually a few paganistic beliefs that follow a very similar story structure?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Which would be?
Specifically, the one that I'm thinking of is Norse paganism.
I don't feel comfortable with Norse paganism, because I would want to do more research into it before I decide if that is a thing that I can actively engage in, more so than the Greeks, if that makes sense.
It doesn't.
Okay, why doesn't it?
So you're saying that you just don't know enough about it to speak on it, is what you're saying?
I don't know enough about it to believe in it. And so I can't... You can say Norse pagans to me, and I can say I know some of the guys, but I don't know the stories. I'm not versed into it. And also, I don't know. It's just not something that's my cup of tea. But they're cool, and I guess it's just not something that I've dealt with. I don't see the... Does that make more sense?
I'm not exactly sure if that made more sense. I feel like I have more questions than I did answers.
Ask them. I don't mind.
Beliefs about it.
That's why I'm saying, like, I'm more so... I say Hellenistic pagan because that's the... I work with Apollo most so than anything else. And so that's what I work with. And because, I did my whatever. But then But also, I'm more pagan than I am Hellenistic pagan, if that makes more sense. But I don't dip into other, people, other things. So, I'm not going to also, as I said earlier, I believe that they are metaphysical. And so, me being aware that they are metaphysical beings, I'm not going to dive deeper. And I know that the Greek pantheon is one of the more open ones. Same with like the Roman pantheon too. They're both more like an open. Yes.
Oh, what do you mean by the gods are metaphysical?
They're intangible. They're ideas of thoughts. They're equivalent to like thoughts and stuff. Like they're not tangible beings.
It's like hypothetical. Okay, I see what you're saying. Like.
Yeah.
It's how they would interact hypothetically.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean the literal definition of like because like the idea of like a metaphysical like topic would be like to discuss being, like what does it mean to be? You can't use scientific method to describe or to articulate being, but you can use like philosophy, for example, to discuss what it is to be. And so when we are talking about like the gods, especially like Abrahamic and other things, and actually any god,
Hellenic.
In your case, yeah, in Hellenic, yeah, in my case, you talk about them, they are metaphysical. They are what I like to believe. I think how the story started, how I like to believe how the story ended. And it is not my place in anyone's world to say that I am correct over anybody else.
Right. Does it matter to you, though, if these gods exist, if the stories have any truth, or is it just what truth and existence you give them through your...
It's truth and existence of what I give them. That's why it's like when the prompt asks, "Can you question your beliefs?" Absolutely, I can, because
Is that because
I
your
don't.
beliefs are built upon questioning and
Yeah, which is fine. But I don't mind my beliefs being built off of questions because questions for me are stable. I can question as much as I can question, and I can still feel content within myself, and I'm able to differentiate between the two. But I'm also aware of like.
Can you tell me what separates you from an atheist with an overactive imagination? I mean, no offense.
No, you're good. Because atheist is a person who an atheist is an individual who says no gods exist because they're stupid and everything that's written down is dumb.
That's
say
a lot to put on atheists.
It's what atheism is, right? It's people
No,
saying
it's not.
okay.
Oh,
If I'm misunderstanding it, then you can give me a better
it's
definition of
just
it.
simply a rejection, recognizing and identifying the parts of reality that we know do exist, don't correlate with the claims of said God existing, right?
Or it could be the absence of a belief in it.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's a rejection of a claim.
Okay, so then I am not atheist because I've never rejected the claim that the gods exist. I'm just saying that the gods exist in a metaphysical way, and the interpretation of what a god is that every single time we say, even like Christians, right? Because that's the best thing I can say and speak on. If we talk about God, big God, God, so that is, even if they read the same book. And so, if those are the case, then those are not both the same God. They're two separate gods that are living in. There are two separate versions of Big God living in different individuals' minds. Those concepts of gods though are metaphysical. We can't touch them. We can't explore them. We can't look at them in a
Can we falsify them?
What do you mean? Say it again.
Can we falsify them?
What do you mean?
A way that we could show that they are wrong.
Oh no, because there's no way to. Because it's what their belief. Because it's solely built off of the belief. It's hard to be able to, it's hard to be able to differentiate between everything. Because if you say to them, well, your God is wrong, because my definition of what God is this, and this. And so it doesn't really, it doesn't make sense to say you can't really tell them that they're wrong about it. Granted, some of them are fucking wrong. Some of them are building a God that's not based off of anything that they're doing.
So you just said some of them are wrong. So some of the ideas
in the
of
concept
gods are.
in the concept of, if you were going to say, there are still like a baseline.
Are you saying that some of the gods that people propose are falsifiable?
Yes, because
Are
a lot
your
of them
gods
aren't
falsifiable.
Yes, because sometimes they will misconstrue, take out, and try to define what their God is. It's like when
I'm
you
gonna
read a. It's like when you.
rephrase that last question to make sure you heard it, because you kind of automatically answered it, and I want to make sure you actually heard it.
Okay.
Are your gods just as falsifiable as some of these other gods? Can your gods be disproven?
If I get enough information, most likely it can be, because I don't know everything. Even if I want to know everything, I can't know everything about my own God. So yeah, if you present me with more information, I'm willing to take information in about my gods and then take them out.
When you propose, and I apologize if it seems I'm interrupting, but I wanted to get to my question, and that's, now that I think about it, kind of rude. So I'm sorry. When you propose that your gods are just existing based upon your belief in them, doesn't that automatically falsify them from existing? Like they don't exist.
No,
because they only are what you put into them.
No, because each person has their own definition of because the first thing I said first over anything else was that they're all metaphysical, which means that
they will all have their own interpretations and all have their own definitions that are completely different from each other. And so they're not automatically they can be questioned, they can be told yeah or nay, and your definition can grow from that. But just because your definition can grow from it doesn't mean that the definition that you had originally is as bad. Maybe I'm misunderstanding your question, but what do you mean? Maybe does that make sense?
I'm not here to tell you that your answers are right or wrong. It doesn't sound quite like you're answering my question, though.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I was mostly asking. So, okay.
Can I answer? Can I ask some questions?
Sure.
Go ahead, RC.
And how you doing, Thrayle, by the way?
I'm doing all right.
All right. And wait, guys, keep tapping. Like, yeah, 224, awesome. And so, so my question to you is: you said that your patron gods is the Greco pantheon, right?
Yeah.
And specifically, you named Apollo.
Mm-hmm.
What draws you? What makes you? What draws you to Apollo, or what makes you think that you have like a theistic connection to Apollo specifically?
Because I've always been a person who is drawn to like creativity. I've been a writer most of my life. I was poets, and I did the other usual stuff. And I'm really big on dealing with intuition is a really good thing I have. Granted, it is due to me being a little bit on the spectrum, but that's a part of that too. Also, I am a queer person, which Apollo is known for being queer. For the queer people. I am non-binary, so technically I'm trans, and you know what Apollo did with trans people. And so, yeah, I was very drawn to Apollo, and so that is what I picked, or I felt as if when I was younger, I was being called to, because when I was really young, when I was talking about gods, specifically big God God, I was like, I don't feel like I have been chosen by him, but Apollo felt like he was chosen for me, and then I went from there. But then I learned more, did more, understood more, became more, and I understand what Apollo is to me. And I'm also a person that doesn't like the idea of like Eurocentrism. And so that's why when I originally came up here, my idea of being and having my religion is what it is.
Okay. And so that's interesting that you say that you actually chose Apollo, because there are some people who will say that you don't choose your gods choose you. It's like, do you think that's the case for some people?
It's hard. I will say yeah. I can say yes. But it's hard for me to always say yes. Because sometimes I think people choose, like, for example, because of like colonialism, colonization and everything like that, people have thought that God has chosen them to be their disciple. And it's like, no, you could just be one way. And then sometimes, yeah, your God did choose you. Sometimes you were in the right place and you knew what you were supposed to do and be the right thing. But it all is very, because it is so individualistic, it's hard for me to say yay or nay to it. But I would lean towards yes more than no. Yes?
I had asked a question earlier that kind of got sidestepped based upon
sorry.
definitions of atheism. Well, no, it's okay. It's kind of peripheral to this, but it's going to sound, yet again, somewhat rude, and I don't mean it to. But do your gods essentially have the same ontology as Tinkerbell?
Well, she doesn't have to clap, so no.
Yeah, I would say yeah, because I don't have to clap or do any things like you do. I have the
I for one
rituals.
am certainly glad that you don't have to clap.
Yeah, you know what?
Sage is
would
also glad
say-
I asked that question.
No, because it's a good question. I don't know, because I think it's.
I'll be here today and gonorrhea tomorrow.
We have the conversations about like deities, right? And like that entire concept around deities in its own way can be similar to us talking about like regular characters inside of a book. But I would never make them I would never put them on the same level, because I understand the differences between literature and religious texts. So you could in a most like direct way possible say, yeah, technically they're the same.
Would you say
They
that
can be
characters in
similar.
a book are better defined?
Ooh, if the writer of the book is actually a good writer, yeah. 100%. 100%. If you have a religious text and your religious text is written by, or a single writer, multiple writers, it doesn't really matter.
Well, it might matter, right? Multiple writers characterizing the same character are going to take different approaches, which might lead to different interpretations, different styles, different different domains of power for each god. Whereas if you have a single character written by its creator in a single book, it's probably more clearly defined.
Yeah, absolutely.
I am curious what the key distinction between literature and religious religious texts is. What's the difference
in your beliefs?
That one was used to be a direct answer to something, and the other one was just used to entertain. And religion as a entire like concept was used to like answer questions, even if no one wants to say that what it is, but it was used to answer the questions that people couldn't answer at a certain point. So like if we go all the way back to like the Sumerians, right, their gods were used to define if the sun would rise, the sun would fall, and their crops would grow.
What questions are your gods answering for you now?
For answering for me, first of all,
hello. I do as well.
I use tarot all the time. I'm not like sitting there every day like, what am I gonna which
I really wish more people would look
am I
up
gonna put first today,
the
left or
history
right?
of the tarot decks and divination through them.
I do have to ask, because Sage brought it up, and it's probably been a month or more since I asked somebody.
Yes?
Analyst, do you play Taroki?
No.
Do you know what Taroki is?
No, I do not know what Taroki is.
Food for thought, but Tutski's got a question.
Yes, Tutski.
So you said that the difference between literature and like religious texts is going to be the use for it. Is that correct?
Yes, because like the overall use for religious texts is to make claims about religion and to help like solidify idols and gods and religious figures or concepts. And so when you are looking at like a religious text and you're understanding it, you're deciphering it, and you're trying to figure out what it's about, you have to recognize them as such. So like the Bible, for example, again, me using it as a reference because it's the easiest one that I can use as reference. The Bible, God, and whatever, it's meant to be a book of fables, essentially, that it tells you how to be a good person or how to interact with the world and you taking those fables and understanding them instead of using them as rigid and as straightforward as a lot of modern Christians try to make it seem.
So for someone like L. Ron Hubbard, who he's the father of Scientology. He was an author prior to becoming the father of Scientology. But what inspired the Scientology originally was the literature that he wrote himself.
Okay.
Would you say that literature has to be separate from religious texts, or can it be both?
If it mentions, because like I'll go back to Hellenistic, I'll go back to like Greco gods and stuff, like Homer and like his stuff, right, has mentions of gods and stuff, and you see interpretations of what the gods are like in those books, and understanding of what Homer would believe the gods to be like. And so when you think about those, you're like, okay, these things, but these aren't religious texts. They're books that have gods in them. And so if he wanted to say, guys, my religion, Scientology, the religious texts that I use are these guys, and he would have to give not only an actual explanation, so we actually had him in one moment and had his ability to him to tell everyone, but you have like this person, like, who said, my books are supposed to be this, and it's supposed to tell you how to do this. My books are here for this. My books are telling you how to do that. Right? You know, there is a reason behind what the book is supposed to be for, and then also what the story is supposed to help you understand.
So you're saying that like the Greeks don't use religious texts, or are you just saying that the stories that we know of the gods are not supposed to be considered as religious texts, but they do have religious texts?
Yes, kind of, yeah. So like we have mythologies. That's why also it's more of like when I say pagan and I speak on like more spirituality, I'm going through this shit myself. I'm reading my mythologies and I'm understanding them, understanding them as mythos, and I'm understanding, and I have to hope and like, you know, and pray that the information that I have is enough information for me to make an actual decision off of this. But I also, because I do not need that everybody else needs gods or big God, big God to answer, I don't really need to ask those questions.
So just out of curiosity, what is a religious, like, what is a known religious text for the Greek pantheon?
There really isn't any. At least from my, again, I'm still learning, I'm still growing, this isn't the, like, you know, the thing that I'm like doing, but I can't really say much beyond the Greek mythos that would be, you know, the most accurate that you can use right now, as far as I am. But if there are other texts out there that I know nothing of, and I then one day learn of it, I want to read those.
Just one more quick question. Why, and because you don't have like all the information on the gods, it gives a kind of incomplete picture of like the god that you're giving respect to. Why not just create your own god at that point?
Because I don't know. I just don't want to. Honestly, that's a lot of fucking work. Let's be real. That's a lot of fucking work.
I mean, your brain kind of fills in the holes for Apollo, right?
True. Yeah, 100%.
So, in that case, are you not already just making up your own god?
I have enough. So, in the research that I have done already on Apollo, I'm not gonna say that I don't know enough to not pray to him. What I do know is that I there is more of a journey that I have with researching about the Greek pantheon and everything of the sort. However, I still have enough information in that moment to do it and interact with it. So that's what I do. But you're right. I could just create a god. I have created the gods. I have created gods. I have them. I have them in a little book that I had, and I have the explanation of it, and I follow a very similar pattern to what the things are. But the difference is, I know for a fact that I'm writing that for a novel, and it's not meant to be a religious thing.
So why does Apollo seem any different, as though he were somehow more special because somebody else made him up?
Yeah.
So why not venerate Gandalf the Grey or
Because it's not
the
religious text. If
Oh, it has to be
Gandalf
religious text.
answer questions, they were
So-
not. It's not just to say like. They were created to answer questions about the world and everything around it, and it was fine, and it was great, and it was dandy, and it was cool.
So
But
would
if
you
you
give the
have
same
like,
credence to something like the bat bull that tells of the celestial skeletal bat goddess and how she unfurled her wings in accordance with the Lambda-CDM model of physics, otherwise known as the Big Bang, in which our universe is just one membrane between her bony appendages, expanding to this day? If you were to read that, and it were to tell you that explanation of how we exist, give credence to a god, and then tell you to always seek the mystery and treat people with respect or something like that, would that then make this as respectable, as venerable as your Apollo?
I mean, if it's a god and it's a thing, yeah, I don't care. I started off by saying I don't see myself like I started off by saying I am not a person who believes that I should ever encroach upon another person's religious beliefs in the slightest. That it's not my place, that it's not my person, that's not my choice.
Encroaching. Yeah, it wasn't about encroaching.
I know,
it was
but
about what level of character do you...
Only mine, and then whatever people have made in the past, present, and whatever they will make in the future,
So only
that they will
yours
consider
and
to be a
everyone
god.
else's. So only yours and everyone else's gods get put on pedestals. Just all the gods.
Yeah, but I'm not
Why?
going to pray to them. I'm not going to interact with them because they were created for reasons. I'm not going to tell them that their stuff is wrong.
Do you question those reasons?
Absolutely, I do. But it's us again. Even if I question them, there is no reason for me to have an opinion based off of my questions. I can ask questions, I can look for more, and I can understand more. But it is never my place, in any which way, shape, or form, to go into and
Why are
say
you not
something is
allowed
right
to
or
have
wrong.
opinions?
It's just not my place. I don't know much. I am a person who does not know a lot.
I can appreciate the I don't know. I don't have any more questions for you, analyst. I don't know. Does anybody else have any questions for analyst before we move on?
Just one. The fact that you acknowledge that it's just metaphysics, this isn't reality. So the idea is that you venerate a god, but you also know that the god doesn't exist.
In a physical sense, but a metaphysical sense, yes.
Yeah, so why can't you just call yourself an atheist?
Because I don't...
Like a pagan atheist exists.
Because I still work with the gods.
Yeah, but you don't believe
pagans.
I know, but
you don't believe that it exists, right? You're not saying, "Hey, this thing is super real. It's interacting with me." You, if anything, the stories influence you, and you interact with it. But it doesn't reply.
Pagan agnostic is probably the best thing. Yeah, it would be a better term than I have than
Pagan
that.
agnostic.
But
okay.
Pagan agnostic is probably a lot better.
But you still...
I am not...
Oh, go ahead. I'll let you reply.
I will say, like, I'm not gonna say though that I said metaphysically exist. So like there is something. So like when I said earlier, like thought is a metaphysical concept. Physically see what thoughts are in people's heads. And so if I believe in a metaphysical concept, which is the gods that I have in, it's still me believing that they exist, but I know the space that they exist in. I understand where they are. I understand how they interact with me, even if they are real, even if they are fake. I know where they are. You know where the concept of them are.
You're saying you know where they are, but they are metaphysical concepts. They are ideas that you give credence to, that you give time and effort to. How does that make them exist?
Because it is something that I don't know. I don't know how it makes them exist.
I don't know is a
Who said it?
perfectly
Huh?
acceptable answer. I think it's a great answer, even.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was reading the comments. I got caught by I'm reclaiming the Yahtzee runes. What?
I don't have any idea. But that
Okay.
doesn't seem to be directed at you. So
Okay.
Yeah, it's not you. They're trying to claim that I'm some sort of something that I've never claimed to be, and they're going off on an odd tangent. I'm ending that conversation, Thrayle. I apologize.
Yeah, no worries. So I think that we are. So I'm wondering, what is it about your current beliefs that you actually question? Because it sounds like you've kind of firmed yourself up in the I believe in the metaphysical gods, the concepts that exist because I believe in them, therefore they exist in that way.
Yeah.
What is it you actually question with all that certainty?
I question. I also said in the beginning, I'm a historian. I'm always going to question shit. There's never a place or ever in my life that I will ever say that I know everything. And so I could only know a fraction of information about the gods that I believe in, and I will be willing to learn and question that in those sense. Even if we come to a point where I say, oh, some guy just randomly made it up one day, who knows? But at the end of the day, which obviously we know what it is because that's true. That's how the fucking gods are created in the first place. But what we have, at least, is enough information, at least to me, that like we can go on and move, and I can still question about everything.
Yeah, Alice, I don't know that I have any more questions for you. Does anybody else have a final question for Analyst before we move on?
Really?
I would like to apologize if I was out of line earlier.
No, to me or to me?
Not to Fluff, but to the panel. I don't need to bring all that here.
No,
Understandable, Sage.
Everyone,
Appreciate
I had this is probably one of the most respectful
was-
conversations that I've had on a panel
No,
about
this was
religion and
about-
Analyst, I appreciate you being here. I hope that you keep asking questions, and if you come up with more firm answers, definitely bring them back to us. We'll want to question those as well. But in the meantime, keep asking questions. If anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue or prove you wrong. I'm not looking to burgle your gods, although there is always room in the shed for one more. I just want to know, if you can question it, then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it? And we can get some W's down in the chat for the analyst. She is questioning it, at least in some form. Some of those questions, I think, deserve a little more questioning.
Just how many gods do you have stuffed in your shed, Thrayle?
As many as there needs to be.
I can tell you there's always room for one more.
I'm just picturing him maniacally looking at the gods tied up in his shed. They're just like fear-stricken, as he said. There can always be room for one more.
Well, in the poem that I keep referencing with that, the door, was it the shed is full, the door is not locked, the gods are afraid to leave.
Yeah, I'm definitely making an AI picture of that.
I did try a whole project. I had a whole idea of a video that was going to do something like the poem. And then, of course, realized the AI I was working with was not licensed for commercial use. So the project sits mostly finished, but unusable. But regardless of that, if anybody's got a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you are capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I just want to know, if you can question your beliefs, then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it?
Is a skeleton a playable class in D&D?
It's not a class.
It's
just a monster.
It is a race that you can
homebrew.
You can play as, yes.
I think
You can homebrew. Also, there are books and tools that can tell you how to make a character of any race
monster.
Or
Yeah, you just gave me an idea for a character, Thrayle.
I actually have a character. His name is it's like skeleton, but it's like backwards. I forget what I put it as.
Fuck is an awesome name for it.
Classed monsters are a little expensive in experience. Like
not a Lex.
What?
No, not a Lex.
Skeleton like if you
not Lex.
Yeah, it's Lex A.
If you
This is the name that I
if you
put.
build one like through the tools in D&D, like gaining levels costs way too much experience if you're also a monster.
Yeah.
I have questions, but they're just going to take us further into the D&D take in a god. That'd be cool to question. What was that, RC? I didn't hear you.
Okay. Let's feel second. I was to say, are you basically saying that Thrayle's an experience?
I thought he was saying it takes more experience for monsters to level up.
Yes, there's like extra multipliers that you have for like the abilities that you have as a monster and as your class.
So I have extra abilities, and it takes a lot more experience to get to my level. That's what I heard. So, now that we're done stroking the ego bone, if anybody's got a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, why don't you?
I mean, you don't
want the WTF background, but then you keep bringing up boning.
I know. I did it to my damn self.
Oh, I also just found out Thrayle has fake patellas. Just thought everybody should know.
Stop at the femur.
No, it didn't. I saw you exchange the patella too. Yeah.
That actually seems.
Are you taking like anatomy or something, Tutski?
No.
He's just trying to name bones he knows.
I know your coccyx is real.
Yeah, that's interesting.
6 of them?
I don't want to know how you know anything about my coccyx.
I'm not sure about a coccyx, but I know about a bone gouge.
Yeah, I was waiting for a screen change.
I'm just waiting to hear if my metatarsals are fake.
I don't know. That's to be confirmed. My next objective is to see what you do with your scapulas.
Sounding kinkier and kinkier.
You keep going for the obvious ones, but you're afraid of the toe bones.
What, metatarsal?
His pharyngeal nerve is secondhand.
Wait, he doesn't have nerves. He's a skeleton.
That's what you think.
Thrill's not a skeleton. Thrill's been lying this whole time.
You wait a minute. You're not a skeleton. You fucking liar. And
Definitions are subjective.
Who said I wasn't a skeleton?
Tutski just said that.
Why do you believe what Tutski says?
That's fair enough. Fuck you, Tutski.
Wow. I mean, you tell me a skeleton with nerves.
230. Woohoo! 230K.
Hell yeah. Appreciate all the taps, guys. 230,000 likes is amazing. If we keep tapping that screen, I bet we could probably get to 250 in no time. And maybe even get somebody in here who has the curiosity or the courage to question their beliefs. I'm not sure if that's going to happen, but it's what we're trying for. Because we're not looking to debate or argue. We're not looking to tear down. If you can question it, and if you can, well then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? Also, thank you to Cat DeWitch, Freya, and Heretical Apothecary. Or was it Cat? No, it was Freya, Heretical Apothecary, and there's a third one whose name is hiding there. Well, whoever you are with the private account, thank you all for helping with the goal. I do appreciate each and every one. Are we hearing an owl?
Did that come from me?
I heard it cooing or something.
That was my smaller version.
Who wrote the book of love?
I don't know if that's Horton Dee Dee. It might be what Horton heard. I think we all heard it too, though. Well, that's an interesting comment that needs to go away.
And so those are definitely words that created a sentence.
Mm-hmm. They are indeed.
I leave the screen for 1 second, and then I miss the fun stuff.
No, you didn't. Just the random stuff. But maybe somebody has a belief in a god or gods that they're capable of questioning to get us back on topic, because that is what the fuck we're talking about. If you've got that belief and you're capable of questioning, well, there's still 2 boxes up here, And we're not just a bunch of atheists waiting to pounce, although Sage does look kind of pounce ready. We are just here to see if you can question your beliefs, and if you can, well then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? I wonder if we'll hit that 250K mark before I get a poem ready, because it's starting to look like it's gearing towards that time.
It's definitely gearing towards that time for me. If I can get that unceremonious drop, that'd be great.
Gotcha, Heretical. Thank you so much. Appreciate you being here.
Appreciate you too, Thrayle.
As always. And cut you off mid-sentence. That's how you know you're one of us. It is fascinating that we have somebody in the comments who's very vocal about their beliefs, or at least verbal about their beliefs. I wonder if you could be as vocal about it up here on the panel, if you actually can question your beliefs. Oh, you don't get on my nerves, Dee Dee. Appreciate you. Anytime, Bree. You are welcome here. Chalk and Cheese asks, Thrayle, how are you feeling since we are getting close? Close to what, Chalk and Cheese? I don't know how to feel about anything if I don't know what I'm getting closer to.
An aneurysm?
I don't know.
That would require veins, which Thrayle does not have, because Thrayle is a skeleton.
I was thinking how unfortunate it would be for whatever Chalk and Cheese's prophecy was if I just, keeled over before that time period was up. Could I still be, a preacher or something? I think that's what the prophecy was. I'd be a preacher of some kind.
Prophecy? What did I miss on that?
Oh, Chalk and Cheese has been doing like a daily countdown for the last month, leading up to something that, I don't know, I think it was Thrayle will be a preacher in this X number of days. And the more they count down, the more ominous they try to make it sound, but they haven't really clarified anything.
How did they define preacher?
I don't know. They don't answer questions.
Oh, geez.
Yeah.
You don't understand. If there's a contradiction in the Bible, then you deny the creator-creation distinction.
Are you really going to go there? That was a nauseating conversation. And it went nowhere. It's metaphysical because it's bounded to everything. Oh, good correction. Metaphysical. Still don't think that's what metaphysical means, Christian.
I think I was happier with the metaphysical one.
Right? Metaphysical is bounded.
That's metal.
What is metaphysical?
I'm thinking Andrew WK.
Distorted guitars and driving bass lines.
Ooh, do we have a what the fuck is metaphysics?
No, but I think it's gonna have to happen now. Let's see, let's go through the what the fucks. We have what the fuck are you talking about? Like multiples. We have what the fuck is time. Because what the fuck is time. We have what the fuck is existence. Because what the fuck is existence. We have what the fuck is your belief. Because sometimes that's not very clear. We have what the fuck is miracle. Because what's a miracle?
Do you have spirit?
Yes. I've got spirit. Yes, I do.
Do you have...
I've got spirit. How about you? No, what the fuck is spirit? I do have that.
No pom-poms?
No pom-poms.
Would a good definition for time be like a dimensional measurement of action?
What is a dimension?
I don't think so, no.
It would be like, are you asking what a dimension is?
Yeah.
It would be like a point in space. So, it's just like it's a directional point, or like XYZ, right? It's just like dimensional coordinates. Well, that's circular.
Is time the change or the measure of the change?
The measure of the change. So yeah, like a time would be like a dimensional measurement of a change in action.
Why do you want to include dimensions so badly?
Because that's what, I mean, when I think of time, I'm thinking of like a distance of said action. So like how long it took me to
coordinate.
Yeah, like how long it took me to get there
like,
would be.
If I wanted to meet you, I would have to meet you at X, Y, Z, and at a particular time.
Well, Z would be like the particular. Well, no, that's not true. Yeah, X and at a particular time. Yeah.
No, Z would be.
Z would just be Z, like up, down.
So you're thinking of. So you want to include dimensionality for the sake of the idea of a fourth dimension being time.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, that's how I use it and understand it in everyday life.
Remember that like time is not a spatial coordinate, though.
No, it's not. It's
It's something that applies to all the spatial coordinates.
It's a locational coordinate, but it's not necessarily spatial. include time within like a coordinate.
Isn't the fourth dimension supposed to be time?
It is. Yeah. So it's like
Technically, it's
so-
not the fourth dimension, it's the +1 dimension because it applies to all the spatial dimensions.
yeah, you need time in order to have predictability, right? So when you are calculating for where this ball is going to go, and like the pattern the ball takes as it's traveling, you have to incorporate time into the equations in order to a definitive outcome, right? Because you have to find your point in the arc of, like, let's say you throw a ball, and then you're gonna be like, how far do I need to throw that ball? Well, in order to know that, you need to know how fast that ball is traveling. I mean, you're gonna run into a bunch of variables, but time would be one of them in order to find that point within the pattern. Even with GPSs, we use time as one of the dimensions to calculate. Actually, it's actually the same equation.
So, if we have a what the fuck is time, do we also have a what the fuck is space?
Space would be more nuanced.
Oh, what the fuck is existence? Yeah. Oh, do we have what the fuck is energy? That's right, we do.
Two of them.
Yes, right. And there's another one? Oh, okay. Oh, the one that's more pissed off. I mean, do you personally prompt in for, like, you know, some of them just, like, extra, like, Larry, or, oh, you got what the fuck is sandwich? Yes. Do you also have what the fuck is soup? Yes! Hell yeah. And we saw the gods in the background for the mythical creatures.
Well, I mean, you couldn't have soup without a mermaid.
Damn. Mermaid soup.
What about a what the fuck is God?
We have that.
Do we have that? Oh, we do have that. Okay.
So, as I was asking before, do you specifically prompt in for some of these, like, to have, like, pissed off looks, or they just happen naturally? Oh, that's right. What the fuck is source? We do have that.
Yeah, the first time I used what the fuck is source, I had pulled up the screen and then I asked the person to describe source, and they went from describing a blank empty space to describing a circular void with the lights going around the center. As soon as the picture was brought up, like they just started describing the picture. I do like this one though.
You actually look like it. You belong there, in that one. I don't know, D. Do you have a source for that?
Ooh, maybe you should make it a generic one, like, what the fuck is that?
Made from citrus.
That would be a sauce.
And then we have consciousness. Oh, do we have a what the fuck is reality?
I've been working on that one. I was deciding whether or not to make that the same as the simulation picture. Simulation, just be what the fuck is reality. And make the image a simulation. I don't know, I've been thinking about that one.
What the fuck is wrong?
Did you say what the fuck is wrong?
Rock.
A rock.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, I did think about doing a what the fuck is wrong with you one, but I don't know.
I like that. Thinking maybe like, you know, what the fuck are you doing? But I think
Yeah. We have a flat donut Earth. What the fuck are you talking about? We have a frozen hell. What the fuck are you talking about? I like this one because not only does it have flying pigs, Satan in a fur coat, and a frozen hellscape, but it also has demons playing polo on unicorns.
nice. Is that what's going on in Niflheim?
Apparently.
Do you have like a what the fuck is love?
Yes.
Frequency?
Frequency one.
Frequency.
And a vibes one.
What the fuck is vibration? Oh, Thrayle looks extra facetious in that one. Oh, there's like, oh, what the fuck is your, the one in the what the fuck is love, but yeah, like,
To go get seafood.
Michael gets it right. Love is blueberry coffee.
I want bluey too.
Good morning, Bree.
Coach. Puppy, I'm good. How are you?
We're doing great. Can you remind me your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 27.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I think gods exist. I don't have like specific names for them, but
In what way do they exist?
I think they probably created the universe at some point in time.
Can we get what you mean by gods first? Like, what makes something a god or not a god?
I don't know, a deity?
Special attributes, characteristics, something that makes them stand apart from other beings.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're probably, they have powers. They can create things and destroy things. I think they're all what we could produce, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I understand. So you're saying that their powers are equal to each other, but higher than ours, and that they somehow all created everything.
Yeah.
Does it matter that some of them have different creation stories that would contradict the other?
An error. I don't think. Bubby, one moment, please. I'm so sorry. He's very talkative this morning. I don't think that humans are capable of understanding the gods. I think when we created religion and beliefs, we were just trying to interpret something that we really couldn't explain. So it was all these contradictions are just our fault.
Is it not possible that all these contradictions are our fault because we made them up, trying to answer these questions we couldn't answer?
It's definitely a possibility, for sure. And, maybe these gods are just...
What do you mean? It's
do you think
possible these gods are science?
Yeah, I don't know what was asked. I'm sorry.
I might have cut out there. I'm having some connection issues, apparently. I was asking if you believe that the gods existed before us and that we just try to explain that somehow.
Yeah, I do. I think they likely created, I like to refer to it as like a Sims file. I think we're a lost Sims file.
So then gods would exist as sort of deistic entities that don't interact.
Yeah.
And we just make up ideas to fill the void of where they were.
Yeah.
Does that mean all gods that people come up are actually made up?
Potentially, yeah, for sure. I think one of the biggest parts of my belief is I don't think that any of these gods that we're describing they're all just versions of each other and just those people's best description of those gods. So, for example, Zeus and Thor would be one and the same, but their name would neither be Zeus nor Thor. It would be something that we can't understand.
Why do you believe that these entities exist at all?
Probably for the same reason I think that we made them in the first place. It makes sense to have something that created the world. Whether that, I don't think for me, at least, that it matters whether these gods are. So it's just like something I enjoy, I suppose.
You said earlier that you think, or not that you think, but you implied that gods may be science, but you choose to believe that they exist. Is that right?
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
So for me, I don't, okay, so a little bit of background. I was raised in a very fundamentalist religious cult, and I was never taught anything about like evolution or the Big Bang or anything like that. So I always allow for that as a possibility, but I don't actually understand what that looks like. I'm still kind of trying to learn
Don't
all of that.
don't worry. Most people who were taught it don't understand it either.
That makes me feel better. Yeah, no, I don't really understand any of it. And so I feel like because I don't understand it, I can't necessarily rule it out.
In the past, the universe was smaller. The universe seems to be expanding still. And we know this because we've calculated the distance of stars, and they are more red than they should be. And since they're more red, that means that they're moving away from us.
Okay.
Okay, now explain redshift.
Okay, so redshift is a phenomenon that happens because of the Doppler effect. You ever notice how, like, when a car is coming towards you, it sounds more higher pitched, and as it gets further away, it starts to sound more low pitched? You know, there's like meow, right?
Yeah.
Same thing. That happens with all types of
wavelengths.
Yeah, wavelengths. And light is a wave too. So if something is moving away from us, it appears more red because it has a lower frequency, or it stretches the frequency out as it's moving away. If it was moving towards us, it would shift into the blue spectrum.
So basically, and please correct me if I'm wrong, because like I said, I really don't know, but like the stars are looking more red because they're moving farther.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Except for the fact of red giants that display red light.
What?
And things that are gravitationally bound aren't moving away from each other either.
Right. So like stars in our galaxy, we can tell it. So the distant stars that are red, or the distant blips that are red, which are galaxies, not stars. Those are what Sage is referring to. But the stars like Betelgeuse, which is a red giant, which is in our galaxy, also has a red light, but it's due to the fact that it's a red giant, not that it's like a star system moving away from
red than they should be.
Right.
Huh. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't know anything about like red giants. I don't know what that is, but cool.
It's a type of star.
You said earlier it doesn't really matter too much if the gods are real or not.
Yeah.
Are they more, for you at least, or are they more for comfort than...
For sure. I definitely find more comfort in the idea of gods than it being like a solid answer.
Do you believe in an afterlife?
That one's a little tricky for me. I think that the afterlife is kind of dependent on what you believed when you were. So, like, I think that, you know, Christians would likely go to judgment and then their version of whatever heaven or hell is, whether it's, you know, just an illusion or not. And then, you know, atheists would just go to sleep.
Where will you go?
That's where it gets tricky because I don't know.
If you believe in some way that all gods do exist and you might go to any and all or no afterlife.
I mean, I like the idea that I would get more of like a choice as long as I was a good person, you know, of like what peaceful afterlife I'd like to go to. But I truly just don't know.
Do you fear non-existence?
Sometimes, but I don't know how much of that is like actual fear and how much is just like leftover from my upbringing.
Why would someone's own private die, and how is the universe like accessing those private beliefs to determine that?
For me, I think it's because it doesn't make sense for all of us to be forced into somebody else's belief system if that's not something that I like that we believe in. It's not fair for an atheist to have to go through the Christian judgment because according to the Christian Bible, they would go to hell despite being good people. If there are gods, if they do exist, if they did create us, it doesn't make sense that they would then force us to subscribe to one afterlife belief. And I forgot the second part of your question. I'm sorry.
These beliefs in order to determine where they go.
I think that's just like something the gods can do. It's probably just one of their powers. I don't think that's something that a human could ever explain or understand.
Do you believe you make the act of belief as inherent?
I think it's a choice for the most part. I think being not convinced of something isn't something that someone can force, but I do think that choosing to believe in something is a choice. I don't think it's something that just like happens, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
The way I understand the concept of being convinced.
I don't know. I know, like, for my own beliefs, I definitely made a choice to believe in something as opposed to just believing in nothing. It wasn't that I wasn't convinced, but I did make a choice to at least explore it, I should say.
Do you feel like your chosen belief is in any way better or worse than a belief that has been compelled?
I don't know. Probably not. But I don't necessarily think that beliefs can be compelled, even subconsciously. I think there's some form of a choice.
If you walked to a door and you opened the door and you saw a man in there and then you closed the door, could you make yourself believe that there's not a man in there? Or do you think you'd remain convinced because you saw the man in there?
I don't think it's necessary. I feel like I misworded it. I don't think it's necessarily the seeing of the man and believing in the man, but the opening of that door would be the choice, if that makes sense.
So you can choose what evidence you expose yourself to, not whether you're drawing certain conclusions of the evidence.
Exactly.
Do you feel like you have chosen to avoid evidence that might draw you to the conclusion that gods do not exist?
Not here recently. I've definitely been exploring that further when I was a Christian, for sure.
I kind of knew the answer to that, but I wanted to ask anyways. I think considering where you had started, you are making great strides, whatever direction it ends up taking you. It does seem to be outside of that initial comfort zone quite a bit.
Thanks.
Are we in control of the evidence that we're exposed to?
I think that largely depends on your surroundings and your environment. Like I had mentioned before, being raised in the cult, I wasn't exposed to evidence like evolution. That choice was taken away from me. But it was my choice as an adult to then expose myself.
I agree that we can definitely shape the beliefs of others intentionally, but I'm not sure we have that same control over ourselves.
If you could choose an uncomfortable truth over a comfortable lie, would you? Or would you choose the comfortable lie?
I would like to say that I would choose the truth. I guess I can't really say one way or the other unless I was fully exposed and aware of that, though. But I would like to think that I would choose the uncomfortable truth.
Is it possible that you're... I start to get the idea of what the answer is going to be before I finish the question, and it discourages me from asking, so I have to rethink it. Hang on. Do you see any harm in accepting or believing in things that are not true?
For the most part, no, unless the belief in something is inherently harmful. I don't know if that makes sense. I'm sorry.
For afterlife, for instance, if someone believes that there is a whole infinite, eternal afterlife of painless existence following this one, couldn't that lead them to value this life less?
I don't think so. I feel like when you don't believe that there is an afterlife, the people that I've met at least seem to try and put all their efforts in making their life as best as possible because they know that's the only life they have.
Mm-hmm. I think that was, yeah, you kind of answered it, the opposite question. If you believe that there is an afterlife, wouldn't that make this life less valuable? Or couldn't it lead someone to?
I think sorry, I apologize. But I do think that some belief systems take their lives for granted, especially the fundamentalist Christians that I was around. They kind of think that they can get away with a lot just because, they're saved so they can go to heaven. I think it definitely is dependent on what kind of afterlife and what belief system you follow on whether you take your life for granted or not.
I did find it interesting that you said that the people you've met that don't believe in an afterlife do tend to value this life because it's the one they know they get. Do you see that as potentially a reason to not believe in an afterlife, to increase the value of this one?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't necessarily think that that's like a perk per se. It's just kind of something I've noticed.
Do you want to exist forever?
Not particularly. I would really like to just go to sleep.
Do you? It's starting to make like some of the questions are starting to connect here. Your belief that everyone can go to whatever afterlife is associated with their belief, because you don't think it's fair, like you said, for atheists to end up in the judgment of a God they didn't believe in. It seems to fit, at least, if especially you're not even really that interested in partaking in afterlife. You don't want to be judged by the God that you left behind, for instance.
Would you mind? I'm so sorry. I had an alarm go off and it was.
That's okay. I was putting pieces together more than asking a question.
Okay.
It sounds to me like you don't want to be judged by your former God.
Oh yeah, for sure. No, he's kind of a. I don't know if I can say that word. Never mind.
No, that's okay. I think I know, well, maybe not which word, but
Close
the
enough.
variety of word.
But that being said, that was my alarm to take my son to school, so I do have to go. But I do appreciate you guys having me up. Thrayle, it's always a pleasure. I don't even think you realize how much I look up to you, dude. Like, I appreciate y'all.
I appreciate you, Bree. Thank you.
Have a good one. I'll be listening from the comment.
Absolutely. W's for Bree. I hope that her questions keep taking her somewhere new. I really like to see the journey that she's been on. Bring most of you up here soon, one by one, if you're still around. But we are looking to question beliefs. If you've got a belief in a God, or God's a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate or argue or burgle your gods. Just want to know if you can question your beliefs, and if you can, well then what is it you believe? And why do you believe it? And before we welcome our new guest, welcome up Five Body. It's been a while. Hope you're doing well.
What do you believe in?
I was just welcoming somebody else up to the panel, so hang on for a moment there.
Hi, Thrayle. How are you today?
Doing great, Five Body. How are you?
You know, I'm doing okay. I'm, in that one of those positions where I don't know, you know what I believe, and I thought maybe a good, solid round of questioning may help align me back a little bit, but I'm open.
Awesome. Well, I hope you don't mind if we put your questioning on hold for just a moment, because we do have Walk joining us.
What do you believe in?
Yeah, so Walk, at the top of the screen it says, can you question your beliefs? The screen, stop for a moment, I'm still speaking. The screen that was up before that said, what the fuck do you believe? So I don't know where you think that you're going to come up here and just demand that I answer questions of you when questions were on the board. But before we even go anywhere near that,
I am going to need your age for TikTok TOS.
18.
What year were you born?
2007.
Okay. And so do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or
Yes,
anything
I
like
believe
that?
in my one God.
Which god is that?
The Christian God.
And can you question that belief?
Nope.
Okay.
I don't want to question
Why?
my belief.
Why can't you question your belief?
Well, I already got a lot of answers from God himself because he's shown me, he's written to me. And I already don't need to question my God. I don't need to question God because I believe that that he's a loving God. I believe he's all powerful. I believe he's all knowing.
So when the screen said, "What the fuck is your belief?" why did you request up?
Because just to request up and, see what you want to
Yeah.
ask. I
So
was going to ask, like, why do you want...
Yeah, so the live topic is, can you question your beliefs? It's always that. I'm always seeing if anybody
Well, I
can.
have questioned
Stop.
it before.
I'm still
but-
speaking. I always try to see if anybody can question their beliefs. So you say that you can't.
Well, I have before, but
You say you
I
have
already
before.
got
What
my
does it
answer.
mean to question your beliefs?
Well, I was asking questions when I was starting to be a believer.
You were asking simple questions and you
I
got
was
an
asking my
answer.
questions like, I was learning that how Jesus is God. I was learning that Jesus came down. I was just learning some stories about the Bible, and I was getting Bible verses, and
Walk, I'm curious. Have you read the entire Bible from beginning to end?
No, not like fully, but almost.
Do you believe that the stories within it are true?
Yes.
Even the 6-day creation and Adam and Eve, you think those are true stories? Why do you think those are true stories?
Because it's how it is like...
Does it matter if the details contradict each other?
Well, it's how the story goes.
Right, if you read the story and the details contradict each other, does that matter to you?
What do you mean? Like, what do you mean?
Yeah, so if you were to read the story and the details were to contradict, would it matter to you if they contradicted?
It depends if they do, and it depends, like...
It depends on how they contradict.
Well, it depends, like, what are you saying contradicts the story?
I said contradict.
Or, yeah, I can't really...
Are you drunk right now?
No, I just have a hard time. Sometimes I can't pronounce words right, so... Concentrate, whatever it's called, sometimes I can't pronounce words right. It usually happens, so...
So, out of curiosity here, if there were, for instance, hypothetical creation between Genesis 1 and Genesis 2, where it says that everything's created in this particular order, light, firmament, plants, sun and moon, animals, man and woman, in the first chapter. And then if in the second chapter it gave a new order where it said that man came before the plants and then the animals came after, and then the woman, would that be enough to question the Bible, the contradiction?
Because God created everything, and it says how God created it.
Does it matter if the order given from one chapter to the next is different?
Well, is it different?
Yes.
Okay, tell me what's different about it.
I just did. Were you listening?
Well, I was listening, like, what you were saying on the...
Yeah, the words I said. Did you understand the words I said? When
I
I
don't
said
remember all the words you were saying, but...
Right, there was a whole order given in Genesis 1, where
where it says things are made in a particular order, and then there's a new order given in Genesis 2.
Can you remove the order?
Yeah, the order in Genesis 1 was light, firmament, plants, sun and moon, animals, man and woman. Relevantly, we're talking about the plants, animals, man and you. We're talking about where it says that before the plants, he makes a man, and then he makes animals, and then he makes a woman. So now instead of plants, animals, man, woman, you have man, plants, animals, woman.
Can I read? Let me just read it from my. Can I read it from the Bible?
Why don't you take the time to do that? That's a great idea,
So Genesis 1.
You'll have to read both chapters to get the full picture, won't you? So while you do that, I'm just going to mute you out, just so I can go ahead and talk past you and thank everybody for getting us up to 243,000 likes. I really do appreciate all of you tapping the screen. It really does help get us out. Belief they can question, to request up and question it. I don't suppose he read chapter 1 that fast. I wonder, Locke, if this is something you might need to take away and come back later with an answer for. You should probably read your Bible. It makes sense that you should, especially if you're saying you believe it.
Okay, so I'm reading it right, and it says. So what it says, he was making light and day. So yeah, I'm at that.
Wow. Yeah, it sounds like you've got a ways to go. So I'm going to go ahead and set you down, Walk, and maybe another time you'll come back ready to question your beliefs.
What do you? I just have a question. I just want to know, like, what do you believe?
Yeah, what I believe doesn't matter, but I appreciate you asking. If anybody does have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on out. Of course, I foolishly just accepted another guest, forgetting that we still have 5 body up here waiting our turn. But really quick, open road, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 51 years old.
Do you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that you believe in?
I don't apply any name to it.
Fascinating.
I just wanted to... Go ahead, yeah.
No, you can go ahead. I'll let you finish.
I wanted to say that, to me, belief inherently is questioning. Like, if I said I believe my wife loves me, wouldn't you think that was odd? Doesn't sound like I'm convinced she loves me. I believe she loves me, so it's
I think it would be fine and honest if you said that, if that's what you actually feel.
But I'm just saying, I think there's a difference between belief and knowing.
Are you saying, Open, that you find that belief implies a certain level of doubt?
Yes, I have.
Why
I
do
have
you
choice.
Why do you ascribe that level of doubt to belief?
How could I know that? Unless I stood in front of this God face to face, how could I know?
So when you say that there's a God, at least as far as your belief goes, what is God?
I don't know. And I don't feel like I need to know either.
So why do you believe there is a thing there that you call God?
Because I just don't have any other way of explaining existence and consciousness and everything that I see around me. The scientific explanations alone don't make much sense.
If I said to you, I don't have a car, I have a Honda, would you think I was a crazy person?
Yeah, I mean that feels like a baiting question. But yeah, I would.
It's an analogy. So, belief is a set of all the things that we accept to be true, right? The things that we know, that we say we know, are within that set of things that we accept to be true.
I agree.
So, all knowledge is a belief, but not all beliefs are knowledge.
Not all knowledge is belief, but not all beliefs are knowledge. Is that what you said?
Right. The definition of knowledge philosophically is justified true belief.
Yeah, but isn't there a difference between believing and knowing?
Define it. Belief is accepting something necessarily without verification or knowing if it's true. Knowledge, it has three components. It has the truth value, it has the belief value, and it has the justification value. Like not only do you believe it and it's true, but you've done the work to to basically verify it.
People are honest. Anyone who believes in God doesn't know there's a God.
If they just believe in a God,
there's no way to know.
I don't know their experiences. You don't know their experiences. They might have some sort of justification, and we don't know if it's true. So it could meet the conditions of justified true belief.
All right. Guess you're right.
At least they may think that it does. That does come up from time to time, but Open Road, it's sounding like you don't feel that you have that justification to believe there's a God, just that you do. And the way you've described it, it sounds like you use it to fill the gaps of what you don't know and what you feel science can't explain. Is that accurate?
I agree with that.
Why do you think that the answers to all of those unknowns would be one singular thing under the umbrella of a God?
I don't think it's one singular thing. I think it could be a plethora of things. I think it could be a simulation. It could be all kinds of things. It could be something no human being has ever conceived of yet.
Mm-hmm. Could it be the scientific explanations that you feel are inadequate are all that there really is?
It could be. It could be. I just struggle with the Big Bang Theory in particular.
I'm not here to generally teach people about science or give them alternative explanations to take away to believe, but I am curious, what is it about the Big Bang that you find inadequate?
I mean, what most people find inadequate about it, the something from nothing part of it.
Can you tell me which part of the Big Bang the something from nothing is? Where in the, so which model uses something from nothing, and where do they say that?
I'm not prepared to.
Is it possible that? Is it possible that that's an assessment from detractors rather than proponents?
It's possible. Yeah, it's possible. That's just my understanding of it. That there was these molecules, boom, everything just formed out of that and evolved over time. I'm definitely not an expert in the Big Bang.
Understandable. Could it be that upon a further inspection that you might find that it does adequately explain the origins of the universe? or at least the current layout of it.
Anything is possible. I'm open to anything. I just I don't know where any of the material that the part I'm always going to struggle with is where the material that caused that to happen.
That's a great question, Open Runner. Where does the material that initiated or that first expanded come from?
Yeah.
That is a great question. I don't have an answer for you. Do you think that if science could provide an adequate answer, that it would satisfy your need for answers?
I have need for answers. I'm okay not knowing.
If you're okay not knowing, why would you blanket over the I don't knows with the idea of some god of the gaps? And I know you're not holding firm to that god. I do recognize that.
I'm completely agnostic. I was raised a Christian, so I identify with that God more than any other God, but I've also practiced Buddhism, which is a real religion. I don't know, maybe a sense of comfort. I just like it, maybe.
You just like it.
Yeah.
What do you like about the explanation that God provides to your I don't knows?
That there's some kind of order, that it's not, everything just didn't come out of chaos.
Are you... If that answer is false, is it still as satisfactory?
That there is no order?
Right. If there was no order, is it still as satisfactory to assume there is?
No. I mean, if there is no order, I don't want to believe there is.
Could there be order without intention?
Yes, there could be.
So could there be some kind of order to things without a mind or a God willing it?
There could be. But it's always going to lead me back to the question I had before, where did the material come from? I've been stuck on that since I was a child.
Wouldn't the idea of a God simply be painting over that question with magic as the answer? Like if your problem is something from nothing, which I don't think the Big Bang actually proposes, isn't that exactly what a God would have done? Generated the something from nothing.
Well, yeah, and that leads me to a problem that I have with the belief in God. How could a God exist if he wasn't created? Created himself?
Right.
So I have nothing but questions. But
So even if you answer where the stuff comes from by proposing God, then you now have the problem of trying to figure out where God came from. Doesn't it seem more simplistic to just assume that everything was?
Simplistic to assume that everything was? I'm not understanding.
Like this stuff didn't need to pop into existence from nothing because it just was. And sure, the Big Bang explains an expansion, but it doesn't explain an origin. So could things have not always just existed?
always, I struggle with that. Struggle with always.
Mm. Why?
Because in my existence on this plane, I've never seen always. I've always seen beginnings.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just beyond my understanding. Always.
Have you seen
Even
very
then,
many? Have you seen very many universes begin?
no, I've seen zero.
So your experience with things inside of a universe, at least to your experience, includes beginnings. But your experience with universes themselves, do they include beginnings?
I only have an experience within this universe, and I obviously came along after it began.
If it began.
If it began. But see, I can't, my mind cannot wrap itself around if it began. I can't, I just can't go with it. It had to have begun.
Why?
I don't know. Just how could it have always existed, and where did it come from? You know what? I struggle less with that it always existed than that there was no creator or nothing created it. It doesn't even have to be
So
that
for you,
nothing created.
so for you, the idea that it always existed is slightly easier than something from nothing.
Yes, that's like
Doesn't it also seem more likely than something from nothing?
yes,
That things just were than that they sprang into existence.
yes.
Wouldn't that be the same for God?
That God always was.
Well, or that never was.
Or that never
Rather
was.
So you would run into the same problem with God. God either never existed, or always existed, or somehow sprang into existence.
I'm going to struggle with anything just springing into existence. God, the universe, anything just springing.
So then God would have had to always exist.
Yeah.
So you'd either have a God that always existed, or a universe that always existed.
Yeah.
You know the universe exists, at least insofar as you can know things.
As far as I can know things, because I'm not even convinced that this is all real.
Do you know a God exists?
No, I don't know.
So which one seems more likely to have always existed? The thing you know exists, or the thing you don't know exists?
Neither. I just know. I know
Fair
as far
dodge.
as I know. I know, quote
It was a
unquote, know.
dodge, but it was fair, open. I kind of painted you into that corner. But I do feel like it was a dodge.
I agree with that.
So you say neither is more likely. You see why I mean it's a dodge. If you have two options.
It's the always existed part.
I know, but you would have a problem with things springing into existence. So doesn't it seem like extra steps to add a God to the equation if you're going to end up at something always existed? Either the universe or God. Isn't it extra steps to add God to all of that?
I can see your point.
What good does your belief in God do?
it doesn't do any good or bad because it's fluid. I'm not convinced.
I hear that.
I'm not living my life by any religion.
You're not claiming that Jesus is your savior or trying to save souls.
I try to follow the teachings of Christ, or at least what's written down.
Why?
Because I feel like if you live that way, you're a better person than if you don't.
Is it because you were
There's a
taught
lot
to
of
live
good.
that way?
Well, I was taught to live that way, but no, they just, forgiving people.
If you had been taught to live in accordance with Islam, do you think you might feel that as a better way?
Well, then I wouldn't be me. In a sense that I would have a completely different set of, all right, yep. But I can't imagine what I would be like if I was taught.
Fair enough. Fair enough. That's adding a lot of factors. It's sounding like you can question open. It's sounding like you are in a kind of you think would convince you. And I do rarely ask this of believers, but what do you think would convince you that there's no God?
I could never be convinced that there's no God.
Why do you say that?
I don't think that there's anything that can do it. But let me just add this. I could never be fully convinced that there is one either.
I was just about to ask that question. I had a feeling you were going to say the same. You feel that you will always have doubt.
Yeah, I've wrestled with it my entire life. I was raised in the church. I even attended a seminary for a year and a half, dropped out.
I bet that didn't help with the belief part, did it?
No, I mean,
It rarely does.
no. So, but I'm okay with it. I don't feel like I need the answers.
Open.
I also don't believe anyone, if they're honest, really can say either way.
Open.
I can understand.
Yes.
Sorry, RC, go ahead.
I would like to extend to you an apology. I actually kind of misspoke on my position earlier regarding belief. I incorrectly said that I believe that belief is inherently unjustified. I meant to say belief can be unjustified. Credit to Sage, who really helped me out through that. Thank you so much, dude.
You're welcome. Sorry, I felt like I was obsessing over it, but if it helped you, then I'm glad it did.
That helped, please.
Give Sage fundamental philosophical definitions, and he will fill you up with why you're wrong about them.
I'm driving a tractor trailer right now, so I'm not looking at the chat. So
Open, it's
I
all
don't know
right.
what's going on.
I appreciate you. I am, just because for TikTok TOS, I'm going to go ahead and set you down. But I appreciate you, I really do, for answering the questions, going on the journey with us. And, for genuinely questioning your beliefs. Definitely want to question those.
All right, I appreciate you bringing me up.
Appreciate you, Open Road. We can get some W's in the chat for Open Road. I feel like we haven't had enough W's for our guest tonight. He's definitely questioning. He's convinced he will never be convinced. And that's an interesting conviction.
I never like to use that term, never.
I'm kind of with you on that.
Never Sage.
It's why I question epistemological nihilism or solipsism, because the idea that you will never know anything, or that you can never know
something seems like an absolute knowledge claim. Seems rather contradictory.
No, when some people, it could be that way, but I think most people who accept or believe in epistemic nihilism would just say that they're unjustified in their belief of it, so it wouldn't be knowledge.
Right. Epistemic nihilism, I think, is slightly more, I don't want to use the word humble to kind of paint solipsism in a corner, but epistemological solipsism is more the conviction that you can't know. To me if I'm
When I say I'm an epistemic solipsist, that's not what I say.
Okay. So what is, do you say you're an epistemic solipsist?
It just means that of the things that exist, all I know, or of the things I know, all I know is that I exist. Doesn't mean that other people don't exist. Just means I don't know that they exist.
The only thing that you know is that you exist. That's a little different than the position that I'm talking about, so maybe I have it wrong. But, yeah, the idea that you can't know anything, whether or not it's you exist, or that anybody exists, or that things exist, or that knowledge
That's epistemic nihilism, is that knowledge is unattainable.
I gotcha.
That's... Sorry.
I feel like it's a knowledge claim, in a way.
Right,
You can't
and
know.
that's why I reject the traditional definition of agnosticism, while I also reject the traditional definition of atheism, because I'm an agnostic atheist, but I don't claim that there isn't a God, nor do I claim that a God
can't know.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Because that's assertion.
Yeah, those are positive claims, and you're saying that you make neither positive claim. I get that.
Agnosticism isn't necessarily that it can't be known. It can be either that it can't be known, or just that I don't know.
I think a lot of these words are polysemous.
Yep.
But hey, Five Body, you've been so patient, and you wanted to be questioned, and I brought you up and just let you sit there like a questioner. So, can you remind us whether or not you believe in a god or gods or anything like that?
Yeah, totally. And no worries. I have no problem being patient. When I requested up, it was the what the fuck do you believe topic. And I don't really want to like derail that from questioning believers.
That's all right. We can definitely question you for a minute. I think we might have a few people in queue that we'll bring someone up soon, but I want to give you a little bit of room. See what it is that you wanted to question.
So I guess, no, I don't believe in a god or gods. That doesn't seem to fit. I more believe that any type of belief we create, religious, spiritual, even scientific at this point, are metaphoric, symbolic frameworks to help us neurologically make meaning. Right. And so I kind of like to create different frameworks. Religious frameworks don't work, spiritual frameworks, scientific at this point, not to say that it couldn't. And so generally I'll create different little frameworks based on things that feel comfortable to me to help make meaning in different ways, try on different belief systems that I can adapt to. Religious belief systems I personally just cannot adapt to, and a lot of spiritual ones. But, what the fuck do I believe? Right now, I've like exhausted potential to the point where I don't really know what new coat to make, what new framework to build. And eventually they all collapse because beliefs aren't facts and I can't adopt beliefs as facts. So there's that uncomfortable sitting in the I don't know. And, I can adopt, I could say, well, science says this, religion says that, spirituality says this. I feel like we're interconnected in some way, but I can't prove that. And that may be just me being comfortable, but it's that sitting here in the uncomfortable, I don't know, but it's that, just
What is
uncomfortable.
nihilism to
Just
you?
take the leap to absurdism.
We were going to
Say
get
that
there
again?
step by step, but what is nihilism first?
Basically, to me, nihilism means that you are not finding, like, nothing means anything. There is no point. Everything ends in collapse, blah. And that could be good for some people. I don't sit well with that.
Everything. So nothing means anything. Everything ends in collapse. That's nihilism to you.
Yes.
And you feel as though there's some drive to have something more, to have meaning.
To some extent, but only for the time being to comfort our minds from spinning out into meaninglessness.
Deep. Okay, Sage was right on the nose. Have you ever heard of Albert Camus?
I'm sorry, say that again. Who?
Have you ever heard of Albert Camus? I'm adding
No,
a hard T, but it's Albert Camus.
I have not.
Camus.
Don't sound so surprised, Thrayle.
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised that you were right, and I'm not surprised that she hasn't heard of Camus. Neither one surprises me. You've heard of the myth of Sisyphus?
The what? Mythicisis? Sorry.
It's even more fun when you say it. Sisyphus. Do you know who that is?
No.
So he was cursed by the gods to push a boulder up a hill.
Okay.
And have to start over again.
I've heard the story, yes.
Okay, Camus wrote not even a book. It's pretty short. It's only a few pages. It's like 20 pages, I think. Real short essay on the myth of Sisyphus. We recommend you read it.
I definitely appreciate the recommendation, and I will read it. I love new understandings, new knowledge, even something just new. That's great.
Like, it definitely sounds like you're already there. You just don't know it yet. Because of, like you said, that the purpose of everything is to inject meaning into our lives, but you seem to think that all these things that are meant to inject meaning fail at providing meaning. Yet you also still seek to find meaning through them, which seems pretty absurd.
Understandable, and I
The absurdity is not meant to belittle your position. It's meant to point out just coldly what it is, that there is a drive for meaning where no meaning exists. That's the meaning of the absurdity there, not to diminish your stance.
Sure. No
Don't
offense.
put words in my mouth.
Well,
Maybe he was
though.
trying to demean my my point of view on it, and that's fine too. I would say don't demean points of view, because none of us can sit here and say we have absolute knowledge.
Well,
but
exactly.
I do
was joking. I was joking. I wasn't demeaning.
Okay.
Yeah, no, he wasn't demeaning. That was what he meant by absurdism, or absurd. Not to say that you're, being ridiculous, but that the nature of desiring meaning where there is none is absurd. And so we can create that meaning or assume that meaning in any way we want, even if it's ridiculous.
I full and wholeheartedly agree with that. But I can also see, like, the absurdity of creating your own meaning, collapsing your own meaning, creating your own, it seems like, again, pushing that boulder up a hill every single day just to start at the beginning again, which kind of seems to add more friction than necessary. But what are the alternatives?
Well,
And
what else
maybe
can we
I'm
do?
so trapped that I can't see them.
If you are Sisyphus, having to push that boulder up the hill, having to do it, locked in to this framework, what would you want for yourself?
I'm not sure I know how to orient around that question. Are you asking like
What is the best you
if
could hope for?
oh, the best I could hope for is to have enough meaning sustained to enjoy temporary moments of comfortability within it, knowing that it will all return again. It will all be the same. But
Are
if
you
each
saying,
time I push it up the path, I can generate something that is important to me, that would be what I would hope for. Maybe along the push up, I could stop straining and just be like, hey, I'm pushing a boulder up a hill. It's cool.
are you saying you must imagine Sisyphus happy?
I would want to imagine moments of peace through that. Not fully, I don't think it's really rational to think that it's all about happiness or peace, but
I was quoting the essay that is.
He just means to be satisfied with his condition.
Exactly.
yeah, I suppose.
He accepts that he's going to search for something that he cannot find.
Hmm. That could be the tether of, being able to stay neutral in this position that was necessary. And to an extent, you're right about, I mean, the analogy, the symbolism of it is accurate. You would hope that, you know what I mean? I don't know if anybody's seen that, but
It seems to me that the options are you either accept it, remain delusional, or you end it all. Which of those sounds preferable to you?
I'm in between remaining delusional and acceptance. Somewhere in between there, but delusional to, you hate to say, I want to be delusional, but there's a bit of comfort in one's own delusion until you can't stay within delusion anymore, because ultimately you know that there are things that can never be known, or maybe that I'll never know. I don't know if that can never be known. And maybe that's the point of it.
We don't know if something can never be known.
Truly. We don't know a whole lot of a lot.
We can never know if something can be unknown.
Truly. Truly.
It's a paradox.
Yeah. Sometimes I listen to people that are coming up here and there's a comfortableness in their absolutism to believe their own delusions, because they're not delusional to them. Of course, ask a few questions as Thrayle does, and you see where the structure kind of falls apart with, contradictions. But how can we not contradict it? Because we don't know currently. I think I can accept not knowing rather than being in delusion, but without maybe collapsing meaning to everything.
Do you mean when you say collapsing meaning to everything?
Or collapsing meaning entirely into absolute nihilism. And that may be a comfortable spot for some people. It's not personally comfortable for me. But
That's where you would take that extra step and just build, construct, or purpose whatever meaning you want.
yeah.
Knowing that you're doing it, though.
Yeah.
Or you could commit to the meaning that you make is real meaning, which would just be existentialism.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and to some extent, neurologically, the meaning we make is real meaning. And so I think maybe when we're pushed to make that meaning on a universal level, or we feel we have to, that's where your own, contradictions, but they come into play, but at the same systems, we fail to see that, it doesn't have, that it isn't universal. We get stuck into cognitive dissonance. And I think I have fear of that to some extent, of really grasping on it. But, I don't know. I don't know. And that's really the truth of it. It's just an awkward position. Especially, I've created a lot of frameworks of meaning that work really well for some time, but then they don't. Because I can't really fully settle into no, we don't have the answers to the big questions, and what a relief it would be not to have to think about the big questions. Perhaps that's something, programmed into my mind by my family, that you have to, suffice some belief in, so you can fill the answers to those questions. And when that doesn't exist, my mind just kind of like wanders, like, where do I go from here? Where do I anchor, so to speak, from here? And maybe that is, the contradiction in all of it, that there needs to be an anchor, I suppose.
You should really read The Myth of Sisyphus. I think you're there.
I'm going to, as a matter of fact. I'm actually interested.
I think you will enjoy it. It's not a cure-all. He wrote some other things on the topic that are also good, but it's a good place to start.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And yeah, as quickly saying, you can easily just read it online.
Oh, of course.
But I appreciate you, Five Body. You landed on an I don't know without any coaxing or coaching. you really are questioning, and I appreciate you. Thank you so much for coming up and sharing your journey with us, continuing to question. I hope you come back and let us know where the questions take you, if they take you anywhere at all, or if you just go back to rolling that boulder up the hill.
Well, I'm gonna read that, and yeah, I'll probably come back.
I appreciate you. Take care.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Really appreciate you, Five Body.
And W's in the chat for Five Body for genuinely questioning their beliefs. Really showing what the I don't know looks like. And I think it's a perfectly comfortable place for some people to be. Let's see if any of our Q ghosts exist before we get to reading a poem. Most likely, I think we're really getting there. All ghosts.
Nope.
Engaged so much that I have not proofread a poem. I admit.
if you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you can question that belief, would you request up?
I thought it would be RC or Sage first to get uncomfortable in the quiet.
I wasn't uncomfortable.
Oh, no, definitely. I was kind of squirming a little bit there, but I am about to spend $300 to fix a toilet.
Oh.
Oh, goodness. It's almost cheaper to buy a new toilet.
It's not my toilet. The landlady's, but I accidentally broke it.
Uh-oh.
Let's put it this way, Claire, don't ask me why there's a pork bone lodged deep into the piping.
A pork bone.
A pork bone.
You're not, RC.
Mm-hmm. No, it's not like that one time when the cops had to come to my house because they saw me doing some gardening, like, doing some shoveling in the backyard, and apparently somebody called my house asking if my parents were okay.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh my gosh.
Oh my. You're windowed.
Yeah, it's like, okay, so me, my parents, and the officer pissed ourselves laughing for 5 minutes that day.
Wow. Wow.
Oh my.
Yep.
That's hilarious.
There's always room in the shed.
Imagine if I had neighbors watching me and all the gods in the shed.
I just imagine that you sit them down in front of a table and have like a little tea party with them, and they're just like shaking for dear life. And you're like, "Hello, Mrs. Schnufflebottom. Would you like some more white tea?" And Zeus or like Amun-Ra just like nods just nervously, just doesn't want to poke the bear.
I let them get plenty of air, and they're allowed to make their own decisions if they're.
Or maybe
It's not my fault they're afraid to leave.
Or maybe just like keep them out and like in the fields, like just throw chicken feed for them every once in a while.
I think we're far into what the fuck territory.
Oh yeah.
Probably farther than this. Are we at frozen hell yet? I think my face needs to be grumpier here.
Oh, you do it on purpose.
It's not grumpy here. Like, it's not here either. But it is in... Where is it? Is it this one? No, not that one either. Why am I grimacing at the donut though?
and I'm really angry here. Each time I just said slightly annoyed. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get another believer tonight, this morning, whatever it is. I think it's tap wild, RC.
What?
I hear the tapping. Appreciate it too.
See? Come on, damn it.
It's there. It's there.
Fine now.
Oh, son of a bitch! Who just did that?
Now it's gonna keep going.
Nah, I'm fine.
I think it is that time though. So
Shut up. Just read your damn poem.
I appreciate you, RC. I'm gonna set you down to keep on tapping.
I'm going to be laughing about that shoveling story all day.
Oh yeah. Sage, thank you for your questions. Appreciate you. Absolutely. And Philly, I appreciate you. And all of you for tapping the screen, for sharing the live, for all of your engagement. Whether you were here asking questions in the comments or if you just fell asleep, I appreciate each and every one of you for spending your time here. Also, for those of you who came up with the courage to question your beliefs, I really do appreciate you. And everybody who came up to question as well. Thank you guys for making this a place where we can have these conversations in a respectful way, where we can probe deep into sensitive areas of belief and certainty and worldview without it turning into personal attacks and harsh judgments. At all of you for being here and making this what it is. Big W for the mods and for all of you for the best, absolute best audience on TikTok. If you do want to be a part of this community, there is a link tree in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio that will help you get to the Discord. Of course, you already are a part of this community, just being here and interacting, engaging the way that you do. You guys really are what shaped this, but if you want to see what we get up to behind the scenes between the lives, that Discord link will help you figure that out. And of course, you want to read the rules when you get there, then you should find out that you're not alone. And if you happen to stumble across the Venmo or the Cash App link in that link tree and you want to show your support that way, well, it is always appreciated. And I do thank each and every one of you who helps that way. It does make all the difference. And with that, I really think there's only one thing left.
You wear your faith like ancient armor, polished by a priest's old sigh. But tell me, when the room falls silent, is that truth, or just a lullaby? You speak of heaven's gates and judgment, of chosen paths and sacred signs. But how much of that holy comfort is borrowed fear from is always watching? You say a purpose guides each breath, but is that hope you've come to cherish, or just a shield you raise to death? You talk of blessings, grace, and meaning, as if the universe owes us a care. Yet, do you know this law of kindness, or does it soothe the dread you bear? You'll swear the ancient texts are certain, unchanged, unquestioning, carved in stone. Yet who decided doubt was sinful? Who said you cannot think alone? So I'm here to steal your comfort's light. I'm here because unchallenged answers turn into chains we think are right. If truth is strong, it fears no question. If faith is real, it need not hide. So dare to ask, beneath conviction, what's truly yours and what was placed inside. And if one day the doubt grows louder, don't call it loss, don't call it sin, for sometimes wisdom starts exactly where your certainty wears thin. And on that note, until the next time we meet in darkness and seek wisdom together, I love you all. Take care.